we are proud to announce the launch of WrestleCopia brand and the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, which you can find over at www.wrestlecopia.com. That's WrestleCopia.com, WrestleCopia.com. You may have heard me mention the WrestleCopia brand in passing on a variety of our shows. You might be asking, what is WrestleCopia? Well, the name derives from the words wrestle, for wrestling, and copia, which is defined as having plenty, or an abundance of. It's abundance of wrestling history over at WrestleCopia.com as the podcast network continues to grow with a variety of podcasts. Everything from our show, The Wrestling Memory Grenade, where we take a trip down memory lane to wrestling history's past as we analyze and dissect complete years of wrestling history from your favorite promotions, to Monday Warfare, The Battles Within, an in-depth look and weekly breakdown of the entire Raw vs. Nitro war, to our newest podcast, TR Shocks the World, where host Tom Robinson makes his long-awaited return to the wrestling airwaves. Tom does everything from break down the current product to share inside stories and memories from years gone by. It's discretion advised as TR shocks the world with his strong opinions, hilarious impressions, and so much more. The WrestleCopia News Network is a special feature podcast. You can expect more late-breaking news, timely discussions, and tributes to the fallen legends on future episodes of WCNN. We've also got other podcasts being prepped for their debuts, including a territory-based show we like to call The Money and the Miles. There's an old saying in the world of professional wrestling that nothing in this business is real except the money made and the miles traveled. In this podcast, we discuss the territory era, with shows focusing on everything from show reviews to yearly breakdowns to episodes focusing on some of the rare, lesser-known territories and outlaw promotions of yesteryear that remain an enigma. Stop on over to WrestleCopia.com for all the latest shows and follow us on Twitter at WrestleCopia. That's on Twitter at WrestleCopia for all the latest news and information on the podcast network.
Turn it on and rip the knob off.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Wrestling Memory Grenade, episode 36. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We're in February of 1993 in the WWF. Actually, to be technical, we're going to kick off with January 29th and continue all the way through March 1st of 1993, this episode of The Grenade. I'm your host, Ray Russell. Joining me, Mr. 1993 himself, Shawn Michaels, Mr. WrestleMania. Steve Eckstedt, do you mind being called Mr. 1993?
Sure. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll take it.
Somebody's got to be Mr. 1993.
Somebody, yeah.
Guys, welcome back. We had so much fun last week with the Royal Rumble watch-along that I totally forgot to wish everyone a happy Halloween. So happy belated Halloween now. I know it was a few days ago. We're dropping on Wednesday, but happy belated Halloween, everyone. And I didn't get to play any tricks or give any treats last week, Steve, but I do have something very scary before this episode's over. I can't wait for you to listen to that audio bite later in the show.
You got my intrigue. I'm ready to see what this is all about.
Well, maybe by the time you find out, you won't be as excited, but we'll wait for that. We're not quite there yet. I do promise to do that before the episode is over. I want to thank you guys over on social media, all the outcry of love and support, the DMs on Twitter, the messages on Facebook, the subscriptions on YouTube. It just keeps growing. Facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade is a thing now, Steve. Over 570 followers and likes on there. Yes, that's not combined. That's each. There's over 570 likes, 570 followers. So we appreciate you guys there. YouTube, we're still looking for that vanity URL there, but we're almost there. We need 100 subscribers. We're at 87. So 13 more people. Come on, guys. Subscribe and join the Wrestling Memory Grenade on YouTube so we can grab our own vanity URL there. And of course, Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. That's RASSLIN Grenade. Home of the free prize giveaway. Once again, congratulations last week to at P80s for the Bret Hart autograph giveaway. I'm sure we'll have more coming throughout the course of 1993 here in the WWF. I'm sure Steve's wheels are already turning in his head to figure out what else he can come up with. I do want to mention more videos getting posted. I've been putting them together. Lots of fun videos coming up on our YouTube account, so make sure you go over back there. And I try to post what I can on Twitter and Facebook. You guys got to remember, a lot of people ask me on Twitter, Steve, they say, why do you post the entire segments on YouTube, but such small amounts of the shows on Twitter? Well, that's because Twitter has a limit of 2 minutes and 20 seconds of video. So I have to find the best 2 minutes and 20 seconds of a video and post it on Twitter. So if you guys want to see the whole video, you do got to go over to YouTube, but I do post some fun things on social media as well. And, Steve, we don't just talk TV shows. We don't just review Raw, Superstars, Wrestling Challenge. We cover all the news of the time. And that's what's really fun, because there's so many behind-the-scene things going on in the world of wrestling that between the Observer and the Torch and all the other random places we grab our information, there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of these shows. Even with the NWA 1989, like there was so much good TV there, but a lot of it was just the backstage stuff and the politics and how we got from where we started to where we ended with 89. And it's the same with WWF in 1993. I've read these Observers at least twice, just to get an idea of what was going on at this time.
Right.
And there's so much information there. Like the TV wasn't as good as what we expect from WWF going into here, but the behind the scenes stuff and everything that's going on it's a packed year for that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a lot of news coming up here before we get into the TV. But before we do that, Steve, I want to remind everybody to go over to our Patreon account. That's patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That's WrestleCopia. Again, patreon.com/WrestleCopia, because there's 14 tiers over there, Steve. They can do everything from pay us to do watch-alongs of their favorite pay-per-views or favorite shows of all times, to $5 all-access tier. Need I say more? That gets you everything from the tiers underneath the $5 tier, the all-access tier, but it also gives you our entire watch-along series, the Coliseum videos we had so much fun doing so far, Clash of the Champions, Saturday night's main events, and of course the WCW and WWF pay-per-views is part of the 1995-96 right now is where we're at in that era. A lot of watch-alongs in there of those. They're great complimentary pieces to our Monday Warfare, our sister show, Monday Warfare, where we talk about the Monday Night War. So a lot of things going on there, but we're going to be adding 1993 WWF watch-alongs. Steve just mentioned to me at the end of the Rumble show, off air, that he would like to do March to WrestleMania IX. I think that's a great idea, and we hope to have that up there very soon, Steve.
Yeah, I'm down whenever you are.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's a good show.
Yeah, and it's going to be a great complimentary piece to the Grenade here, 1993 in the WWF. I say let's try to knock out all the USA specials, the March to WrestleMania IX, the SummerSlam Spectacular, and the Survivor Series Showdown before the year is over. And we'll put those all on patreon.com/WrestleCopia. Again, for only $5. Follow us along on those watch-alongs. I hope to get a few handhelds up, too. There's some house shows that are really intriguing, and there's some actual live events that took place on TV in the United Kingdom and in Europe that I would love to try to cover at some point coming up here in the summer of 1993, or even the spring, of 1993. I'd love to cover those, at least a few of those, and get those up too, if we can at some point on our Patreon account. You guys will really love them, and I think we may even find a way for you guys to watch those along with us, but you got to subscribe to our all-access tier for that information.
Get on it, folks.
So, before we get into the real news, we'll start off with some somber news here. It starts off pretty bad in 1993 as far as wrestling deaths go. It's really the first one that I don't want to say affected me. It didn't. I don't know that it emotionally affected me, but it was like, it was the first thing that blew my mind as far as a wrestler passing away. The first one that I really remember hearing about beyond Adrian Adonis in '88, and that's WWE Hall of Famer, the first ever WWF Hall of Famer, I should say. You can consider him a former heavyweight champion. He did sell the belt to Ted DiBiase. I think you know where I'm going here. Former member of the tag team champion Colossal Connection with Haku. Andre the Giant passes away in his sleep of a heart attack at age 46, January 27th, 1993. Steve, that's a legend gone. That's like the first true legend of my era gone.
He's the legends of all legends.
Yeah.
He's WWF and wrestling's Babe Ruth. Stories can come out, things can come out, and Andre's Andre. Like, I don't know. He's at this point, he's like a mythical character. Like he's not real almost. Just the way he's idolized. And I know we've had a conversation. I don't want to get too far onto this, but we had a conversation about like that WWE Hidden Treasure show.
Right.
And we're different. I enjoyed it just for like the nostalgia piece of, just the old stuff. And some of the footage that they show was actually pretty cool. And stuff that's not readily available, like on the network or whatever. But Mark Henry was on there and he talked about Andre. And like he said he met him at a show, like he fell over the rail and Andre kind of picked him up and put him back over the rail when he was a kid. Like his grandma took him to a show. And that was like the only time he ever met Andre, but it wasn't in like a business sense or the wrestling sense. It was just a fan encounter. But when he would talk about Andre or get close to like Andre's jacket that they found or his Masked Superstar mask, not Masked Superstar, but the Machine mask,
right?
Those things, like he would just start crying. And he feels like he's a part of Andre because he's a big guy. He's a big worker. And Andre kind of laid the groundwork for how big guys need to work. And so just to see like somebody who's never really met this guy on a personal level of any kind has that emotional attachment to him. That just kind of tells you how impactful and how special Andre was. And it's going to sound weird, but it's a shame he died in 1993 and they had that little falling out because of the Clash appearance and Vince and him didn't end on the best of terms. And that's been documented in the documentary or whatever, but he just gets like a 10 bell salute on Raw and that's it. Like nobody mentions it on the TV. Nobody does anything. And it's just like a slideshow of 10 photos and 10 bell salute. And that's it.
Well, they do end up creating a Hall of Fame based on Andre. That's they give him the video.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. It's kind of when the Ultimate Warrior died, you had Warrior Week almost immediately. I get it. It's a quick times. Money. Yeah. Just like, it took a while for him to be immortalized, and he deserved it right away. I think that's what it's just flooring. Like, you see the graphic, and if it's a big time person, they may get some on TV or something where they come out and acknowledge him or whatever. But just to get like a 10 bell salute on a Raw, just like in the middle of the show, I don't know.
Yeah, and I remember
how big of an impact he was.
I remember as a little kid, Andre being a babyface, and obviously he went heel. I'll never forget when he came and worked Warrior here in their little 30-second or 60-second matches, the slam and the pinfall. That was huge because Warrior was my guy at that point. So for Andre to put him over, it was like, well, you get to go to school the next day and go, well, Warrior beat Andre. So that's what that meant. You're right. Like there is no bigger. Yes, he went on to fight Hogan, which is the only thing higher than Andre was going on and winning the belt from Hogan. But he was being groomed at that point by beating Andre in those like 1 minute matches or whatever. So yeah, I just always remember those childhood memories of Warrior beating Andre, and even like where I thought he was coming back. Obviously, he was crippled by the point he couldn't really wrestle to Vince's standards. He still worked Mexico and even Japan. When he came back and did the manager, the spots, and then feuding with Jimmy Hart and things. But yeah, I mean, it's just good memories of Andre. I didn't get to see him in his prime in the 70s before he put on all the weight and things. But the videos are out there, and I encourage anybody to go out there and check that out because, my God, when I say he bumped like Kurt Hennig, I'm only slightly exaggerating, Steve. I saw him taking moves and doing backflips, like selling the move. It's like, holy shit. No wonder he was...
And he was like climbing to the top rope and jumping off like it was nothing. Like he didn't struggle or anything. Like he was just coming off the top like it was nothing. And it's I've seen him over in Japan give a tombstone. I'm just like, oh my God, Andre delivering a tomb. That's just a scary thing to be a part of. But it's crazy. I mean, he was his own man. Like Jim Cornette said 1,000 times, the only people that made more money than the NWA World Champion, or maybe even more at times, were Andre the Giant and Bruno Sammartino. So goes without saying. Another name that some may know, some may not recognize is 4 days later, January 31st, 1993. Former championship wrestling ring announcer Joe McHugh
passes away at the age of 88. Steve, if you ever watched any of those old All-Star episodes from the 70s, I'm sure you've heard Joe McHugh. You can't mistake that voice or that announcement, the opening introduction of the TV shows from anyone else. Joe McHugh was a longtime ring announcer for the at least the Pennsylvania TV tapings throughout all of the 70s and into the 80s as well.
Yeah, I've been watching some 84 stuff, and Joe McHugh's on there, and he's something else. He's different, and he's unique, but you know who he is. I mean, he just stands out. I mean, I don't know if that was on purpose or what the deal was, but he did what he had to do to stand out, and people know him. I mean, I know him. When I hear him, oh, that's Joe McHugh.
Right.
So you can't say that I couldn't tell you. To me, like all these dudes on WWE now just sound like Justin Roberts, like ripoffs of him. They all sound like that.
Yeah, I think Joe stuck around pretty much until Vince moved away from the Pennsylvania tapings for the most part. He was like pushing 80 when he left the company. Man, what a run he had with the WWF there on TV. He did Championship Wrestling all those years, and then he did All-Star until Gary Capetta came in and took over that spot. So yeah, Joe McHugh passes away at the age of 88 here on January of 93. And then this one hit me pretty hard. It's the first young guy that I really remember that, like, one of my favorites when he be on my ESPN or even especially when he came to the WWF in 1990 was Texas Tornado. Kerry Von Erich passes away February 18th, 1993. Of course, self-inflicted gunshot wound at the age of 33.
Way too young for that one. That's just, I don't know, too much too soon. Just the way he was raised. There's so many variables to that story, and it's it's out there. I mean, people know, but that was a big one. I remember that one. I'm like, dang, Texas Tornado, really? Like, seems like just yesterday he was the IC champion, and now he's dead. And that's a sad one. That one's tough. That whole family's tough, but that one's rough.
God, like you said, it goes back to the family and the whole thing. I don't want to spend. We could spend hours on that, Steve, so we won't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to even predict what was going through his mind. Obviously, there were some drug issues at the time. He was going to go to court. He had been found in possession of narcotics. I think he wrote fake prescriptions or something along those lines in order to get medication. And he was in some trouble down there. And I think it was as much worry about being in trouble as it was embarrassment to the Dallas community, where the Von Erichs were gods. Again, that goes back to the family thing. He winds up shooting himself. And I remember these. These were actually little tiny pieces of my newspaper. They would write this in the back of the sports section, these guys passing away. And my grandpa would read everything inside out on the old newspaper. So he'd call me, hey, you know this wrestler? Yeah. Yep. Wow. He died? Holy, like, it blew my mind when I saw this one and Dino Bravo on the next episode when we get to that as well. But yeah. Kerry Von Erich, gone too soon. Easily one of my top three favorites as soon as he came into the WWF, was like Warrior, Tornado, Boss Man. Those were my three guys. It was like, boom. And they gave him the belt. They said he was unreliable or what, I don't know. It looked like he was going to that feud with DiBiase, and then they kind of, shortchanged that. And after that, he was just kind of there, just wandered around. Yeah. He worked a lot of the pay-per-views, but he wasn't ever really put into another storyline or any angles or anything like that. But my God, what a talent. Think about not just the way he looked, how he performed with a leg missing, but I got to see a lot of Kerry on ESPN before he even came to the WWF. So I was always excited when he got there. And it was, as much as I loved Mr. Perfect, I was like, I went wild in my aunt and uncle's living room that night at SummerSlam when he tornado punched Hennig and Hennig spun the opposite way and he won the belt. It was huge. It was perfect, so to speak.
Yeah. It's a great way to make your debut, for sure. Or, I think he was on TV a couple times.
Yeah, I think he worked like Buddy Rose or something. Yeah, but it was huge. He'd been there not even maybe a month at most.
Yeah.
So
it kind of ties together because the guy who was supposed to be in that match makes his comeback from here on this episode. So it kind of fits together there.
That is true. I didn't even think of that. And we'll get to that guy when we get to that guy.
Yeah.
But Before we get into February, I do want to look at the January fallout. For instance, Nature Boy Ric Flair, no longer with the company. As everybody knows, he finished up, on TV, he finished up, as far as everybody else is concerned, watching television, against Mr. Perfect in the Loser Leaves Town match on the January 25th Raw, which finished our 2 episodes of The Grenade. We did the Royal Rumble last week, but episode 34 of The Grenade, we did January of 93 in the WWF, and we finished up with January 25th Raw. That was when Mr. Perfect pinned Ric Flair and sent him packing back to WCW. Flair did finish up dates on January 29th at the Garden, January 30th in Providence and New Haven, Connecticut, double shot there, and January 31st at the Maple Leaf Garden. All jobs to Mr. Perfect on the way out. And he still stuck around and did some jobs to Bret Hart overseas as part of the European tour here in February. And I think he even had a loss to The Undertaker during that tour. And he got a win on the Boss Man, both guys on the way out, but clearly Vince favored Flair over the Boss Man there. So Ric Flair, even though he's gone from TV by the 25th, he was still stuck around for a little while doing jobs on the way out to Bret Hart, Mr. Perfect, The Undertaker. So he did the right thing.
Yeah, I think he knew. I think he knew his time was up, but he knew he'd want to come back later. So smart by him.
Leave the door open.
Yeah. One of the door stops in there hey, I'll be back at some point.
Well, he wasn't wrong.
Yeah, he definitely was not.
You know who else has gone from the company, Steve? I can say this, and pretty much this resonates with every year, pretty much, from at least 1987. They got fired before they even made TV in 87. Marty Jannetty fired from the WWF yet again. Following the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, actually it was at the tapings following the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, Marty Jannetty, we kind of touched on this during their actual match, Shawn and Marty's match at the Rumble when we were doing the watch-along last week. He was fired because at the San Jose TV tapings, he was asleep in the dressing room, Steve. He said he was sleeping, but apparently others, in quotations, HBK, Shawn Michaels, felt it was more like passed out rather than sleeping. Of course, we'd find out that wasn't the case. He really was just asleep. There's some heat at this point among the wrestlers on Agent Ray the Crippler Stevens, who was an agent briefly there with the company during this time period, who reported it to Vince McMahon, reported that Marty was passed out based on Shawn's word, because the belief within the wrestlers were that Ray Stevens used to be a wrestler. He was once a wrestler. And let me tell you a quick story about Ray Stevens when we finish. It's a very fast story, but because it's very ironic. It's hypocritical also, but he was just doing his job here. But he reports it to Vince, and all the boys feel like, Ray should have stuck with the boys here instead of reporting Marty to Vince like that. But nevertheless, Marty gets fired. But, I heard a story one time, and I don't know who told it. I don't know if it was Wahoo or someone else. There was, a group of guys, 4 or 5 guys, just back in the heyday. Ray Stevens was quite the drinker, as most of those guys were back then, Steve. One day they all go to wherever the hell you buy a boat from. I don't know. I can't afford a fucking boat, so I don't even know where the hell you go buy a boat, Steve. That's how ignorant I am on it. I'd love to have one, but can't afford one. Anywho, right. They go somewhere and Ray Stevens they get drunk. They're blown out of their mind drunk. He goes, I'm going to go buy a boat. He goes and buys a big giant fucking boat, Steve, because he could do that. He was a top draw. And he goes and he buys this boat, and they go and they party all night. And they get up the next day, all of them get up wherever the hell they were, and they go to the dock, and they get on the boat, and Ray goes, whose fucking boat is this? He didn't know that he had bought a fucking boat. He had got that drunk that he'd bought a damn boat. You bought a boat. He got so pissed off at himself, I doubt he kept it. But he didn't even believe that he had bought a boat. So here's a guy who makes gigantic purchases without remembering, but then he goes and reports Marty Jannetty. So I see why the wrestlers were a little upset at Ray for going to report Marty. Obviously, we find out this whole story's false anyway, and eventually Mr. Perfect finds out, makes Shawn tell Vince the truth, and Marty's rehired and even given the belt from Shawn as a little bit of payback there for a couple weeks and a few months. Yeah,
it's pretty shitty. I get it if you have some heat with the guy, but why are you trying to ruin his livelihood? It's one thing to get him back in the ring or get him back in the backstage, but to get somebody fired because you don't want to deal with them, that's pretty shitty.
Well, it's Shawn being Shawn, I think, even back in 93. My big question here at this point, really, when you look forward, is what were they going to do with Sherry? Jannetty's gone. We already seen they've got, if you watch some of the local televised promos and things that are leading up to like the Nassau Coliseum and all the other upcoming tour dates in February. They're doing interviews with Marty Jannetty and Sherry together, as Jannetty was scheduled to wrestle Shawn Michaels across the loop all the way up till WrestleMania when they were going to do their blow off. So now it's kind of that question is, what do you do with Sherry? Of course, we'll find out what they wind up doing with Sherry, which isn't a whole lot, but it kind of leaves Sherry screwed too. So Shawn indirectly screws Sherry at the same time he's screwing Marty Jannetty.
Shocker. Well, that's what happens when all you care about is yourself. So
we move on with more stories, and I got to ask you, Steve, how lucky is Paul Diamond, the man of, he was Kato in the Orient Express because Sato was basically leaving the company, so he kind of got pushed into that gimmick. And then he turns around, Conan leaves, so he's gifted again another gimmick in Max Moon, which flops, and he's basically going to get the boot anyway. It's not working out unless you ask him. And he obviously has the affair with Tatanka's wife. He gets fired for a couple weeks. Then Steve Armstrong, who was Lance Cassidy, quits the company. They need bodies on the shows. They have no bodies on these shows. They're depleted. The roster's depleted. So they say, all right, you can stick around, fill Lance Cassidy's shoes for however many weeks. So I asked myself, how many lives does this guy have? He should be a cat, like Battle Cat, instead of an alien or a robot or whatever the fuck Max Moon was supposed to be. Because once again now, Marty Jannetty gets fired, and just when they're getting ready to boot Paul Diamond back out the door, yes, Max Moon gets to work the European tour in February because Marty Jannetty's gone. This guy, he can't go away.
I don't know what that says about him or what that says about the WWF. If he was okay with it, knowing that he's going to get fired as soon as they get back or the loop's over, and he went with it anyway just to try to maybe impress them, that's one thing. But how bad is the WWF roster when, like, 3 years ago you had an A, B, and C talent,
right,
matchups and things like that. Now you could barely have enough. You don't even have enough people to fill out one card.
Yeah, it's very depleted.
It's a far cry from the heyday.
Right. Yeah, it's troubling times.
Same.
I mean, somehow they hang enough together to where I was still watching it, but it's still a shadow of what it used to be at this point, for sure.
It's like they build up enough goodwill that you're just sitting there watching and watching. Okay, they're eventually going to turn it around, right? You give them the benefit of the doubt because how hot their run was for 7 years. So you just give them the benefit of the doubt that it's eventually going to change, and then it never really does until the Attitude Era, I guess.
Right. So we haven't cited anything from DeMeltz in a while, so I figured now would be a good time as any. A little bit of January notes here. DeMeltz reports the real positive sign of January house shows anyway. The weekend of January 9th afternoon, the Boston Garden Show, which was headlined by Flair versus champion Bret Hart in a marathon match, which you guys would now call an Iron Man match, a 60-minute match. The only one they ever did, Steve, and we have it on handheld, by the way. Whoever wins the most falls, obviously, during that wins the match. Bret goes on to win it. That match, and even just the sales alone, doubled the house that they did the previous month. So they did 5,800 in January. The Boston Garden, the show before that, only did 2,400, so more than 3,000 more fans. I don't think it hurt that Bobby Heenan actually got to make a rare appearance as a manager for Flair in that match as well. Bret Hart went on to win the match 3 falls to 2 falls. The only Iron Man match the two ever did, but in January, before Flair left, Bret and Flair were working together basically every single show, and they wrestled 16 matches on 15 different days, and almost every single one of those matches over 20 minutes, and of course then the 60-minute Iron Man match. So they were really putting on some classics or clinics here anyway, with Flair on his way out the door, and then Bret really just grooming himself for what he would become as far as the main eventer goes.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see some of those matches. I'm sure they were really good, but it's just a shame they can't get along, too. I think it's one of those things where they're so similar that they don't see it in each other, and it pisses them off that they are very similar as far as in-ring work goes.
Right.
It's two totally different people, but their in-ring is very similar to each other. But the difference is Bret thinks he's way better because he's Bret Hart. But at the end of the day, you can watch their matches, and they're very similar to each other. A lot of the same stuff, repetitive, but they tell great stories. And no matter how many times you see it, you still want to watch it. So, but yeah, I bet you those. So they had 10 days where they fought 16 times.
15 days. 15 days where they fought 16 times because they did a doubleheader. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite the. I'm sure Brett appreciated it then. I'm sure he did.
It certainly helped groom him for what he would become as far as the main eventer goes. I would have to think. Here's a match that you may not have wanted to see whatsoever during the month of January. No. Bob Backlund over Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels every night by countout in every city, says DeMelt. Backlund got no reaction coming to the ring. Surprise, surprise. In most cities anyway, and eventually got over after they went over 17 plus minutes every night. Ugh. That doesn't sound pretty to me, Steve. Melt says that wasn't the case in Philadelphia at the Spectrum, where Backlund, who got a big baby face ovation in his Philly return, but he was booed out of the building. And Michaels received 90% of the cheers throughout the course of the match. So, yeah, even though Backlund had been WWF champion for 6 years, worked the Spectrum monthly for 6 years, this crowd, it's Philly anyway, they weren't having it. And really nobody was having Bob Backlund at this point.
No, we've seen Shawn and Marty go 14 minutes in a pretty average match last week on the Rumble watch along. Mm-hmm. So I can only imagine what 17 minutes of Shawn and Bob Backlund is. My goodness. At least Marty can move at a speed past 5 or 4. Damn. No thanks.
And when we were talking about grooming Bret for that continuing his main event push, there was another guy getting groomed as well, and that was Yokozuna. During the course of a lot of January on the house show circuit, Yokozuna was beating the Macho Man Randy Savage every night, ranging from 3 to 5 minute matches, with Yoko going over whenever Fuji would trip the Macho Man. As he was on the top rope, Yoko dropped the leg, make the cover. Savage would then run them off after the match, obviously to make his own save, but Yokozuna pinning the Macho Man 3 to 5 minutes every night. Talk about trying to get a guy over as a main eventer. Clearly they already knew what they were wanting from Yokozuna heading into WrestleMania.
Yeah, definitely. And that kind of leads into the March WrestleMania IX show that we talked about. So it's a decent match at that on the TV there, but they're doing their best they can. Because let's be real, there's nobody else on this roster that he can just dominate on a nightly basis in 5 minute matches and not impact them outside of the Macho Man. I mean, that's really it. So they chose the right person because no matter what happens to Macho Man, he's still going to be over. It don't matter.
Right.
So yeah, good choice. And Savage knows how to make anybody look like $1 million, especially in '93. He kind of has that sympathetic look. He's looking old and past his time. So He has that look going for him that helps get that sympathy on him. So smart booking there.
Here's a weird one. On January 26th, Vince McMahon held a press conference in Fresno for the Japanese media, in which he announced Tenryu would be appearing at WrestleMania IX, which never happens, and that the WWF would be sending talent to the War promotion, which Tenryu worked for in Japan, as part of their relationship between the two promotions. Tenryu did end up working not only the Royal Rumble matches we saw last week, but he also did the January 25th and 26th TV tapings. Those matches never aired here in the States, but I've actually seen the matches. They have aired internationally over in Europe and things. So those matches are out there. It's just odd. They didn't air here. There was never even discussion or anything of Tenryu working WrestleMania IX on TV. So I'm not really sure what this press conference was, unless it was just Vince blowing smoke because he wanted press in Japan.
Probably. And did they send anybody over for War?
That's a good question. Now, that I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I would imagine they could have, but it wouldn't have been anybody.
Nothing worth it shit.
Yeah. Maybe Max Moon. Who knows? But you want to work another couple weeks, pal?
Right.
So here's some news in regards to ratings and the new Monday Night Raw show and things of that nature. Primetime Wrestling ended, Steve. Obviously, it came to an end on January 4th, the final episode ever, 1993, of Primetime Wrestling before Raw debuted. It did a 2.2 rating. That's still higher than what Raw does today, by the way, people. Anyways, DeMelt says that on the January 11th debut edition of Monday Night Raw, the new 1-hour show, which replaced Primetime, the show, he feels, is a good idea. However, the first show was not a good show. The main problem was, he says, a fellow by the name of Rob Bartlett. Do you remember that name, Steve?
Who doesn't?
A New York disc jockey, comedian, who is part of the Don Imus morning show on WFAN. Bartlett's comedy is not funny, says DeMeltz, but that wasn't the problem. The problem is he was totally unprepared. Maybe he'll catch on. Never. But he definitely came across as someone far more interested in getting himself over and with nothing but disdain for the vehicle that was giving him the time to get over. I'm not sure making jokes about the promotion's killer heel needing a bra and having a wedgie, talking about Yokozuna, is going to help get him over as an awesome monster. By week 2, Bartlett was toned down in a big way on Raw, and the show was much better for it. It was a hot show this week, he says. That's the one with Hennig over Terry Taylor and Flair over Santana to build towards that loser leaves town match. So I got to admit, Dave, sometimes I question the things he says, but he hit the nail on the head describing Rob Bartlett's debut with the company.
Yeah, I'll agree with that part, but the show wasn't terrible because of Bartlett. Outside of King of the Ring 94, I don't think an announcer can totally ruin a show to where you don't want to watch it. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't say that it did that for me, but whenever I do go back and watch that first episode of Raw, it's clearly everything Dave just said. He didn't understand, he doesn't care about the product, and he was mocking the product that was giving him the opportunity to get over. I get what Dave was saying with that. Does it ruin it for me to watch the show? No. But at the same time, was he awful? Yeah, it was. Obviously, we both know he was very much toned down after that.
Yeah, he was awful, but I don't think this show was awful. For like a brand new show, I thought they did an excellent job of establishing what Monday Night Raw was going to be. And if the only takeaway that Meltzer had was Rob Bartlett, and again, you could have that may have been just all you picked. That's fine, but if it was a bad show because Bartlett was there, like that's stupid. I get it, and I understand the hate for Bartlett. I don't like him either. On here, he just sticks out like a sore thumb as somebody that should have never been there in the first place. But to me, the actual show and the uniqueness and the different avenue or the different way that they were going was far more significant than whatever Rob Bartlett was saying.
Right. Well, how about this for Monday Night Raw? This is where the business was at the beginning. Everybody talks about how bad it is now. Obviously not Vince McMahon or anybody that works for him as far as getting paid. All tickets
money-wise.
Money-wise, right. All tickets back then for the very first episode of Monday Night Raw, $12, first come, first serve. You sat wherever, when you go get your ticket, you get in line, and you sit wherever the hell you wind up. But it isn't that hard to get freebies, says DeMeltz. At the first Raw taping, reportedly 600 of the 1,000 fans were paid. That means 400 fans got into the very first Raw for free. Wow. That's crazy to think. 1,000 people, and you can't even sell 1,000 tickets. In New York.
You know what's crazier? Yeah, that's bad. But what's crazier is if you happen to have the lineup sheet that came with your program at this show, there was one that me and my friend were trying to win on eBay, and it went for like $340 or maybe $400. So if you happen to have one of those pieces of paper that has the very first Monday Night Raw card on it, it probably costs more money than all the tickets that were actually sold there to buy it.
Those were the times. We move on to February news now, 1993, February. WWF in Fresno, California at the Convention Center. It's a wrestling challenge taping. During an untelevised segment, Bam Bam Bigelow shot fire into the eyes of the hitman Bret Hart. My first question was, were these Max Moon leftovers? Because it sure sounds like it. I mean, Moon wasn't using them anymore, right? So they gave him like the flamethrower gimmick or whatever out of his wrist. And it's kind of interesting. Bigelow. Yeah, Bigelow. Yeah, that's right. On that Raw. Bigelow shooting fire at Bret Hart. Of course, it never makes air, but it sounds to me like maybe they were setting something up for the house show loops or something like that.
The first question that came to my mind is how can I see this? I want to see this angle,
Right.
but there's no more hidden gems for these things to come out. So, F you, WWE Network, and all you executives that are running that show. But,
FUWW. I just saw that somewhere yesterday on Twitter. Oh, Andrade.
Andrade.
Yeah, there you go.
Shit.
Let's look at the February house show loops real quick, if you don't mind. We're going to look at the February house show loops here for just a couple of minutes. There's two groups. There's an A and a B group, and that's not because there's so much talent in the company. It's because they're on a European tour, but Vince is still running the United States as well. We look at the European tour real quick. It's I think it's a 9-day tour from the February 2nd through the 10th. They're only doing England and Germany here. I felt like they were really spreading themselves thin. I was right. They have such little talent. I was like, how are they going to pull this off? How are they going to have an A show and a B show? Well, that's simple. Vince just goes and calls up a bunch of guys who no longer are contracted to the company and says, I need you guys to stick around a couple more weeks. And so they do. We saw Rick Martel come back for the Royal Rumble while he sticks around for the European tour as well. The Bushwhackers come back in to work the European tour. Yay! And Max Moon survives yet another 9 days of pay. And I think after that he's out the door finally. But until he's gone, I'll bite my tongue on that. But yeah, so they're spreading themselves so thin. They're trying to find guys to come in and work these shows. The European tour saw, we already talked about it a little bit, Bret over Ric Flair most nights. Undertaker over Papa Shango, the Nasties over the Tag Team Champion Money Incorporated by disqualification, the Head Shrinkers over the Bushwhackers. God, that's one hidden gem I never want to see. Virgil over the Repo Man. That's where Repo Man's status is at this point, sadly. Bam Bam Bigelow over the Big Boss Man, another match I never want to see again. And Rick Martel over Max Moon. So there's your European tour.
It may not be too bad. So weren't the European tours, like, they were pretty big houses? I don't know. They're probably not at this point, but at the same time, man, I'm no wonder, like, the guys like the Bushwhackers and Martel came back like, oh, you want me to go to Europe? Sure. I'll go over there.
Yeah, you're gonna
probably to
free flight, free hotel. You're gonna pay me to go work over in Europe for a week and a half, sure, whatever.
Yeah, so it's probably easy to get these guys to come back.
Meanwhile, over in the States, while that was going on in Europe the first half of February, we saw Yokozuna over Randy Savage in those 3 to 5 minute matches continuing into February. Backlund still over Shawn Michaels by countout in early February, especially with Marty no longer with the company. Kamala getting his revenge over Kim Chi every night, Steve. Razor Ramon was going over Mr. Perfect by countout until Mr. Perfect gets injured. He actually gets injured early on in February, and they switched the match to Razor Ramon versus Tatanka. And I don't know if you ever read this or you knew anything about this, but there was a policy in the WWF back in the day. If you promised names and you couldn't deliver, if they couldn't make the show, whether it was for injury purposes or especially several talent couldn't make it because of weather, inclement weather, like, blizzards and things of that nature, the rule of thumb was put all of the baby faces over. And that was to appease the crowd, keep them happy. You put all the baby faces over, most of the crowd are going to be happy. And sometimes you throw in a battle royal at the end if too many guys were no-shows. Here, they put Tatanka over Razor Ramon on these shows because they couldn't deliver Razor and Hennig. So to keep the fans happy, they throw Tatanka in Hennig's place, but they also let him win over Razor Ramon. So that shows you, where we're at right now.
So Razor beats Mr. Perfect, but Tatanka beats Razor.
They're trying to make the people happy. And he only beat Hennig by countout. Let's remember that.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. We'll get to that later, I'm sure, because I have a note or two about Mr. Perfect. But
right on. Now, before Tatanka, here's the upgrade Tatanka got, by the way, right? So we go from Hennig and Razor to Tatanka and Razor. Tatanka, up until Mr. Perfect's injury, was curtain jerking, winning matches over Damian Demento. So talk about a step up on the card for the Native American at the time. The Steiners on these shows were getting wins over the Beverly Brothers, so basically falling out from Royal Rumble, continuing those matches. And Skinner over Jim Powers. So Skinner's still getting a little love here on the house show circuit anyway. So I put notes here that the roster is so light, you got to look at these names for a second, that Tatanka is replacing Mr. Perfect. Tito Santana was then placed a Tatanka spot against Damien Dimension. So you go from Tatanka and Hennig, which is a good jump, but you go from Tatanka down to Tito Santana. And then Tito's spots on the shows were subbed by Jim Brunzell. So that's where we are on the roster. I wrote, yikes. And at this point, even the Predator, Hulk Hogan's nephew, Horace Hogan, who was getting tryouts at this time to appease Hogan, and Dwayne Gill, yes, Gilbert, and even Glenn Ruth, the future headbanger Thrasher, these guys were brought in to work house shows because that's how depleted the roster was. I hate to keep saying it, but Glenn Ruth and Dwayne Gill are working the house shows.
Wow. Are they just penny pinching, or are they that low on funds?
They have no. What's the deal? That's the roster. They're out of talent.
Well, I know that, but I mean, they can't just go buy people and bring them in.
Well, the question is, who are they going to buy? Because when he was buying guys in '84 and '85 and '86 and '87, and they were coming from the territories. There really are very few, if any, territories at this point. And they're not going to steal from Jerry Jarrett in Memphis. I mean, they already did, kind of. They got Lawler. But, I mean, other than that, what are you going to do here?
Put Lawler on the matches? I don't know.
I think we end up seeing that here, actually, if I remember my notes. But we'll continue on. We'll talk Portland, Oregon, which is a huge deal with the WWF and wrestling in general. Their final show, the WWF's final show in Portland, or in Oregon, the state of Oregon, for 10 years, February 12th, 1993, and I'll get to that in just a second. 10 years, Steve, from 93 to 2003, beyond the Attitude Era even. And that's when they could sell out anything because of the state athletic bullshit and rules. They basically forced, no wrestling company would come and run in Portland after this. So they basically ran wrestling out of the state for a damn near 10 years. What's funny to note on this show, too, is it's the Crush show. And for those who don't know, Bryan Adams got his first big push in the Portland territory around 89, prior to coming in the WWF as part of the Demolition. And here he is back in his home territory, if you will, defeating Shawn Michaels, Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels, by disqualification. And then Crush was also placed in a 15-man battle royal, which he also won by eliminating Yokozuna. So this is one of those things where it says the battle royal was added at the last minute because Randy Savage, who was originally scheduled to work Yoko in the main event, was unable to make the show due to transportation problems. Canceling the scheduled Savage and Yoko match, they turned it into a battle royal, and they put over the local, even though Crush from Hawaii, he's still the local guy because, again, that's where he got his start, was Portland. So it was the Crush show, and that's it for Portland for 10 years.
Insane. Didn't like Billy Jack Haynes try to get around this stuff by doing stupid things like free parking, or if you pay for parking, you can get a ticket, or some crazy shenanigans that he would used to do? Or is that a different year?
I mean, I know Billy tried to start up a promotion around 88 or so, maybe 89. I can't really remember. I think it's 88, but somewhere around there. Other than that, though, I put nothing past him. He could have done anything at any time.
I can't remember what year I was reading the Observer, but they was talking about Portland. Every single time I read about Portland in the 90s, it's like they're doing all these things to get around the athletic commission there. And I think one of them was, if you paid for parking, you got a ticket because you couldn't sell tickets to wrestling. So he said they didn't buy tickets for wrestling, they bought parking for wrestling. So like, it was something like, there's so many crazy stories about Portland, and that's stupid. Why wouldn't you want to make money? Was this similar to New Jersey too, for like SummerSlam 97 or 7, when they were talking about like Christy Todd Whitman bringing in wrestling back for the first time in like 10 years or something, or 8 years?
Know. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the whole deal with that, but there was still a lot of indie wrestling in Jersey throughout that time period, really. Whereas in Oregon, it was like almost impossible to run shows. They made it impossible. It was just ridiculous. It was a way to try to make money, which Vince was like, I don't want to pay whatever, nonsense. It was all the bullshit that came with it. So he just stayed out of Oregon. That's pretty much the way it went for, a decade, which is just crazy to think. We go on. We talked about the first half of February house shows. It changes in the second half of February. Now we have Bret Hart over Bam Bam Bigelow. Remember that flame to the eyes we talked about earlier. They started doing Bret and Bigelow on the house shows, but Lex Luger winds up replacing Bam Bam during the tour, and I'll get to that in a second. But Bret then goes over the narcissist Lex Luger, who just debuted with the company. Not very ideal, which I'm going to talk about again here in a minute. So Bret goes over Bam Bam, but then Bam Bam actually has to go over and move to the other tour to replace someone else. So they find Luger and they go, yeah, you can just do jobs with Bret to keep the fans happy. That's not really ideal. You're a brand new guy coming in. And then we got Undertaker over Yokozuna on a disqualification every night. Money Incorporated are now beating the Nasty Boys by pinfall with use of the briefcase every night. So clearly Money Inc. now winning the matches. So they're moving on from the Nasties. Geez, I wonder where they're going, brother. And Kamala continues to beat Kimchi. What a match. Steiner is still over the Beverly Brothers. Crush replaces Bob Backlund in those matches with Shawn at this point. Shawn's back in the ring. Crush over Shawn Michaels. And then Shawn actually gets hurt in February, and he's out basically till the end of March. So it's Crush over Papa Shango at that point, and then the Head Shrinkers over High Energy. So Shawn Michaels gets injured here in February, and I don't think he comes back until, I could be wrong, but I want to say off the top of my head, maybe March 26th for a Memphis match with Jeff Jarrett. So Shawn doesn't even really come back till like a week before WrestleMania. The Tatanka matches are in the can, you got to remember. So that's where we are with Shawn Michaels.
Very interesting. They can't afford to lose. They can't afford to lose to have anybody go down with how thin their roster is. So to lose like two of your top guys, Shawn and Razor, around the same time, like, wow. Imperfect, getting injured, insane the predicament that they're in. Like, you basically praying to God that nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. Mr. Perfect returns. You remember we started working with Razor, and then Perfect gets injured, and he's out for a couple weeks. He returns and works Razor on February 19th and 20th, and now Razor gets hurt. And now Razor's back out. If you guys remember, Razor hurt his knee, and he was out most of January up until the Royal Rumble. He comes back, gives it a go for a few weeks here, apparently, and he's back out and on crutches, reports to Meltz. He's back to the knee injury, and it's switched to Mr. Perfect over Doink the Clown. So now we have Bret over Luger and Perfect over Doink. These are brand new heels that they just brought in to, get over, and they're doing jobs just to make the crowd happy because they can't give them the matches that they're advertising on TV. It's a crazy time here. Razor's injury leads to Doink getting upgraded to the spot against Hennig, but he's doing jobs. But that also causes Bam Bam to leave his tour with Bret Hart to go replace Doink on the other tour on underneath matches over Typhoon. So now Bam Bam leaves his main event money with Bret to go work Typhoon on the undercard. I bet he loved that. It's musical chairs with the roster, the heels, which in turn causes Bret to work Luger, who was, knocking people out with the forearm up until this point. Now he's getting pinned every night by the Hitman. And so it's not ideal for anybody involved if you're a heel at this point. And it's just not ideal for Doink, Luger, and Bam Bam. The money's got to be different, you'd have to think, because you're getting paid on the house show and where you are on the show versus, the contracts they have now, the guaranteed contracts and things. So it's crazy to think these newcomers are in here doing jobs already, and that obviously wasn't the initial plan, but that's just where we are. And then Randy Savage was supposed to start working with Shawn Michaels, and since Marty was gone, it was going to be Savage and Michaels to keep the fans happy. But now Shawn Michaels is injured, and he's out for like 6 weeks. So that gets changed to Savage over Jerry Lawler, which you pointed out, by count out every night. So King's not even doing jobs for Savage here, but. So we leave February, Steve, with both Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels out of action. 2 of the top 3 heels, if you count Yoko in there, gone for weeks.
And then the next 2 in line are doing jobs to your champions at the top. So not very good at all. It's just a bad situation altogether.
Yeah, and you're playing musical undercard. I mean, look at the undercard here. Tito Santana, Virgil, Bob Backlund, Jimmy Powers, Repo Man, Damian Demento, Terry Taylor, Papa Shango, Skinner, even Horace Boulder's in here at this point because he's replacing Berserker, who's left the company as the Predator. He's under a hood as the Predator here for a few house shows throughout the course of February. And then Tatanka, who's like the odd man out because he's leaps and bounds ahead of any of these other guys. He's working Shawn at Mania, but he's on the musical undercard with all this other talent that I just listed. So that's your undercard. That's your situation.
Rough times. So this kind of just magnifies too. I know like small companies at the beginning, like ECW and Smoky Mountain and stuff that was going on. Like this is their reality all the time. If somebody gets hurt, they don't really have anybody to replace either. I know it's on a lot smaller scale, but they're still running the same sort of hope of nobody getting hurt, because this is what happens when something does happen, and it's tough.
Random match of the month, Steve. This caught my eye at the Nassau Coliseum, February 26, 1993. Jerry Lawler, sub for Shawn Michaels, defeated the Big Boss Man. I've never seen that match before. It kind of intrigued me. Obviously, the way the Big Boss Man's been performing lately, probably not something I wanted to see, but Jerry Lawler over the Big Boss Man, what an odd match. It kind of stuck out to me.
Yeah, it is an odd one, but I wonder if somebody asked for it. If they knew Boss Man was out, maybe Lawler asked for it. I don't know.
We go on to February tryouts. That's a thing we're going to do every month. We're going to look at the guys that were trying out. We're going to see who made it and who didn't make it, who might have tried to get into the WWF and didn't quite make it, and who did, obviously. But here in February, because a lot of the TV tapings took place at the beginning of January and the end of January, there were very little TV tapings throughout the entire course of February. So really all we have here in February, a very light taping schedule, because January 25th and 26th were TV tapings, which covered damn near the entire month of February. So it's a light month. And of course, February being a shorter month as well. So the only thing I got here was they were trying to give Louis Spicolli a shot as something more than the job guy he'd been for the last few years in the company. He gets a win here over the White Knight, who's Billy Anderson on the West Coast. Billy Anderson, for those, that know the territories and things, basically lived his entire career on the West Coast. He was never really the main eventer guy, but he was always working the West Coast territories, especially California, and went on to train and help train a lot of guys. So, but Louis Spicolli given a shot there, and we see his name pop up from time to time until he actually gets the Rad Radford gimmick, which I don't know. It is what it is. So our final February injury report was Mr. Perfect out on February 6th. After a blown-out knee during the Razor match in Boston, he does eventually come back. He was hospitalized that night and was on crutches all day the following day, but he was back by the 19th, so Hennig was out about a 2-week time period. And of course, as soon as he comes back, Razor goes back out on crutches with his blown-out knee. So that's the way that was. And then Shawn missing in action. I didn't even get the injury. Shawn out of action in the middle of February, and he's gone. Yeah, oh, wow. In the WWF until the March 29th. So he is gone from the WWF, basically the week of WrestleMania. So I haven't gotten to what the injury was yet, but yeah, Shawn Michaels out for quite a period of time here.
Is it a legit injury?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Shawn Michaels injury, so you gotta fucking figure it out yourself. I don't know.
It's probably not as bad as it was reported.
This is where I want to open up a new part of the show. The USWA, which for those who don't know is the Memphis territory in the 90s. Well, the 80s and 90s, it became the USWA. The Memphis territory. Jerry Lawler's now up with the company. Jerry Jarrett, these are the two co-owners of Memphis. They're now working for Vince McMahon in the WWF. So Vince is sending talent down to the USWA, helping them get over, helping them groom. And you'll notice some of the early names, all of the early names, are guys that are just breaking into the WWF. So he's giving them a little extra playground here down in Memphis. It does. The whole thing starts because it gets really intriguing as the summer goes on with Bret Hart and Randy Savage and heel Vince McMahon and all these other fun things. But it all starts with Mr. Perfect coming in and challenging Lawler to a unified title match. Lawler obviously retains the title on a reverse decision. That started February 1st, but it was the Doink the Clown show on Saturday TV, February 6th, as Doink comes in. And guys, I got to tell you, go to YouTube, subscribe to the Wrestling Memory Grenade. This is all up there. Steve, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to watch any of this. It is fucking hilarious, the shit that they have Doink do there. He puts a pie in the face of Miss Texas, who would later go on to become Jacqueline. He puts oil on the ground. Jeff Jarrett goes slipping. It's a bunch of silly hijinks and things, but it's literally Doink in almost every segment of the show. Talk about Matt Bourne trying to get his character over. He really succeeded down there. It was really fun, screwing with all the baby faces and things. So Doink the Clown was down there. That was what I said, the first week of February 6th. Then the entire rest of February was the Lex Luger show. He was there pretty much every week on TV. The Narcissist, it was funny watching him come out. We see him on WWF TVs, the Narcissist. He's dressed up in this gear. It's Memphis. It's Saturday morning. He's not having all that shit, Steve. He's wearing jeans and a fanny pack. He's still showing off his body, but it's still funny. He's cutting promos. He's Lex Luger, though. He's not getting in that fucking ring. He's doing commentary. He's cutting promos. He's showing off his body, but he's not getting physical. So it's Lex Luger being Lex Luger, but it was fun. I said Vince likes to call Canada Bizarro World, the way the fans react up there, because everything's opposite. It was Bizarro World for me to see Lex Luger in WMC TV5 studios in Memphis, Tennessee. It just did not fit. But it was fun. It was fun. The stories they were telling. Luger was working Lawler on the Mid-South Coliseum shows on Monday night. They wound up doing a tag team match, which I thought they did a tremendous job with. You guys got to go check it. All of this stuff is on our YouTube account. Lawler and Jeff Jarrett as baby faces teaming up to face Lawler's son, which was not, they didn't sell that back then, but Brian Christopher, who was one of the top heels at the time, and the Narcissist. And the story going into that tag team match was Luger is so vain. He has such an ego. He loves himself so much. Lawler plays a music video of Lawler fireballing guys over the last freaking 20 years, right? So they cut back, and Luger's, I don't want to say scared, but he's like, oh, you can't do that to me, not my body. He goes nuts. It's like, oh my God, now he's scared that he's going to get fireballed. And it plays out by the end of February with the tag team match. Lawler goes to fireball Luger. Luger being vain, he's not going to take that. Moves out of the way. Lawler winds up fireballing Brian Christopher, and that's the end of Luger in Memphis. It was a fun 3 weeks, though, to see Lex Luger in Memphis. Just odd times.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've seen some of it. I used to watch USWA 93. I never finished the whole year. I did see some of this stuff, and it is very entertaining. And it's a shame that it almost feels like it was a one-way street where they were going to Memphis, but nobody from Memphis was coming to WWF. They could have definitely used some of that on the house show. On the house show loop, maybe they could have just pulled in a couple of guys from Memphis if they were available. That could have helped them out a little bit. No, this is definitely unique. It's different. It's something that you'll probably never see again from WWF, where they're working with anybody. So you got to take advantage of these situations while you can. And I would recommend hitting up the YouTube channel and watching this stuff, because it's unique. It's different. It's seeing these guys in a different light, and it's entertaining as hell. They have a little bit more freedom here in Memphis than what they would in WWF. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, can you imagine Vince not having control of what's going on with? I'm sure he had some control. I'm sure he was like, Luger can't job, which is duh. But
right.
He wasn't there. He wasn't hands-on. He wasn't telling them what to do with their storylines, and that would never happen ever again. It was just really fun. They played the gimmick up with Luger's ego and his vain character with I don't know if it's a character, but the Narcissist character, and then the fireball to Christopher. It ends with the Bruise Brothers, Ron and Don Harris, coming in and attacking. So they attack Lawler, they attack Jarrett, and they attack Downtown Bruno, who's a babyface there. He's a heel Harvey Whippleman in the WWF. And they lay Harvey Whippleman out with chair shots. Well, Harvey wants revenge, and we're going to talk about that revenge next week's episode of The Grenade, March of 1993. Harvey brings the babyface Giant Gonzalez to Memphis, Tennessee, because Mama said it bees that way sometimes. So the Giant Gonzalez headed to Memphis as a babyface, Steve.
Wow.
All the sense in the world. Bizarro world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can dig that. It must be time for... it's time for a new segment, Steve. It's gotten over so well, these promos the last couple of weeks on our show with a fellow by the name of Virgil, that it's going to, for now anyway, it's going to be a weekly routine. We're going to call it Virgil of the Week. Steve, we're going to play a different promo from old Verge, as Gorilla likes to call him, every week here on The Grenade, because they're just that fucking entertaining. And I got to tell you, I got a ton of them saved up, so I can't wait to use a few of them at least here on the show. Virgil of the Week. This week, Virgil's going to talk about all the new superstars coming to the WWF, Steve. Listen to what listen to all the names Virgil lists in this promo.
I want to wish everyone out there a happy 1993, because in the World Wrestling Federation for Virgil, it's going to be a rough 1993. You got all kind of new guys coming into the WWF. You got one guy's head look like it's on fire, talking about Bam Bam Bigelow. And you have other guys coming in here too, man, like, my mind, I can't even answer that right now. But who's ever coming? Virgil's going to be ready, but I need all you good people out there to be behind me, because I'm always behind you.
This motherfucker doesn't know anybody that's coming into the company here in 1993. Bam Bam Bigelow, and that's pretty much where. And my mind, I don't even know who's coming into the company. Just another great promo from Virgil. For those wondering, clearly they did not do 2 takes back then on those generic promos on the event centers.
No, they definitely did not, and they're definitely not written by anybody either.
No.
So
yeah, well, you see what happens.
Wow.
You know, everybody always begs, like, why doesn't Vince let everybody just cut their own promos? Well, that right there, that might have been one of the reasons why he probably heard some of these Virgil promos here back in the day. I can't believe these made air like weekly. Like, Virgil is one of those generic promos they aired on the event centers all the time, and there's so many of them, so much fodder to use here in the weeks to come. But I always get a kick out of that one, because he's like, we got that guy with the flames on his head, Bam Bam Bigelow, in my mind, I don't even know. Like, he doesn't fucking know anybody, Steve. He's on these fucking shows. He sees these people every day, and he has no idea. Shit, Virgil, say anybody. Fuck sakes. Good God, meat sauce. No wonder he wasn't making that fuck money back then.
Yeah, he doesn't know who's already been there and who's gone or who's coming. He just, I don't even know.
Dear God, Virgil. You know, so I was roaming around the internet, okay, after I grabbed some of these Virgil things, because I was trying to find more Virgil promos on YouTube and things like that. And instead I found a podcast interview Virgil did a few years back. And for those who don't know, Virgil likes to talk about meat sauce, his meat sauce mafia, because he loves Olive Garden, he loves pasta, he loves never-ending breadsticks, Steve, obviously. It's quite entertaining. But he also talks about fuck money. And this podcaster asked Virgil, what is fuck money, Virg? He says, fuck money is that money that you fuck with. Money you wipe your ass with, Steve. I want to sleep with every Asian in the world and have their father tuck me into bed for fun. That's fuck money. I live for fuck money. One life to live, one life to fuck. Is it me, or is Virgil much better at the promos now than he was in 1993?
He's still not coherent. He has no idea what the hell he's saying. He has
Virgil,
no clue what he's saying.
Yeah, and he continued into that podcast by pointing out that he has a better WrestleMania record than The Undertaker, because Virgil's undefeated at WrestleMania. He won at 7 and he won at 8. So congratulations, Virgil, undefeated at WrestleMania. That's our Virgil of the week. Oh, you know what else I read he did earlier in the summer is he charged Hulk Hogan's daughter, Brooke Hogan, for an autograph of himself. He sure did. He went up to her. He's like, oh, would you like an autograph of me? And she was trying to be polite. She's like, sure. And he wrote it, and then he charged her for it. I couldn't believe it. I could believe it. It was Virgil.
It's Virgil.
What an entertaining fellow. I got to tell you something, Virgil. I don't know what you did, but there's a reason why Pez Whatley and Brickhouse Brown got into the Hall of Fame before you, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Right? Something happened. Good Lord. He's gone. He's gone. Like, he's out there.
Indeed. So we got time now. We're going to look at a bunch of TV real quick, Steve. And we last left off with the post-Rumble Raw from January 25th. You can go back to episode 34 of The Grenade. That's 2 episodes ago before the Royal Rumble watch-along. And we covered all of January up until the 25th. And now we're going to move on to January 30th, 1993, WWF Superstars. Taped all the way back on January 5th, San Antonio. So this is airing a week after the Rumble, but it was taped at the beginning of the month at the Freeman Coliseum, San Antonio, Texas. Bret is still the champ, we learned from Royal Rumble, but Yokozuna won the Rumble. So that's our match at WrestleMania. We see Lawler and Macho Man still arguing as the show kicks off about both of them losing the Rumble match, basically. Vince has to break it up. Stop it! Or something along those lines anyway. Macho Man says he was impressed with the Giant Gonzalez. Clearly their idea here at the beginning of the show is to put over the Giant Gonzalez. Equally impressed with Cleopatra, says the Macho Man. Vince says, oh yeah? I like her. Cleopatra, Queen of Denial. Of course, the joke there being he's in denial from losing the Rumble match. So Vince gives him a little funny look, and off to the show we go. And it's the Head Shrinkers, accompanied by Afa, over Reno Riggins and Bobby Perez. We saw a backdrop into the powerbomb on Perez and a double face buster before, it was nasty, by the way. Fatu splashed off the top rope, pins Perez, 2 minutes, 37 seconds. The show continues on. It's a Bret Hart backstage promo. Bret says he's a fighting champion. They discuss what he thinks about his match with Yokozuna at WrestleMania.
Well, Hitman Bret Hart, it appears at WrestleMania, it's you versus Yokozuna one-on-one. What about it?
Well, you know, Vince, Yokozuna is going to get his shot at WrestleMania, and everybody knows that now. But for me, I got a lot of things on my mind besides Yokozuna. I got all the toughest challengers lined up. They're all stacked up, and they all want a shot at me, and they all want a shot at the World Wrestling Federation title. But for me, I can only take this thing one day at a time. One step at a time, and that means going through all these guys. And Yokozuna, I promised I'd be a fighting champion, and I'm going to be a fighting champion. And when it comes a little closer, when it gets just that much closer to WrestleMania, that's when I'm going to start worrying about you.
So how do you feel about that, Steve? I get the idea of one day at a time, but it almost feels like with no pay-per-views, no big events between now and WrestleMania, it feels like Bret should solely on TV, solely be focused on Yokozuna. Like, I feel like he's kind of dismissing him a little bit. Like, I didn't really understand where they were going with this promo.
Yeah, I don't know either. I like the idea, like, because, you know, like later on after the Rumble, and I think it even started here, I think they may have made comments of whoever the champion may be at WrestleMania, that sort of stuff. So
right,
that's kind of the sentiment that Bret Hart is going with there. But at the same time, why are you? They always say too, like he was going to be the fightingest champion out of anybody. So I get it, like that's what he's been doing. But I don't know. I think I'd be taking the time off and getting ready for the big man. I wouldn't be worried about Fatu or Bam Bam on house shows. I'd be worried about Yokozuna, but it doesn't hurt Yoko in any way, I don't think. But it's different than what they used to. You know, whoever number one contender is, that's who you worry about. But you think maybe it could be a way for them to hype up like house shows or something like that, because Bret's not mailing it in to get to Mania. He's worried about the guys that he has in front of him at these house shows. You know, that's a good call. I guess I could see it from that standpoint. I don't know if they were smart enough to look at it that way, but I could see that, whereas you're like, well, he's not fighting Yoko to Mania. That's not our house show tour. That's not happening on there. He's fighting Bam Bam or Luger or whatever the case may be. So you think that he's taking these matches seriously. It's not an afterthought. He's not just talking about Yokozuna. So you're going to the house shows going, he's not even worried about these guys. So he's clearly not losing the belt here. Right.
So, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way. I don't know that they were smart enough for that. I think you're thinking a little too hard, like, for them. I mean, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. It's just, I don't know if they were thinking that way.
Like, the house show business was down. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe they decided, okay, you know what, maybe let's not focus on Yokozuna just yet. Let's try to talk about Bam Bam and these other guys that you may be wrestling on the house show, so we can drum up some interest there. So I don't know if they're smart enough to do that. I couldn't tell you, but it's definitely different. You know, Hogan always focused on the guy that was in front of him,
right? And
that was it. Like the next big match, but at the same time, there's no Saturday Night main events in between these pay-per-views and stuff like that, to where you could actually get to another big match ahead of the game, or ahead of the big match. So right. Bret's trying to sell something that nobody's going to see except 2,500 people probably. So
yeah, depending on where they go. This guy couldn't draw 2,500 people on his own, I'm sure. Damien Demento over Tommy Knight with the neck breaker, the Hangman's neck breaker, and the knee drop in about 2 minutes. He did a clothesline here where he damn near could have broke Tommy Knight's jaw off. That was the most impressive thing I've seen Demento do, probably the only thing impressive I'll see Demento do during this brief run here with the company. Then we get a WWF fan club commercial, which I'll be adding to our YouTube account here shortly. Steve, were you ever a member of the WWF fan club? I was not.
My friend up in Canada was. Some of that stuff, man, you can buy them. That stuff now, man.
All those theme music cassette tapes.
The cassette tapes and the gimmicks that they give you. They had like a newsletter. Actually, I have my friend bought one of the newsletters, and I can't remember which one it was for. It was a show, but they had like I think it was WrestleMania 5, and it's like really close to. They had a fan club back in '89. That's interesting. Yeah, so like the inside the pages, it had the card for WrestleMania 5, and it was similar to the program lineup sheets that you would get. And I was like, I told my friends, like, you probably should buy this. It's the closest thing you're ever going to get to the lineup sheet for Mania 5. So that's pretty cool. Right on. Yeah, I plan on putting that up on the. It's just really nostalgic for me. I remember those commercials. I'm going to throw that up on social media. The old WWF fan club commercial. We move on with the show. Mr. Perfect over Louis Spicoli with the Perfectplex. 1 minute and 58 seconds. During the match, the narcissist Lex Luger pops up on an insert promo.
Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Luger, the narcissist, I must say that we all were very, very impressed with your unveiling at the Royal Rumble last Sunday.
Impressed? Is that all you have to say? Weren't you there? Didn't you see the people? They were absolutely awestruck because never in their lives had they seen such mesomorphic magnificence beyond perfection.
Well, Mr. Luger, that's all well and good, and some would concur with that. But what about the challenge? Have you heard anything from the challenge from Perfect?
All I've heard is perfect silence. But let me say this, Mr. Perfect. To be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Have you ever seen such mesomorphic magnificence? The Narcissist. What a intriguing promo. What a odd delivery. And the whole be forewarned, be forearmed. He hasn't wrestled yet, Steve, so it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me the first time around.
I'm not gonna lie, I had to rewind it like 6 times, and I still couldn't pick up on what he said at the end there. And so you just told me. So thanks for clearing that up for me.
Yeah.
But I did not like this at all. I hated the zoomed in on his face, the delivery. Yeah. Everything about it was just horrible. And you asked earlier why this. You was curious as to why this didn't get over. Yeah, this was stupid. I get it. He loves himself, but I don't think anybody loves themselves like this, like in the manner that they have him doing it, you know.
So we move on with the show. It's Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels versus Gary Jackson. I always found Gary Jackson, to me, he always reminded me of like a little Coco, with Coco being already small as he was. He was even smaller than Coco Beware, but he was always like another Coco Beware to me. Like, I don't know, it was just like, he just kind of looked like him, I thought. And he had potential as well. I always thought one of the job guys I liked seeing on the TV back in this era. During the match, we get an insert promo from Sensational Sherry. She says that wherever Shawn Michaels goes, Sherry's going to go, but she's going to go with Marty Jannetty. So as of this weekend, Marty Jannetty is not, well, he's already been fired technically, but as far as TV is concerned, Marty Jannetty still around here a week after the Royal Rumble. Match ends. Shawn Michaels delivers the super kick and the teardrop suplex, 1 minute and 57 seconds. You know, Steve, I got to talk about the teardrop suplex just real quick. I never heard it called that one time on television. Not one announcer ever referred to it as the teardrop suplex. I remember at some point hearing Shawn Michaels do an interview and saying, I don't know where that came from either. I just heard people start calling it the teardrop suplex long after he did the move. It looks to me as if it derived from a Super Nintendo game in the booklet, from what I could find online. They named it the teardrop suplex. First, as far as I can find, that's where it was named. So that's kind of interesting.
Royal Rumble?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
And I don't remember if it's Raw or Rumble or whatever, but it was whatever it was. It was for SNES. I found out it was in the booklet, teardrop suplex. So yeah, I thought I'd throw that in there because up until this past week, I'd always wondered, Where did that come from? Who created that name? And I guess that's where it came from. For anybody a little bit curious. We get a WrestleMania promo, and we learn WrestleMania will be in Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas, Nevada on April 4. Steve, do you know why Vince always said April 5, April 4 instead of the 4th or the 5th like a normal human being? I mean, beyond the fact that it's Vince McMahon and he calls a hospital, medical facility and things like that. I learned this on Jimmy Fallon, The Tonight Show, when John Cena was a guest a couple years back. Because John Cena was selling WrestleMania, whatever day, let's just say it was April 4, for argument's sake. He kept saying April 4, and Jimmy Fallon says, why do you keep saying it like that? He never said because Vince McMahon says it like that. He explained it, and I know that's how Vince explained it to him, because that sticks out in your head. You can say April 4th all you want. People won't remember the date. If you keep saying April 4th, they're going to think you're weird, and they're going to remember it's April 4. And that's why John Cena did it, and I guess that's why Vince always did it, because he thought it would stick in the people's minds. So it's just Vince McMahon for you.
I like it.
I
see completely where he's coming from, because it's different than what you're used to hearing. So
but
when something's different, you remember it.
It takes a Vince McMahon to come up with this shit, though, does it not?
Well, yeah, this is not something I would come up with, and somebody had to have told him. I don't think he thought of it. I bet you somebody told him a long time ago, and it just stuck with him. But to me, like that's some genius level stuff. I don't want to defend Vince McMahon here as this almighty, wonderful, creative genius, whatever. He is to a degree, but it takes a lot of people to get there. But thinking outside the box and coming up with different things like that, it's a Vince McMahon thing. But at the same time, it's pretty smart.
Up next on the show is a pretty big deal. It's a brief promo from Hacksaw Jim Duggan, conducted by Raymond Rougeau up on the stage. Duggan really hasn't done much of anything in quite a long time here in the company, as far as anything of importance anyway. And all of a sudden he gets thrown into this interesting program with Yokozuna coming out of the Royal Rumble. We're going to listen to the Duggan promo with Ray Rougeau real quick, Steve.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan, son of a chief of police up in Glens Falls, New York. You know, Raymond, I for one can understand a man being proud of his country, for I carry the flag of the United States of America wherever I go throughout this world. But when Mr. Fuji and Yoko or Tomei or whatever he calls himself comes to our country and talks about the lazy American workers, that we have lost our work ethic, that we can no longer make good automobiles, good cars, or good stereos, then someone has to do something about it. And Hacksaw Jim Duggan is that man. What's he gonna do? Admit that the guy's telling the truth? That's about all you can do about it. Just tell him like it is.
Yet, no one here in the World Wrestling Federation has been able to knock Yokozuna off his feet.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that big Yokozuna has not been knocked off his feet. But right now, I'm gonna challenge him. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, this American, challenges that large Japanese man to bring his Japanese flag to the ring, to bring his Japanese manager to the ring, and I will only knock him off his feet, but I will stand over him with the stars and stripes and wave it proudly, for I will not quit. I will not stop. I will not waver. For as long as there's air in my lungs and blood in my heart, I will attack. So help me God. Wow! I like it. America! What a challenge by Hacksaw Jim Duggan, earning old glory.
So it kind of comes out of nowhere, but it makes sense. It's USA and Japan, something Vince wants here. Obviously, it gets some bad press, which we'll get to in a little bit. But What did you think of that? I mean, it kind of came out of nowhere for Duggan, but he just kind of plugs right in there with Yokozuna. I don't know. He seemed like he was into it.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't going through the motions. I think they did. It's just the gimmick that he had, but so I don't think WWF did anything specific to get it to this point. But Duggan, I think everybody had a little soft spot in their heart for Duggan. He carried the banner of the USA from the time he walked in the company at WrestleMania 3 time and got caught in the car with Sheik. But, he's always been about the USA. So when you have a guy like that who's never changed, never wavered, never backed off of that, he's always carried the flag. And then all of a sudden this big Japanese guy comes into town and they're talking about how much they hate the USA and all that, which I don't remember seeing that, but we'll act like they did.
Sure,
So Duggan fits in like a glove. I mean, it was perfect. It made sense. And I can't wait to talk about the angle.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good job continuing to build Yoko up. He comes off a Rumble, and then we'll get to the angle here in a little bit. We'll talk about it then. This episode continues on with high energy. That's Owen Hart and Koko Beware over the Brooklyn Brawler and Chuck West. Owen, I wrote here, was tremendous as usual. He was just so crisp and so good. I think this is too early, probably for that, that heel turn. I don't know if he was even ready for it yet, but man, it just, I feel like if it had even been a year earlier, the matches would have been even better. With Bret. Owen was just so good here with some of the stuff he was doing. Owen obviously gets the win here over West after Koko does the drop kick. Owen has West up in the air and then into the jackknife. Owen Hart pins West. Match goes 2.5 minutes. Then you sent me a message saying I needed to put this on YouTube. And I plan to. I don't know why, but I do. And I did. Like I saw it before you told me that, and that's the same thing I did. I highlight things in purple that I plan to make videos out of, and this is no doubt in purple in my notes. Dr. Fred Hatfield. He apparently is the guy behind Ico Pro. Yes, now we have Ico Pro here in the World Wrestling Federation. And this guy, I don't know if he's the scapegoat, the fall guy, or if he really wants to take credit for inventing Ico Pro, of all things. But I wrote, is this a fucking infomercial in the middle of the wrestling show selling this fucking Ico Pro? And it sure was. I mean, it's just a couple of minutes long, but you guys remember that name. I haven't Googled him. I mean, he was kind of old, so maybe he's not around anymore. But Dr. Fred Hatfield is supposedly who we have to thank for this Ico Pro shit. So yeah, there we are. Dr. Fred Hatfield, Steve. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I was just scrubbing the shows and going through, and I was like, oh, it's an Ico Pro commercial. I'll stop here for a second. And then all of a sudden it's like 3 minutes long and he's going over the benefits and everything else. And this goes throughout the weekend. I think it's on all the shows and maybe for 2 weeks straight where he's doing this. And I'm just, what shit.
They promised at the top of the show we finally get some Rumble clips of the Giant Gonzalez's debut over The Undertaker. They sold it at the beginning of Superstars. And Bobby and Gorilla sold at the beginning of Wrestling Challenge as well, so it's kind of like the same thing. They're putting over the Giant Gonzalez debut, as well they should. You're going to pay the guy to come in and work the Undertaker. You got to make a big deal about it. And we get the clips here. Back to the ring. Go from the Giant Gonzalez to Bob Backlund. Oh my, Bob Backlund taking on Iron Mike Sharp. Do you know? Once upon a time, this was a title match, a WWF title match on some of the house shows back in the early '80s. Oh. Just think about that for a second. Thank God it's a lot shorter here. During the match, we do get an insert promo from Bob Backlund as if it couldn't get any worse than the actual match. He's talking about the headlock on Hunger and what a success it was. This is, thank God, it's a nice short, well, not short enough, but still, Backlund gets the win with a roll-up and the Backlund Bridge. 2 minutes and 45 seconds, Bobby, over Iron Mike Sharp there. Then it's Razor Ramon taking on Pete Christie. In the last match of the show, Razor's Edge gets the win in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, Shawn Michaels has left the building. We find out to end the show, but it's not over yet. One final thing. You remember earlier in the show, Steve Hacksaw Jim Duggan challenged Yokozuna to a fight next week. Now Yoko and Mr. Fuji respond.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Yokozuna, and myself accept your challenge. We'll meet right here next week. But let me give you warning, Hacksaw. No one has ever took my Yokozuna off his feet. You need all the love.
So next week, right here, it's Japan versus the United States. Yokozuna versus Hacksaw Jim Duggan for the challenge.
And Vince McMahon, always the shiller. It's USA versus Japan, because it's got to be about that. It can't just be about two guys fucking fighting. It's got to be confrontational. Vince McMahon.
That's right.
That's right. The Weekend USA shows are all about the Flair and Mr. Perfect match from Monday Night Raw the prior Monday night. So it's the Flair Perfect show, WWF Mania, as well as All American. We'll look at Wrestling Challenge from January 31st, 1993, taped all the way back on January 4th. Beaumont, Texas Convention Center. Bobby Heenan, like I said, and Gorilla put over the Giant Gonzalez to kick the show off. Then to the ring, it's Bam Bam Bigelow over Jim Hunter. Who has Simple Man written on his trunks. I noticed. I actually rewound it to try to figure out what the hell his trunks said on his ass. And Simple Man Jim Hunter. What a gimmick. Bam Bam Bigelow with the win here. Diving headbutt, 1 minute, 42 seconds over the Simple Man. We get the Bret Hart promo from Superstars. This is where Challenge kind of starts getting lazy. We start getting the big angles instead of Challenge having its own angles. A lot of the times we're starting to get some of the Superstars angles, some of the promos, things like that. And it starts right here. We get the Bret Hart promo I played earlier from Superstars. Back to the ring. You can tell this is the B show, or the C show at this point. Skinner gets a win on TV. When is the last time you saw that? 1991? Skinner with a win here over Dave Silguero. Don't see many of these I wrote. But man, I don't know if you actually watched this match, but Steve Kern gave it to this dude. I mean, he ground and pounded this guy. He rubbed his forearm across his face, twisted and turned him every which way. Skinner looked like a very competent wrestler by the end of this, which the character, you really wouldn't have thought that based on the character. Gets the win here with the Gator Buster. 2.5 minutes. Skinner with the win, and man, he really roughed up poor Dave Silguero.
He was happy to get a win on TV, so he was going to do what he wanted.
You mean I get a match where I get to beat the other guy up? I can see it right now. He was licking his chops.
Oh, yeah.
The action continues with Kamala out there now with the Reverend Slick in his corner over James Santos with the splash to the back of Santos. Took 30 seconds for Kamala to roll the guy over and figure out how to pin him. Match went 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Remember, 30 seconds of that was just Kamala rolling the guy around. God, how easy things were back in those days.
Right.
So we get another Lex Luger promo here. I did not grab the audio for this one, but I will put the video up. It's kind of funny. I love the setup, if you know what I'm talking about. They cut back to Bobby and Gorilla at the commentating table, and they have one little tiny monitor in between them. And again, Lex's face appears. It's creepy, Steve. Just Lex's face appears on the monitor as he has a conversation with Bobby and Gorilla there.
Yeah, I didn't care for it. I mean, it looked good. It was different, but I hate the delivery of the promos. I did not like it at all.
Yeah, they do change, but these early promos are they don't do Lex any favors.
Mm-mm.
And it's really hard to describe unless you guys actually go. And you heard the one that I played from Superstars, but you can go check this one out. I'll be adding it to social media. It might already even be up on our YouTube or even Twitter possibly by the time the show comes out. Back to the ring, it's Tag Team Champions Money Incorporated with Jimmy Hart over Jerry Stevens and Robert Taylor. Boy, these are some generic names, Stevens and Taylor. No creativity. This is a basic matchup. It's just IRS getting the win here. Nails the right-off clothesline and an elbow drop on Stevens, and Money Inc. picks up the easy win, 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Then it's the Hacksaw promo from Superstars where he challenges Yokozuna. Back to the ring, it's our final look at Marty Jannetty for several months as this was taped, like I said, back on January 4th, long before he was fired. It's Jannetty to the ring with Sherry in his corner, taking on Mike Williams. We get an insert promo from Sherry. Once again, she says, only one man came to her aid at the Rumble, and that was Marty Jannetty. So she will follow Shawn, like she said in the other promo, but she will be backing Marty Jannetty. I wrote, not for long, because it's already over before it starts. Jannetty's already gone before this even airs. Williams actually swats at Sherry during the match, and he turns around right into the rocker dropper. Marty gets the win, 2 minutes, 46 seconds, and he is gone out the door for several months now. I questioned how long could this Marty and Sherry dynamic have lasted and made sense? I mean, surely through WrestleMania because of Shawn, but beyond that, like, there's no reason to have them together. Sherry just felt odd as a babyface to begin with. The dynamic, I don't know what they could have done with Sherry beyond WrestleMania, really. Obviously, they have plans with Luna and things by the time they get there, but it's just such an odd pairing. It felt awkward. There were even like localized promos for the Nassau Coliseum on one of the episodes of TV I was watching during this time with Sherry and Marty together talking about his upcoming match with Shawn at the Nassau. And I'm just like, they just seem so awkward, high-fiving each other. They don't really want to, they're in the same promo, but they don't really mesh. They don't really act like they're together. It's a really weird dynamic.
Yeah, it's not meant, I don't think it's meant to last. It's just probably a way to get her off Shawn. And like, they could have probably done the same thing that she did at Mania with Marty instead of Tatanka.
Right.
Just have Luna beat her up and then kind of transition away from Marty and just go to Luna. But yeah, definitely odd pairing. It didn't work. So in a way, it's probably a good thing Marty got fired. Who knows?
And just like on Superstars, we get a clip of the Giant Gonzalez's Rumble debut, attacking the Undertaker, laying him out back to the ring. So we saw Skinner earlier. Who else gets a squash match on this show? El Matador Tito Santana. My God, we are in 1991. Tito Santana over the Predator. But I wrote, really? Because all the results online say the Predator. It's clearly not Horace Boulder, who was working as the Predator at this time. The physique's not there. But I can't make out what the ring announcer's calling this guy. It didn't even sound like the Predator. Even though online, everywhere I read, it says El Matador Tito over the Predator. I don't even think that's the name they were using here. He doesn't get anything with a chyron on the screen, so I have no idea who this guy was. This mass job guy, basically. Tito Santana gets an insert promo talking about headlock on Hunger before picking up the win with El Paso de la Muerte. If they say Tito's from Tacula, Mexico, and that's not even a place in Mexico. It's actually Toluca, and they just stuck with it because somebody, I think it was Fink or somebody, made a mistake like frickin' in the early 80s, and Tacula it was. Tito picks up the win here, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. You happy to see Tito picking up wins here in February 93?
Hey, you can still put on a decent match.
Headlocks in a squash match. Only Tito Santana. I'm telling you. Here it is, the long-awaited television debut in the WWF of Doink the Clown. That's Matt Bourne over Bob East. So it's his in-ring TV debut, and man, he starts off the match, and immediately his wig goes lopsided. I don't know if you noticed that. Does a fireman's carry, and he exposes the front of his hair, the very first move of the match. They do wind up fixing that. We get an insert promo from Doink, which I'll be adding to social media. I did like the way he ended it as he talked about Crush and the other baby faces of the WWF. He says he's armed and dangerous. So somebody's writing this material. Lex Luger's be forewarned and forearmed. Now Doink is armed and dangerous, obviously referencing the arm he took off and took it right out of the socket and beat Crush over the head with it a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I thought that was very clever. Great wordplay there.
Doink looks impressive. Matt Bourne was a hell of a talent, and my God, man, he looked tremendous here in the couple minutes he was in the ring. Does a standing drop kick and enziguri, which you didn't even see back then. Lots of wrestling holds. Just looked like a very talented wrestler. Just really good shit. It was a really good, solid wrestling squash match. He gets the win, applies the stump puller, then rocks his opponent back into a pinfall. So it was like a submission and a pinfall at the same time. Doink gets the win over Bob East, 1 minute and 44 seconds. Gorilla calls the stump puller a crucifix half crab. I don't know what the hell he was looking at, but man, Gorilla could really come up with some shit sometimes. Bobby Heenan sells it, and he does this quite often back then. He sells it like he knows who's behind that makeup. He just can't put his finger on it. And I love that because Bobby's basically admitting that this is a competent, talented wrestler who's simply using the makeup to masquerade himself rather than an actual fucking clown. So I love the way Bobby sells Doink.
Yeah, it's great. And I like that Matt Bourne just didn't go in and do comedy stuff. He actually showed that he's a good wrestler. So this all ties together that, yeah, this clown outfit is just a facade. I'm actually a great wrestler, somebody you need to be worried about. And somebody not to mess with. So tremendous stuff here. I love this evil Doink. He's so awesome, man.
Yeah, I'd almost call it ahead of its time, but I don't know that it was. It was just really good. Unfortunately, he was in a situation where most of the roster just sucked at the point to play off of. So I mentioned All-American and Mania were the Mr. Perfect versus Ric Flair show. I should note it, for anybody who doesn't know, 1993, Mean Gene and Bobby Heenan hosted All-American, and they started going from city to city. They'd tape about 4 episodes in each city and kind of put over wherever they were. They spent January in New York City. Now they've moved on to Las Vegas as they sell WrestleMania and Caesar's Palace. Bobby and Mean Gene, fun antics on All-American in Las Vegas, Nevada. As we fast forward to Monday Night Raw, February 1st, 1993, from the Manhattan Center, Rob Bartlett's still there. We kick off the show. It's Tatanka taking on Damien Demento. And Damien Demento already in the ring. I loved that this episode kicked off with Tatanka's music. We got the opening video and we went straight to the ring for the match. No, welcome everybody. No hard sell, no build up to anything. Just boom to the ring. We get a wrestling match. Demento already playing the job guy. He's already in the ring awaiting Tatanka's entrance. It's back and forth actually early on, but a lot of generic offense from Demento. He actually nails Tatanka, or goes for a back elbow, completely whiffs on it, completely misses Tatanka. Tatanka takes the bump anyway. I give it a 10 for safety, a 0 for realism. We want Flair chants break out during this match. I don't know if you heard that, Steve.
No, I didn't pick up on that one.
Yeah, Demento locks in a chin lock, and this crowd's already done with the first match. They're chanting, "We want Flair," immediately, just 1 week after he's gone from the company. Rob Bartlett makes his only joke of the match. He talks about Tatanka, and he said when he was a kid, he had a Tatanka truck. Again, it's a Rob Bartlett joke, so take it for what it was, but he felt very subdued, and it felt like Vince was really keeping him. It's funny if you guys really go back and listen to these episodes. Vince and Macho Man are cutting him off, correcting him, or sometimes downplaying or even ignoring some of his jokes. And just another shitty joke from Rob Bartlett here during this match. But Tatanka with the quick comeback, Samoan drop, Papoose to go, call it whatever you want. Tatanka with the easy win, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Anything to add?
No, they're already no-selling Bartlett. They don't even give a shit what he says.
Yeah, you guys been there like not even a month, and they've already moved on mentally from him, even though he's still on the actual show. We look at we get a video clip from Madison Square Garden, the Headlock on Hunger show. Bret Hart donates a check on behalf of the WWF for $100,000. I'm sure Vince got it all back in taxes. Anywho, speaking of Vince, we go to the ring. It's Vince McMahon in the ring as he interviews the return of Brutus the Barber Beefcake. He calls him one of the all-time greats. In fact, before he announces who it is, so I said, who is it? One of the all-time greats is on his way out? And then it's Brutus the Barber Beefcake, who comes out to his old theme, but it's like an updated, speedier version, a little different from the original, but it's kind of like the original theme. I didn't really understand the point of updating the theme, but that's what it was there. So Beefcake announces he is returning to the ring, and I know, again, Halloween has passed us by now, Steve, but what are 6 of the scariest words you could put together in the history of this world?
I think you just said them.
Well, let's let Vince McMahon scare us half to death. Here are the 6 scariest words you can put together. Just in time, well, a little late for Halloween, but this is my trick or treat to you.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake is back!
Oh my God, that scared the shit out of me. Let's hear that again.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake is back!
Oh my God. Yeah, that's, yikes. It's right up there with Halloween Kills, man. It's a slasher. Brutus Beefcake is coming back. So we get this promo. Out comes the Barber. Out of nowhere, he's back as a wrestler. What the hell's going on? I mean, obviously he had the parasailing accident, the knee to the face back in July 4th, 1990. Comes back in 91 as that run-in man, as they call him. Quickly parlays that into the barbershop interview show for about a year. That gets cut off right before WrestleMania 8. Hogan leaves at WrestleMania 8, so naturally we don't see Beefcake again after that until now. And Beaver's back. He runs down this myriad of history. It's been documented over and over and over, but his mother passed away. Shortly after that, his father, one of them passed away, I believe, from cancer, the other one from a heart attack or something along those lines. His wife then serves him divorce papers, left him for a barfly. But she took all of his money. He had nothing. He lost his parents. He lost his family. He went to his wife after his parasailing accident, and she left him. So he's without everything. And the parasailing accident happens, and he's in the hospital. What a story this is. Oh, my God. It's like Hulk Hogan wrote this for him, which I wouldn't doubt. And he's in the hospital, and he's praying to God, and he's looking for God. But it's not God's hand that finds him. It's Hulk Hogan's hand that reaches out. This is fucking insane. He's putting Hulk Hogan over God. Hulk Hogan reaches out to him, brother. And so it's with Hulk Hogan's support that Beefcake comes out of it. He gets out of a depression. He gets out of his funk, and he's back for, and life is great again because of Hulk Hogan, brother. Not God, not anybody else, just Hulk Hogan of all people. That's who was there in the hospital waiting for him, which I also fucking find hard to believe. But, Beefcake was the one that carried Hogan's weed. So, maybe that's what Hulkster was there. Hey, brother, what'd you do with it? I didn't find it on the beach, dude. It was an interesting promo, I thought, with Vince in there, Beefcake. They were selling it, and he basically announces he's back. They talk about the injury, his face, and he's back, and he's got an open contract, Steve. Anybody can sign it. He'll step in the ring with anybody. He's ready to go.
Big flair for the dramatics here. I mean, was all that stuff true? Like, I thought I read somewhere where they said that this stuff happened, but it wasn't like all within that time frame.
I never did digging, and I never read that it didn't happen in that order. But I've heard that story for ever since right after it happened. So I don't really know if it really happened all that close together, but this just feels like, Hogan wrote this for him. Like, this isn't about you, dude. It's about me. Let's put me over, bro. That's how it felt to me when he was telling this story, because it was more about Hogan than Beefcake. Although Beefcake does say that after having his face smashed off, that he fears nothing. So he doesn't fear getting back into the ring here in the WWF. That's why he has the open challenge. Rob Bartlett starts running his mouth at the end of the segment, I thought, and Macho Man actually starts talking over him as we end the segment. So Rob Bartlett getting cut off here one more time for those who didn't hear it earlier.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake is back!
Oh, scary. Scary thought.
They could use it, though.
Well, they could use pretty much anything at this point. Unfortunately, we don't get a whole lot of Brudai. I noted this part in the show. I wrote, so far, Rob Bartlett has barely spoken. He's relegated to like one joke per segment. So definitely neutered, and for good reason. We start getting the Raw girls in the ring. She's walking around. She's got a Raw and Order sign. Back to the ring. It's high energy. It's Owen and Coco over Mike Sharp and Von Cruz, who you may also know as Big Vito LaGrasso, worked ECW, WCW, WWE even, actually, now that I think about it. In a skirt, I think, right? Isn't that what he did?
Yeah, dress, yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
So we continue to get the same finisher. It's the high-energy double team. Owen picks the guy up, and Coco comes off the top with the drop kick into the jackknife pin on Von Cruz here. Match only went 1 minute, 32 seconds. We go back in time, see a clip of Doink attacking Crush from several weeks ago on Superstars. And it's that time, Steve, that match you put right up there with Mr. Perfect and Ric Flair a couple episodes ago. Oh, yeah. Here it is. It's that time.
Putting words in my mouth.
Doink versus Typhoon. It's finally arrived. Here on the Grenade. I wrote, I love the quick entrances here. God bless anything that can get Typhoon to the ring in 3 seconds. I love the fact that the entrance is like 10 feet from the fucking ring steps. Typhoon straight to the ring for action. Doink with some takedowns on Typhoon. He made Typhoon look like a buffoon here. And he knows his wrestling. You can tell this guy knows wrestling. Like you said, I'm glad it's not just a comedy bit. He's not just doing clown shit. He's in there doing wrestling holds to a 400-pound guy, taking him down, making him look like a goof. There's actually Doink chants during the match to give you an idea of how over Doink was versus Typhoon. Typhoon keeps escaping the moves based on his size, overpowering Doink, but Typhoon catches Doink in a crossbody, nails a power slam, but misses an avalanche in the corner, and then Doink goes up to the middle rope with a shoulder tackle and hooks a little bit of the tights, pins Typhoon in a mere 3 minutes and 12 seconds. And thank God it didn't have to go much longer than that with Fred Ottman in the ring. Bartlett again with some terrible jokes here. Even Vince starts shutting him down. I noted during this match, but so Doink with a pretty quick win.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just see how he would handle something like someone of that size. The fact that he just went out there and dominated him and out wrestled him, and like you said, leg whips at the beginning and getting him down, and he just made Typhoon look like a complete idiot based off of just his wrestling ability. So to me, like that's a great way to sell what Doink is all about. It's not about being a clown. It's about, yeah, I look like a clown, but I can go in there and work and wrestle, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. Not because of Typhoon.
It definitely felt like with the way Bobby sold it. Who is this guy? This guy's more than a clown. This guy's wrestled before. This guy's definitely something somewhere, and we just don't know who he is. So I thought that that is a good job. The way the Doink works it, and the way his wrestling, and obviously Typhoon's on the way out the door here. He's doing jobs in 3 minutes on TV. The natural disaster days are over with. Typhoon basically relegated to a job guy, for lack of a better term, really, at this point.
That's what he always should have been.
We go to ringside. Vince McMahon interviews Todd Pettengill. I never remembered this promo. I was like, wow, it's weird to see Todd just standing ringside here at Raw talking with Vince McMahon. They're hyping the upcoming episode of WWF Mania. Todd's guest, the Giant Gonzalez. Oh, yeah. Expect to see some of that footage on our social media accounts. Absolutely. The Giant Gonzalez on WWF Mania. Can't wait for that one. It's back.
Don't they show some of the highlights of this, like on Raw or somewhere?
And
Gonzalez is walking through the small ass room that he does the show from, and
the edit, whatever. Right? Yeah, it's so weird. It's out of place.
It is.
It's so weird. But yeah, so Giant Gonzalez is part of WWF Mania. Back to the ring. Howard Finkel, you pointed this out earlier at the beginning of the show, actually, addresses the death of Andre the Giant. We do get a 10-bell salute with some highlight stills of Andre's career. Back to the ring. It's Yokozuna with Mr. Fuji in his corner over Bobby DeVito. Looked like Tony DeVito to me. That's, again, another Baldy, much like Vito. Duggan calls in on the phone about this weekend's challenge against Yokozuna on WWF Superstars. He calls in to talk about Yoko or some other Japanese name, he says. So Duggan's gimmick at this point, if you didn't listen to the promo earlier, is he can't pronounce Yokozuna's name right. He's Yokohama, he's Yoko whatever, he's Yokozuna, but he can't say Yokozuna for whatever reason. Duggan's just disrespecting the Japanese language here. He says he will not disappoint himself, his family, or his country. He's coming for Yokozuna this week on Superstars. He's going to knock him right off his feet. Tough guy. Ho! And that's pretty much the entire match is Duggan's promo. I believe it doesn't even end until Yoko gets the win with the bonsai drop. Match went only 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Really selling that syndication. So I thought that was a good job.
Yeah, Raw is still in its infancy, so Superstars is really still the big show as far as where the major angles and things go down. You guys got to keep that in mind. Man, Vince is all over this show doing shit, isn't he? Vince McMahon back ringside again with an interview this time. Money Incorporated, Ted DiBiase and IRS out there. No Jimmy Hart. Ted DiBiase addresses Brutus Beefcake as Humpty Dumpty, and he tries to tell the nursery rhyme, but gets it all mixed up. Teddy, it didn't rhyme. That's all I got to say about that. But hey, man, when you're a millionaire, you don't have to know things like that. Real sad story, he says, is Brutus Beefcake's story he came out here and told earlier, but he thinks the beefer knocked a screw loose. Obviously, all those plates and things making a play on his face, obviously, when he came out here earlier, because Beefer is stupid for issuing an open challenge after being out of the ring for 3 years. DiBiase says Money Incorporated will give the Barber a match. He can pick between the $1 Million Man or IRS. But no, wait, they have a better idea. They'll flip a coin, and DiBiase wins. It's going to be DiBiase and Beefcake should the Barber accept the challenge. And here comes Jimmy Hart out. He wants to know what the hell is going on. He says this is a waste of time, that Money Incorporated should not be risking their run as tag team champions in singles matches against the likes of Brutus Beefcake. So this is where the dissension starts out of the blue with Jimmy Hart and Money Incorporated. IRS and DiBiase reassure Hart that they won't get hurt against the Barber. Brutus is just a workout to them. It's no problem whatsoever. IRS says Beefcake didn't pay his taxes. while he was in the hospital back in 1990 either, Steve. Of course, IRS had to get that in there, so I kind of popped for it. Oh, yeah, by the way, he didn't pay his taxes when he was in the hospital. I don't even know what that means. The only asset Beefcake has left, this is another good line, the only asset Beefcake has left is his face, and they wouldn't want to do anything to that. I can't do it like DiBiase, but you get the point.
Nobody can.
Right, so Jimmy Hart then sends his boys to the back to talk about their upcoming tag team title defenses. He wants them to move away from this idea of fighting Brutus Beefcake.
Yeah, I thought this was pretty good. I like Ted's promo was good. I like the dissension there with Jimmy Hart. Like, we never seen Jimmy Hart have any compassion at all, but I don't really recall like Jimmy Hart being one of those managers that wanted to hurt people. It was more about business, you know, like I'm going to win, or we're going to do this and that. We're going to win the titles. But I don't really recall many angles where he was out to really, really take somebody out for good. I could be off. I could be wrong. It's late and I haven't really thought about it, but
Earthquake did try to kill Hulk Hogan. I mean, that one just pops into my head immediately. Well, there's that one.
Yeah, I forgot about Earthquake in the Snake Burgers too. So,
they
did kill a snake.
That's right. He did kill a snake, right?
But like, you know, Bobby Heenan, I'm going to take out Hulk Hogan. I don't care how many people I have to line up. I'm going to take out Hulk Hogan or something like that. So Jimmy Hart seems to be about the business, and that's it. Like, let's just worry about our titles. That's all that matters, right? I thought that's all you guys wanted. So,
yeah. Well, when I saw this,
isn't that change of pace?
When I saw this one, it actually, in real time, back when it was happening, it really confused the hell out of me. Because as you said, Jimmy Hart never showed any remorse for anything ever in the past. He was a heel. So why is he so concerned with this particular? It was really odd. I mean, I got to admit, like, this wasn't your normal, typical angle with the heels and the managers and things. So I wasn't prepared for what was about to happen next. I mean, when we get to that later on.
You think this was a Memphis Jerry Jarrett thing? Is this what they do there?
I don't know if Jerry had the power so quickly. Although I do remember, you know, he did a lot of the booking on the early episodes of Raw. I don't know that he had the power to. I'm sure he didn't come up with the Hogan storyline. Hogan had to have had a hand in that to some degree. You know, Jimmy Hart was already running around being his bitch anyway, so for lack of a better term.
He was already there.
Well, Jimmy has already, you know, always been around Hogan. Bobby loved Hogan too. I mean, they made a lot of money with Hogan.
Everybody loves Hogan.
I don't know about that.
I mean, like those guys, like that worked with him in the heyday of WWF. Like, they may not like him as a person, but I don't even hear Bret Hart talking shit about Hulk Hogan as much as he does other people that he can't stand. So what's that tell you? You know,
it tells me that those guys made a lot of money.
So many people. Yeah. It's hard to hate it's hard to bite the hand that feeds you. I know it's a collective effort, but if there's no Hogan, those guys ain't making the money they're making. So
now, Steve, I myself am a big fan of the original Mr. Perfect vignettes when he was coming into when he got with the Genius, and prior to that, when he was, you know, coming to the WWE, and he was bowling a strike, throwing a bullseye, and all those fun things from back in the end of the 80s. But here in 1993, they try to recreate that, reinvent those vignettes with Mr. Perfect, and this might be the most memorable one of them all, as Mr. Perfect vignette with Steve Jordan, former wide receiver of the Minnesota Vikings for something like 13 years. Mr. Perfect, during an indoor football field, like an arena football field, practice field, he wows Mr. Steve Jordan by, yes, Mr. Perfect not only throws the football, but he catches his own pass. Can you get any more perfect than that?
You can't.
Can
you get any more perfect than splicey, as those boys at OSW would say?
Yeah, you gotta admit, this is one for the ages. It never gets old. Definitely going to be on our social media. Definitely going to be on YouTube. Mr. Perfect throwing a football, standing there for about 5 seconds, and then running to go catch the pass, which he does perfectly. So it's fun times. So we see. Yes, sir.
I don't mind this, but the original ones are way more realistic.
Right.
These are just going way over the top.
Yeah.
But whatever. It's Mr. Perfect. He can do what he wants.
So we see a Mr. Perfect vignette, and then we go to the ring for the debut of the Narcissist. Lex Luger in the ring taking on Jason Knight of ECW fame. Lex poses in the full-length mirror in the ring, and I love this. Tell me you didn't love this. Get a kick out of this.
I loved it.
We don't get one of our typical Raw girls. It's actually, in fact, one of the Rosati sisters, for those who don't know. They were huge fans who used to attend all the shows at the Garden and around that area. They even popped up from time to time on Primetime Wrestling to do skits with Bobby and Gorilla. Obviously, the company loved them. They let them, they used them in various segments. Yeah, Bobby Heenan show, like you said. And they would, from time to time, get to play the Raw girls. They would walk around in these bathing suits. For those who don't know, these ladies were rather on the large side, though certainly well over 300 pounds, I would venture to say. And Lex Luger is standing there in this full-length mirror, checking himself out. He's flexing, and all of a sudden, what the fuck is that behind him? It's one of the Rosati sisters carrying a Raw card, and oh my God, Luger sells it. It's fucking hilarious. I loved it. It was perfect. Again, no pun intended, but it was awesome.
Yeah, it's a great way to piss off Lex Luger. No knock on the Rosati sister, but it's just like somebody with the narcissist gimmick where they think they are perfection. Yeah. See somebody like a Rosati sister, or hell, even myself, they would be disgusted. Like, that's disgusting. You need to get on a diet and start working out and making yourself look like me. So it was great. I thought it was excellent.
So we get Luger versus Jason Knight here, and he goes to nail the big forearm. The very first time we're going to see him use that forearm, and he completely misses. Like, Jason Knight sells it, but he totally whiffs it. Misses Jason Knight. So he just picks him up and just hits him with it again. And Lex Luger, one finger on Jason Knight, gets the pin. 2 minutes, 39 seconds. And this is awkward here. I don't know what he was going for. I've to this day still, this might be a question to ask Lex at some point. He grabs Jason Knight following the match by his legs and tries to do what it appears to be a giant swing, or as a lot of you might know nowadays is the Cesaro swing. He gets him up off the ground and maybe does like one rotation and then just kind of drops him again. Very weird shit.
Well, there's a squash match that comes up with that, but he does it differently. He puts him in like a full Nelson and then he swings him around. But before he picked him up, he like lifted him up off the mat like 2 or 3 times. Like, oh, he's knocked out. So he's going to pick him up and swing him to wake him up, I think is what they were going for. But if he just picked him up by his legs and started swinging, it makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, it was very goofy looking, for sure. So as the episode comes to a conclusion, we hear from Vince McMahon that Brutus Beefcake has accepted the challenge of Ted DiBiase. Now, that doesn't make any sense to me. There was already an open challenge, an open contract. So why is Beefcake accepting the challenge? Why didn't DiBiase just go sign the contract? Whatever. Anyways, semantics. Yeah, okay, it's Vince McMahon and the WWF. Beefcake has accepted the challenge. He will fight Ted DiBiase. Vince McMahon says next week. However, next week there is no Raw. So nowadays, if that was somebody else, they'd have probably been fired, pal. But Vince is allowed to make mistakes like that. But in 2 weeks' time, it will be DiBiase against Brutus Beefcake. Beefcake's first match in damn near 3 years. And we'll also see a 16-man battle royal. And you did not see battle royals on TV back then, ever.
Nope.
So that was
you had to buy like Coliseum Video or go to a house show.
Yeah, so I mean, that was a huge deal at the time. Battle Royal was going to be on TV, believe it or not. So no Raw next week because it's going to be Gone to the Dogs. Here's what the Melts had to say about this episode of Raw. You're going to love this, Steve. Monday Night Raw on February 1st, featuring Doink versus Typhoon, did a 3.0 rating, which is the highest rating for any regular cable show in more than 10 months. And even higher than the last Clash of the Champions, which featured Double Thunder Cage. That was the Hollywood Blondes against Steamboat and Douglas, and then the 6-man with Cactus's face turn. So it did even more than Clash of the Champions. That's a point that was made when Doink drew a 3.0 against Typhoon, while Ric Flair and Mr. Perfect Loser Leaves Town match, only a 2.6. So Doink the Clown versus Typhoon, 3.0. Hennig and Flair, 2.6. So you might be onto something, Steve, here, this Doink and Typhoon stuff.
See? I'm not the only one. I wanted to tune in.
Apparently,
I think
it took 10 months for cable to even get a rating like this, so it had to be all about Doink and Typhoon.
Well, let's just think about it. Like, so the show before was right after a pay-per-view, and let's say somebody was just thumbing through the channels and they end up on Ric Flair, Mr. Perfect.
Sure.
And that's all they saw. They're like, damn, I got to tune in to see this next week. I don't care who's on the card. This is awesome, or whatever. So, as much as I would love to say it was Doink and Typhoon, it's probably just the nature of the beast, and that this is still relatively a brand new experiment at this point still. So people are starting to catch on, and the ratings are showing, which is nice for them.
We move on. WWF Superstars February 6th now, taped back on January 5th. So we're in February, and the tapings are still going all the way back to January 5th. That's how outdated the tapings are. Yeah, it's a shit time as far as tapings go.
Well, the best part for them, though, is at least on January 5th, they had a decent-sized roster that could actually do a TV taping and
good point.
be available. So they're probably like grateful they did 4 or 5 weeks.
So we're still in San Antonio, Texas at the Freeman Coliseum. Show kicks off with your boys, the Nasty Boys. I know they're not your boys. I'm just being silly. As they take on Dave Silguero and Robert Taylor. It's the 2-part death drop. That's the Knobs Power Slam and the Sag's Elbow on Silguero to get the win, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And just like the last several times I've watched the Nasty Boys in these squash matches, Sags just falls off the top rope with all of his weight, no concern, lands on Silguero, just so dangerous, such an asshole. Both of the Nasty Boys.
Guys.
Yeah.
Just it never ceases to amaze me how little care they have
for humans,
for their opponents and human. It doesn't even matter if you're an opponent or not. And I always go back to it. That match with Concession Stand with the Harlem Heat, where they just push Sherry on her ass and injure her for absolutely no reason at all. It's ice right there, pretty much, with all that shit on a concrete floor. And he just runs up and pushes her for no reason.
Yeah, I don't know where this mentality came from with them. Just real quick, I don't want to stay on them very long, but you figure they basically broke in as job guys in the AWA. Now, I don't know if they were trained by Vern's camp. I don't know if it was Brand Reagan's. I don't know where they came out of. I really have no idea. But I know that this shit didn't fly in the AWA when they were getting their asses handed to them every fucking week on TV until they actually got a push. So I just don't understand where it transformed. Let's just beat the shit out of you, because I'm sure when they were job guys, they were being treated, normal, like a normal job guy. They were, being taken care of to whatever degree. Maybe not when they were in there with maybe a Stan Hansen or something like that. But in general, I'm sure like Greg Gagne wasn't stiffing him and beating the crap out of him. So I don't get why they thought that this was okay to do this to people. I mean, these guys are giving you their body. You're not a tough guy by throwing your 300-pound ass on top of this guy while he's laying there playing dead for you. It's not cool. You're not a tough guy. You're a piece of shit. Both of you motherfuckers. And that's why I don't feel bad for Knobs right now. But that's another story.
You beat me to it. But this makes you wonder if they had this in their mind, like, okay, as soon as we get out of this job status and we become somebody, we're never dealing with this shit again. We're just going to do what we want, or we're going to take it on other people. But that, to me, is just a complete, like, look at Hogan. Like, that's his boy. That's Knobs' boy. Hogan didn't go out there and he wanted to be pillowed, That shit wouldn't fly with him. So why would you do it to somebody else? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. The whole business is based off of protecting each other. That's the whole business. Like, that's rule number one: protect each other. And these guys have no care in the world to protect anybody. So,
yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that mentality from grown human beings to intentionally try to hurt people just because you can. I don't understand where that comes from. But
it's like beating up a child, Like, they got no control. They can't defend themselves. These guys aren't going to defend themselves. They go out there assuming they're going to get taken care of, and then they don't.
Right, and even though they're giving you your body and you're abusing them, and that is what they were doing. They were abusing them. Most of these guys aren't going to say shit afterwards either, because they're going to hope they'll get called back again to make another $200 next time they come through the area for TV taping or whatever. So it's a lose-lose situation when you're in the ring with those two guys. And that's probably why neither one of us really care much for them.
No, definitely not.
So we go to WWF Update, and we talk a little more. We saw the clip last week of the Giant Gonzalez attacking The Undertaker. We see that again here on Update, but this time Harvey Whippleman stands by with the Giant Gonzalez for a promo.
Well, I guess now everybody knows exactly what the big bomb is that I spoke about in the past. Undertaker, you ruined the once mighty Kamala with what you did to him. Now, it's only fitting that you're ruined, Undertaker, after what the Giant Gonzalez has done to you. Undertaker, now is your funeral.
There we go. Giant Gonzalez, Undertaker, now is your funeral. I gotta say, I gotta put this in context for those who've never seen this. This is another thing that probably should make it to YouTube or certainly Twitter or something. Is we've always seen the promos of the wrestlers with the backdrops, right? Well, the backdrops must be about 7 feet tall, I'd say, right? But Giant Gonzalez is 7 feet 7 inches, so he's actually taller than the backdrop. So they actually have to pan out and show above the backdrop. So you see where the backdrop ends. You see the pipe and drape or whatever crap going on above it and around it, and it's quite a sight. It's very different. It's like you're getting a different look at the setup.
It's like if you go, what you can see is where, like, if you're going to get your picture taken at like a studio or something, where they just roll the thing down or whatever background you want. Here you go. But he's so damn tall. Like, I don't know if they did it on purpose. I'm sure they probably could have fit him in there, but it looks like they're down below. And they really want to emphasize, okay, here's the top of our backdrop.
Right.
Looks like his head's touching it, and then here's Harvey Whippleman, who's like at his nuts. So it's like it's a tremendous visual of just how big this guy is, and they always play tricks like that on TV where they overemphasize how big somebody is, their height and everything. But I thought this was very well done, and I don't think we've ever seen the backdrop like that since, and I don't know if we've ever seen it before. They didn't even do this for Andre, so
right.
Just a very, very cool visual. I agree. I think that should be put up on the YouTube there, on the channel, social media.
Right, so we got Giant Gonzalez out here cutting promos on The Undertaker. You can best believe that's coming up at WrestleMania. We go back to the ring. Bam Bam Bigelow over Rudy Flores with the diving headbutt in 49 seconds. We see a clip of Lex Luger, the Narcissist debut at the Royal Rumble, as Bobby Heenan marks out, for lack of a better term. And back to the ring, it's Doink the Clown taking on Reno Riggins. Doink with a really nice pump handle slam. Riggins then tries to charge Doink in the corner, does a rolling corner splash, but nobody home. Riggins turns right around into the stump puller, which turns into a pinfall once again. Doink with the win in 47 seconds, so back-to-back matches. Bam Bam 49 seconds, Doink 47 seconds. So quick, we're really not getting much in them. I wrote with Bam Bam, no big deal. He's a monster. It makes sense. With Doink, I don't know that I like that so much. I would have liked to have seen him do more wrestling. But nevertheless, Doink the Clown over Reno Riggins. And then after the match, he gives Reno a balloon and then pops the balloon because, well, he's an evil clown, Steve. And we learn that next week, Crush will return.
That's right. Yeah, I'm with you. I think a little bit more time, maybe 2 more minutes, especially with a guy like Reno Riggins, he's a really good jobber.
Right.
So I think that they could have done some pretty nice work in the ring together for a little bit of time to extend it. But we do have this long angle coming up, so.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as we move along the time if this is just a new format where the matches are going to start going shorter, if this was done in order to make time for this big angle coming up here. Because up next, it is the big angle. It's Hacksaw Jim Duggan taking on Yokozuna in a match where Duggan must knock Yokozuna off his feet. That's what Hacksaw's promised to do. And he has some words right before he goes to the ring.
Hacksaw, last week you made the challenge. Now do you feel confident you can knock Yokozuna off his feet?
Just like our troops did in Kuwait, just like our troops did in Desert Storm, just like our troops are doing now in Somalia. Success, the big man's going down. Hey!
Just some quick words for Duggan on his way out to take on Yokozuna. And, yeah, man, any thoughts going into this? Were you, like, hyped for this before, what happens?
I can't say I watched the weekly stuff.
Okay.
I watched Raw. So as a kid, I didn't really tune into Superstars. But I remember seeing, like, the recaps and stuff like that. I mean, I may have seen it. I can't say for sure. But for the most part, this was very cool. I remember watching like the WrestleMania IX pre-show, and they showed this, and it resonated then, even though it was like 2 months later. It still resonated. Like, wow, that's Jim Duggan. So I can't say I was excited to see the showdown, but it's still a great angle, and I love it. And I thought it was an excellent way to build up Yoko while giving Hacksaw a bone here.
Yeah, it seemed like Duggan really hadn't done much of anything. You can go all the way back to when Slaughter turned babyface and they stuck them together as a team there for a little bit. I really can't think of anything Duggan's done most of the last couple of years with the companies. He's kind of just been there and defended America when need be, but other than that, he's just kind of been hanging around, really. And this is really cool. I like the visual in the ring as Hacksaw enters the ring. Fuji's got the Japanese flag. Duggan's got the American flag. They go face-to-face, or damn near face-to-face, and they start waving each other's flags right in each other's face. It was really cool visual going into the match between Fuji and Duggan. They're waving the flags. Basically, Duggan for the United States, Fuji versus Japan, as Vince sells it, East versus West. That's Vince McMahon for you. And basically the whole story here is nobody's been able to knock Yokozuna off his feet, even though he took the bump at Royal Rumble. He fell on his own. So technically nobody's ever knocked him off his feet as they sell it here. And Duggan's going to be the first man to try it. He's going to do it on behalf of America. And the first try, and I love this story they tell here, each try has a different result. And it's a nice slow build to where we end up here. Duggan gets down in a 3-point stance of sorts, and he comes at Yokozuna on the first try and tries to tackle Yokozuna, but it's Duggan who winds up taking the tackle, and Yokozuna kind of laughs it off. And Duggan, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Duggan, for attempt number 2, rushes at Yokozuna again. Boom, Duggan is the one that goes down again, Steve. This was kind of intriguing. Very slow, but noticeable storytelling here. Is Yoko knocks him down, he shrugs it off, but he's selling that shoulder. He kind of hurt his shoulder that time. That Duggan's a pretty big guy himself. So, guess what? Hacksaw says, let me give it another go. He goes for a third time. He gets down in that stance, and he comes charging at Yokozuna, and they both collide. Boom! Nobody goes down. They both stagger. Duggan goes back, and he looks over, and he sees Yokozuna staggering, and there's like a gleam in Hacksaw's eye. There's hope. He sees it. He knows it now, Steve. I love the story here. Duggan's like, holy shit. The crowd starts eating it up. They're going nuts, and he's like, let me get one more try at this. Let me get one more run at this. I'm going to play the audio. I want you guys to listen to Vince McMahon and listen to the fans as Duggan goes for his 4th tackle attempt on Yokozuna.
Right after that, look at him. Duggan did not go down in that last exchange. It's over, right? Stop it, right? No, it's not over. Hacksaw Jim Duggan is getting ready. Yokozuna's getting ready. It's the United States versus Japan.
And what a fun angle. What a great crowd. And nobody sells a storyline better than Vince McMahon on commentary.
No, that's perfect. I mean, like you said, this is such a simple angle, so simple, but it's a tremendous story that lasted like maybe 4 or 5 minutes of them going down and, trying it and trying it again.
Right.
And like, listen to that reaction because some 400, 500-pound guy fell on his back.
Right. Yeah.
Like, so easy. And just goes back to the times. But yeah, I thought this was this is just excellent, man. It was very, very good. And then obviously what happens next, but that crowd reaction was worth it, and it was nice for Duggan to have that.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. Up until recently, I hadn't watched this angle probably since the 90s at some point. Just a very long time. And in hindsight, or the way I remembered it, I was like, man, that was a pretty cool angle, but I didn't really think nothing big about this angle. But going back and watching it recently and then watching it again when I was taking these notes, I was like, wow, I was just really enthralled by it. I thought it was really awesome. It's a hell of a segment. It gets Yoko over. Obviously, we're going to get to that in a second, but Duggan does a great job. Everything's perfect in this segment. Vince obviously does the best sell job of all time for his product. The fans were into this. They wanted, they loved it. They ate it up. Duggan did his part. Everybody, it was just a really good job, and I loved it. And then after the match, Duggan gets the win for the United States by knocking Yokozuna off his feet, because for those that aren't sure, this wasn't a real match. It was just about Duggan trying to knock Yoko down, which he succeeds. So he grabs the American flag. He gets up on the middle rope. He's waving it for the USA. And he gets down, and when he turns around, Yokozuna's got the salt bucket from Mr. Fuji and tosses all the salt into Hacksaw's eyes, nails the belly to belly, and then it's Banzai, number 1. Banzai, number 2. He's not done, Steve. 3 Banzai. Nobody else had been even hit by more than 1. And here's 3 Banzai drops, and he's still not done. Yokozuna, they drape the American flag.
Are you kidding me?
Over the face and body of Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and a 4th Banzai drop on the American flag and on Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And then as Yokozuna and Fuji leave ringside, they cut to the front row. There's actually a lady fan who spits at them in disgust as they leave ringside. And then Jim Duggan winds up getting stretchered out. So the first half of the angle was huge. And then the second half just as important.
Yeah. It established, Duggan's already established, but it helped Duggan, gave him something. And then obviously this just made Yokozuna enemy number 1 for everybody. So, because he was just kind of going through the motions. He's just a big guy. I know my thought process is who can beat him. He's so dang big. There's nobody really there that can take down Yokozuna. So, seeing vulnerable, and then obviously, it didn't take long for him to get back up and destroy Jim Duggan. So it's like, okay, who's going to be able to do anything to this guy still? But you saw little kinks in the armor, and I think that's what they were trying to do. But I will be remiss if I didn't get this out there. It's all good. It's fine. But, Lawler made a comment of this is reminiscent of 1941.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, that's pretty class. That's pretty tasteless. Sometimes when I'm watching wrestling, if I hear something funny or something's completely ridiculous that should have never been said, I'll usually shoot it over to my friend, like in a quote, and see what he says. And I sent that to him, and he's like, "That's tasteless." And I didn't say anything else. I just sent the quote. And I'm not going to say I'm like a social justice warrior or a snowflake or one of those sensitive people. Like, I'm not that type of person. I don't care. But even in 1993 standards, saying this is 1941 is pretty damn stupid and low. So stay classy, Jerry Lawler.
It's very Jerry Lawler.
Jerry Lawler.
The good old days in commentary. Oh, man.
I get it, but come on, man. People died. Hundreds of people died, and this is nowhere near that. This is an angle. Just let Vince sell his shit, like you said. You don't got to say something stupid like that. But
so we go from this huge angle, this very serious angle between Duggan and Yokozuna that continues to build Yokozuna up as this giant monster going into WrestleMania with Bret Hart. We go to a vignette or a backstage promo with Mr. Perfect, who's going to unveil the Narcissist. He claims he pulls away a curtain. They're in the showers or whatever in the bathroom, and he is some kind of job guy, scrawny dude, who does some flexing, does some posing. He's supposedly Lex Luger. Mr. Perfect has a laugh at Luger's expense, then chops the shit out of this poor kid. Basically, he's taunting Lex Luger here.
Yeah, no thanks on taking the chop. This was funny, but no thanks on that chop. Whew.
Yeah, that kid just left his chest open for Hennig to do whatever he wanted to do, and Perfect had a laugh. So that's basically where we're at with the Luger and Perfect feud here. It's not exactly Duggan and Yoko, but it's something.
It's getting there. They're trying to anyway. Here's
a GIF, whatever you want to call it, that will be making the rounds everywhere, and as well it should. It features the Beverly Brothers taking on Pete Christie and Bob East. And, oh man, when I saw him coming out, I wrote, "Here it comes," because I knew what was coming. For those who aren't familiar with the Beverly Brothers, they had a finisher called the Shaker Heights Spike. Of course, their gimmick was they were from Shaker Heights, Ohio, upper-class suburb of Cleveland. That's where they were from, supposedly. And they had this move called the Shaker Heights Spike. It's where Blake would throw the job guy up in the air, and then Bo would grab him by the head and spike it down into the ground on their way to the mat. Well, nobody told poor Christie to take a face bump, because this kid lawn darts, and I mean in a major way, directly on top of his head. How he didn't break his neck, I have no clue. It's one of the damnedest moves I've ever seen, and that covers 8 million matches that I've watched. And like nearly 40 years of just watching wrestling on TV too. One of the damnedest things I've ever seen. The kid goes straight up and comes right down on his head with Bo Beverly adding extra force, driving this kid's head down. His neck bends and it's awkward. He lands, like I said, like a lawn dart. It's disgusting, and it will easily be all over Twitter, all over Facebook by the time this comes out. The Beverlys, needless to say, pick up the win as Bo torques the poor kid's head sideways to add extra insult to injury, or more injury to injury, after the spike, and the Beverly Brothers pick up the win in 1 minute and 27 seconds. So what did you make of that?
Oh, man. I recorded it and sent it over to my friends, and my friend was like, my neck hurts just watching that. That's no lie. That's one of the most brutal moves I've ever seen.
It's one of the most nastiest landings I've seen of any era, from any move. How this kid walked out of there is beyond me.
I have no clue either. This is like the complete opposite of the Nasty Boys. The Beverlys were not trying to hurt this kid at all.
Right.
He just lawn darted himself. And Bo had to catch him. Ooh.
It's just nasty. You guys got to go out to our social media and check it
brutal.
Out. It's, the Beverly Brothers. Now, had they been going around doing this shit to other guys, I'd believe them as contenders. Had they done this prior to the Steiner Brothers match at Royal Rumble, I would have been like, man, what if they try to do that to the Steiner? It would have been a little more intriguing had this match aired prior to the Rumble rather than after the Rumble when they were afterthoughts. But yeah, so the Beverly Brothers pick up the most gruesome victory of their entire career here this week on Superstars. And then we close the show. It was an odd way to close the show. I hadn't really seen them do anything like this before. It's Sean Mooney in the new event center, if you will. And he's simply there to announce
Brutus the Barber Beefcake is back!
So there's that. We know Brutus is coming back. He won't be on Raw this week, though, because Raw is gone to the dogs. But Brutus will be back in another week on Monday Night Raw to take on Ted DiBiase. So there was a big news there. Is Brutus back, and they announced it even on the weekend syndication. So here's the big story this weekend, Steve. It's all about Yokozuna and Jim Duggan and the drama that it caused in certain markets. I got this information not just from the Observer and DeMeltz, but also from a Los Angeles newspaper. And I'm going to read a little bit of this to you here, and we can discuss it if you'd like. It says KTTV, Channel 13 in Los Angeles, refused to air the Yokozuna-Jim Duggan match on their Superstars this past weekend because of heavy protests from the AAPAA, that's the Association of Asian Pacific American Artists, Japanese American Citizens League, and Media Action Network for Asian Americans. A KTT spokesman said the station refused to air the match because we're not in the business of perpetuating stereotypes. When contacted, Steve Planamenta of Titan Sports claimed to have not seen the Duggan-Yoko match, I find that hard to believe, but said that it wasn't the company's intention to offend anyone. Wendy Fujihara Anderson of the AAPAA saw a tape of the match and said the scenes and commentary, as you pointed out, Steve, promoted very negative images of Asians and promoted Japan bashing, which Japan versus the USA, West versus East. So I can see the argument here. They claim that they made it into a East-West type of thing, which they did. Vince says East versus West. Anderson said in an article in a Japanese newspaper in Los Angeles, she complained about the comments about Fuji and Yokozuna being sneaky and underhanded. It just perpetuates the hate. The general American population is being educated wrong on who we are. What do you make of this? Do they have a fair argument here, or was it just, hey man, it's wrestling?
I'm a wrestling fan, so I just look at it as an angle because I know what I'm watching. I don't take any of this stuff serious. But from somebody who had maybe not watched, maybe doesn't watch wrestling, has no clue how the business works, and that it's just an angle or a gimmick or just like in the movies, just like on a TV show, it is what it is. I can see their point. Like I understand. Like some of the commentary was, anti-Japanese, anti-Asian American. I can see that. Like I don't know if it was the Lawler comment. I don't know if that had any part of it because he said that when Yokozuna was beating the shit out of Jim Duggan. So he's referencing when Japan attacked us, but the sneaky, underhanded, and all that stuff, right. Comments that they were making about Fuji and Yokozuna, I could see that. But at the end of the day, these guys have been doing this stuff for a long time. Fuji has. He's been the same gimmick from like 1984. So he's not doing anything different now than what he did 5 years ago. So why do you care now all of a sudden? That's kind of my thought on it, but I can understand where they're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, having lived then and living now, I could see today, this stuff didn't age well, based on the way society is today. But then again, a lot of shit, like I think you were about to say, hasn't aged well. But, I mean, that's just the way it was, and it was an afterthought really back then. Nobody really gave two thoughts about it. I can see the argument, don't get me wrong. But at the time, it didn't make me think like, oh, Japan's evil. I mean, even as a kid, so, but I gotta say, I get where they're coming from. They had the right for that. It is what it is. And I don't know about yanking things off TV, but I get the complaint, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, did they try to stop movies from coming out, like Odd Job running around or, things like that?
Godzilla?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different avenues of entertainment where the stereotypes are magnified 100 times over, and you don't really hear anything about it. But if a wrestler does it or wrestling does it, oh, we gotta get that pulled off TV. We can't be having that. Like, do you not like wrestling, or is it you really are offended? And I think the difference between now and like 1993 and now is we didn't have social media, so nobody had a voice. Now everybody has a voice and everybody's offended. So, or not offended, whatever you want to do. I don't care. But a lot of this stuff does not age well based off of 2021 standards. But 1993 standards, there is nothing wrong with it in our eyes at that point.
Well,
we didn't know any better.
It doesn't help the WWF at all that Planamenta said Yokozuna has been very well received by fans since he was brought in and defended his company, saying the WWF has another Japanese wrestler named Tenryu, that's kind of a stretch, right, who is a good guy. I don't really remember him being face or heel, but whatever. I also don't remember him being part of the WWF. But KTTV said that future matches of Yokozuna will be monitored, and decisions made as to whether to air them will be made on a case-to-case basis. So there's a possibility that several more Yokozuna segments may never make air, just depending on what he does. So when the show aired Saturday, rather than Duggan versus Yokozuna, it was interrupted by Lord Alfred Hayes, who said because of the graphic nature of the match, as opposed to the real reason, it couldn't air. And that they put the Flair versus Hennig Loser Leaves Town match on in its place on Superstars. Graphic, huh? What's that?
Graphic, huh?
Yeah, graphic nature.
But then we're going to put on a match that has blood everywhere
for the first time in like forever.
So, yeah, okay.
Duggan juiced from the mouth in that match, and it was heavily pushed as a U.S. versus Japan, and they are pushing that theme for the WrestleMania main event, which kind of makes no sense because Bret Hart's Canadian there, Dave. Anyways, it's ironic because Yokozuna and Fuji are both more American than Bret Hart, says DeMelt, so Dave covered himself pretty good there. But yeah, so here we are. It's quite a mess. I mean,
I don't remember them going that route.
No, I know, and maybe this had something to do with it, is what I'm thinking.
It's definitely possible, but I just thought they always pushed it as like, Bret Hart, the underdog champion, going against the Japanese sensation. I don't recall them ever pushing USA and Canada, even though there's a tremendous line from Bobby Heenan during that match. Shows how smart these fans are. We got a Canadian and a Japanese guy, and they're chanting USA.
That's right. I used to say that all the time whenever Duggan would chant USA and he was wrestling an American. It's like, what the fuck's the point of this? Anyways, so we move on with the weekend. WWF Mania. Don't forget, the Giant Gonzalez was the guest of Todd Pettengill. And the following week, Todd's co-host will be none other than Hillbilly Jim. Boy, they're really pulling out all the stops here for WWF Mania. We're going to close out the weekend because there is no Raw. Tomorrow night, it's Gone to the Dogs. So it's WWF Wrestling Challenge February 7th, taped all the way back on January 4th. Jeez, oh man. Wrestling Challenge intro. The sound effects are gone. I don't know if this just happened this week or it was already done and I just noticed it, but for those who really know their intros, their entrance themes to these old TV shows, the Wrestling Challenge thing would begin and all the moves, you would get like a sound effect and the moves would coincide with the sound effect. The sound effects have been removed, so maybe they got sick of trying to find moves that fit in with it. I don't know. It just stuck out to me because I got so used to hearing them all those years. We go to the ring. It's high energy. Man, they're all over these shows. Coco and Owen over Dale Wolf and Ken Johnson. So I know we're in Texas now. Dale Wolf, Ken Johnson. And Owen gets the pin one more time. It's the drop kick into the jackknife. 1 minute and 57 seconds. Special report with Lord Alfred Hayes. It's, again, the Giant Gonzalez attacking the Undertaker, and we get the Giant Gonzalez Harvey Whippleman promo we saw on Superstars. Damian Demento in the ring over Bobby Perez. Gorilla Monsoon says he's 6 bricks short of a load. Bobby Heenan says, I don't know Bobby Perez that well. Classic Bobby Heenan. It's simple, but it's good stuff.
That's great.
So Demento picks up the win, Hangman's neck breaker, and the loaded knee drop. Gorilla points out that Damian Demento adjusts his knee pad before he does it. He says he knows that it's loaded with something in there. Bobby Heenan says he just has cartilage trouble. So Bobby on a roll here in this match. Demento picks up the win, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Then we get the Yokozuna Duggan in its completion, the entire angle between Yoko and Duggan from Superstars here on Wrestling Challenge. Back to the ring. It's Virgil. Fuck money himself, Mr. It's Meat Sauce Mafia. Virgil taking on Tommy Knight. We get an insert promo from Verge. Hey, Verge, tell us about the headlock on Hunger.
That's right. The World Wrestling Federation and myself started off the headlock on Hunger at Madison Square Garden. We got to keep the good work going, so we need all the good people to donate all the money you can because we all want to grab a good headlock on Hunger.
Tell them about it, Verge.
Yeah, tell him about it, Verge. So he says the World Wrestling Federation and Virgil created the headlock on Hunger. So it's news to me, Verge.
And he always starts his promos with "That's right" or "All right." He got like the cue to go, and he's like, "All right."
As we continue the weekly Virgil of the weeks, you will see that he has a repeat pattern of a lot of words. More Virgil coming next week on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. But for right now, we're going to continue with the show. Virgil does pick up the win there over Tommy Knight with the Russian leg sweep. The only wrestling move he learned, he probably learned it, I'm going to assume, from like Bret or something. He's like, hey, Virgil, I'll show you one move. And Virgil picks up the win, 1 minute, 40 seconds. We see the Lex Luger debut at Royal Rumble clip once more, this time on Challenge. Back to the ring, it's the Head Shrinkers with Alpha in their corner, taking on Gary Jackson and Jumpin' Jim Brunzell. And at one point, like during the early part of the match, Gorilla Monsoon goes, there used to be 5 of them, Brain. He's talking about the Head Shrinkers, and then he talks about their cannibalistic tendencies. So I'm surprised, like, they weren't ripped on that. Yeah. So I'm waiting for the Asians, or not the Asians, the Polynesians to complain about Gorilla here. But Gorilla gets away with it because he's Gorilla. And I noticed here they wrestled with their like grass anklet things on, for lack of a better term. Thought that was different. Samu actually is the one that picks up the win here. Just a falling headbutt off the top rope on Jackson 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Jim Brunzell wisely never tags in.
He's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's saving himself for that house show, Luke.
Yeah, he's been Jumpin' Jim's been around the block a few times by this point, even if Gorilla still is calling him a youngster 20 years into his career. Mr. Perfect then unveils the Narcissist, and we get that chop video one more time that we saw in Superstars. Then it's back to the ring. Razor Ramon taking on Rudy Gonzalez. Yes, Rudy Boy Gonzalez. You guys know him. Helped train at Shawn Michaels Academy there for a while as well. It's the back superplex and the Razor's Edge. Ramon picks up the win. 2 minutes, 56 seconds. Thank God they have this many weeks of action in the can. 5-6 weeks, like you said, who knows what it is. Because some of these guys are out, right? So, like, we don't realize that Razor's injured and some of these other guys are injured. Razor Ramon still wrestling on these shows, even though he's kind of been out for the most part for most of January and February. It's Sean Mooney again wrapping it up, talking about Brutus Barber Beefcake's return. And then we close the show. The big announcement. Next week on Wrestling Challenge, Razor Ramon taking on, oh, fuck yeah, Typhoon. Can Typhoon do it 2 times in a row? He had the big rating on Raw. Will he do the same thing? Wrestling Challenge, Typhoon, and the bad guy.
Razor Ramon, Mr. Machismo. You walk macho, you talk macho. But I wonder what's going to happen next week when you're in the ring with me, looking me eye to eye. Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to teach you what machismo is all about.
Yo, Typhoon. Óyame, big man. You right, Chico. I am oozing machismo. And you right again. Right here, next week, you gotta face the bad guy. And Chico, I'm gonna carve you
up. I don't know why I lost the last word there, but yeah, that's Razor Ramon and Typhoon next week. What a odd. You can tell they're just using Typhoon to do some jobs on the way out for these guys because they don't expect barn burners, that's for sure. They don't expect classic matches.
Who booked this shit?
Now there is a match that I gotta say, that is a match that escaped my memory banks. Like when I saw this shit, when I started, I go, this fucking happened? Like I do not remember Razor Ramon and Typhoon. So it really caught me off guard.
Just from like when I go back and rewatch like a year worth of TV or whatever, I don't remember this match at all. I didn't even know they ever wrestled. So I got zero interest in seeing this, but Doink was a little compelling, but not this.
Yeah, so let's continue on. Maybe we'll see here in just a short, brief period of time what happens during that Razor Ramon Typhoon matchup as we close out the weekend. All-American Bobby and Gene still in Vegas. We would move on to Monday Night Raw for February the 8th, but there is no Raw because, once again, as I've already said, Raw is gone to the dogs, as Vince used to like to say. The Westminster Dog Show replaces Monday Night Raw here. And that'll take us into the next week. WWF Superstars, February 13th, 1993. On behalf of the Wrestling Memory Grenade and the WrestleCopia brand, we are proud to announce our very own Patreon account. We encourage everyone to stop on over to patreon.com/WrestleCopia and check out an amazing 14 tiers. And depending on your budget, we have everything from as little as a $1 tier to as much as a $100 tier. Get you all sorts of exciting offers. It really all depends on what offer you value the most. You can do anything from join Steve and I right here as co-hosts for an episode of The Grenade, all the way down to unedited versions of the show, early access to upcoming episodes, beat everyone else to the punch, see what we're saying before everyone else gets to hear it, plus my insanely detailed show notes, which I value ever so dearly. You can even pick the flick. And what that means is, if you subscribe to one of our You Pick the Flick tiers, you'll tell us, me and Steve, what show it is you want us to review. It can be a watch-along on the WWE Network, YouTube, Daily Motion. It can even be a live review of a rare show from my personal archive vault of videos at home. No promotion, no territory, no era is off limits. You can request anything from your favorite WrestleMania to an episode of 1982 World Class to the 60-minute classic between Jack Briscoe and Dory Funk Jr. from 1970's All Japan. Hell, if you want to put us through the misery, we'll even pull a Mystery Science Theater over here and watch Hell Comes to Frogtown starring Roddy Piper. You tell us what you want us to review, and we'll do our own little watch-along and do our best to entertain you guys and give you guys insight in the process. And it doesn't end there. There's a $5 tier, the All Access tier. Not only do you gain access to everything on every lower tier, but you'll also have complete access to our entire full library of random show reviews and watch-alongs we've done and continue to do as a side project. We review everything from the Flair Steamboat 2 out of 3 fall match from Clash 6, all the way down to the Halloween 1985 edition of Saturday Night's Main Event. It's a proverbial hodgepodge of randomness, as you never know what we'll review next. And it's exclusive to the All Access tier or any of the higher tiers over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. Check it out now. That address again is patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That's Wrestle, C-O-P-I-A. All right, sorry about that, guys. Sorry for so rudely interrupting ourselves, but hey, we got to pay the bills there. We are going to move on, Steve. WWF Superstars, February 13th, 1993, taped back on January 25th, San Jose. Show kicks off with Savage, Vince, and Lawler. Lawler loves what happened to Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He loves what Yoko did to Hacksaw last week, but wasn't he just recently against what happened to Crush with Doink the Clown? And later, Lawler's even going to put over what happens to Brutus. We'll get to that in a little while, too. But it's just, I don't know, it doesn't really go with the flow for me. As we kick the show off, it's Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels in the ring, and with Marty Jannetty fired at this taping, this January 25th taping, they pivot pretty quickly here, and they put Shawn in the ring on TV here for the TV taping against Tatanka. It's a non-title match as Michaels also debuts his brand new theme song. Sherry's no longer singing it. It's Shawn Michaels now singing the words to the song. Of course, so Marty's out, Tatanka's in. And I love the commentary here because they played it up. You don't really think about, it's been so long. You really don't think about how long Tatanka was undefeated. And they played up. Is Shawn Michaels going to be the one to defeat Tatanka? So really, when we go into WrestleMania, there's two things on the line. There's the title and Tatanka's undefeated streak. Unfortunately, neither one really pays off, but that's on down the road too. So Shawn actually dominates basically the majority of this match. It's typical paint by numbers heel stuff here, but Tatanka comes back, does the old stereotypical Indian dance, the Chief J Strongbow Indian dance, and lays in the chops all around ring. Shawn taking the bumps. Tatanka counters the teardrop suplex. Shawn goes for it to finish into the Samoan drop, the papoose to go. If you're going to quote Bobby Heenan there, Tatanka picks up the win. 7.5 minutes. Tatanka pins Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, it's not a bad. I always enjoyed Tatanka. I didn't think he was bad. I think the fans cared about him, so he had some credibility. Like he kind of was just going through the motions there a little bit. Like they didn't really have much for him outside of Martel, right, that whole thing. But for whatever reason, it seems like the fans did care. He resonated with them somewhat. So to him to transition and pivot was a nice change of pace. Probably the best person they could have picked on the roster, to be honest. Yeah. Just because he was undefeated. So it just added a little intrigue to it. I know a lot of people would crap on this way to get Tatanka into the title picture by upsetting the champion because it's been played to death on WWE TV for like the last 2 years. That's the only way they know how to start an angle or a feud. But back then, this didn't happen too often, like on TV. No, it happened, but it wasn't something you maybe have seen. It may have been at a house show or something like that. But on TV, you see the IC champion pinned. Pretty clean. No shenanigans, none of that. It was surprising.
Right, in syndication, we rarely ever even got competitive matches, typically only in February, May, and November sweeps, which it's February right now, so we just happen to get this match. But even then, we rarely get a finish to a match of this level. I mean, an actual pinfall finish, and we got that also. So it was huge, and it was a big deal to see Tatanka pin Shawn. Obviously, that gets him his foot in the door for a title rematch for the belt at WrestleMania. It was pretty smart thinking, pretty fast thinking. You have to wonder, was this originally just supposed to be Marty Jannetty going over on Shawn? Who knows? Whether it was or wasn't, it's really irrelevant here, but it was a good call to get Tatanka over here on Shawn Michaels to kind of head towards WrestleMania.
From inside the pages of the WWF magazine, here's Update.
All right, thanks, Mean Gene. It is update time. He covers last week's Yokozuna Jim Duggan angle, and we get a promo from Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna. Yokozuna squashes Hacksaw, and he used the American flag to cover him. Desecrated the American flag, Steve. We learned that Duggan has cracked ribs and internal bleeding from the incident last week. And then to close up the update segment, we go back to the announcers briefly, where the Macho Man says Duggan did what he was supposed to do. He knocked Yokozuna off his feet, but then, and here it comes, Steve, Macho Man says that the Japanese did a sneak attack after the match, and it was Pearl Harbor all over again. Things like this aren't helping the WWF's cause with the AAPAA complaints.
Definitely not. I know if you go and watch like the early pay-per-views, Gorilla would say Pearl Harbor, oh, what a Pearl Harbor job that was, and things like that. And then it just, out of nowhere, it just stopped. Like, I don't know if somebody told him, if there was a complaint, what the case may be. So it kind of went away for quite a while, and then all of a sudden Yokozuna comes back, and we're using it again. Yeah, it's definitely not helping the cause, but what they said, we'll monitor the situation going forward. They clearly didn't, because this wouldn't have made air if they did.
Right. So it is what it is. I get what you're saying with Gorilla too, but Gorilla, I mean, it was more commonly used just as slang, I guess, for lack of a better term. Back in those days, it was accepted. Whereas here, they're blatantly like comparing it, like you said earlier in the show, to the actual incident.
Yeah, this is 1941 all over again. This is remnant. No, it's not, Lawler. So it's just tasteless. I mean, it really is. Let Yoko.
I got to be honest. I didn't pay attention to things like that back then, but it doesn't hold up well now.
No, I don't. I didn't either. It didn't mean one thing or another to me, which sounds bad, but that's just the way it is. I was a 7-year-old kid, so we're not taught to think that way. Everybody's the same. That's how I always looked at it. I never looked at anybody any different, but looking at it now, I can see it and it makes sense, but I just wish Yoko and the angle would have gotten over just of Yoko being Yoko, a big monster. It's irrelevant where he's from. He could have been from anywhere. This is just typical Vince shit where it's everybody against the USA, everybody against him. So
he's a patriot, damn it.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. I don't mind some nationalism at all. I mean, you should love where you're from, but he went a little overboard, and it was played out well before now. Let's be real.
Right. Yeah, most of the German and Japanese, evil German and evil Japanese characters died out by the end of the 70s. And even then, they were kind of pushing it. So so we go on with the
guys like Sheik, like just being the Sheik.
Right.
That would have been bad, Sheik and Volkov, but Cold War, whatever.
We go on with the show. It's the Steiner brothers taking on Al Burke, Larry Sampson. Rick delivers an overhead belly-to-belly superplex and busts out in that high-pitched laugh we would hear from time to time when we did the NWA 1989. It's classic Rick Steiner. As scary as he looks, you love that smile on his face. It's like, I don't know. It's dangerous, but it's like a little kid at the same time.
He's enjoying himself. Like he's having too much fun hurting these people.
Exactly.
Tremendous.
And then the top rope bulldog finishes it off. Scott gets the cover on Burke. 2 minutes, 20 seconds was the match. Pretty quick match there. Easy win for the Steiner brothers. We go back in time. Again, we see Mr. Perfect catch his own pass. Unbelievable. Like I said, I preferred the original vignettes of Mr. Perfect being perfect. These are more cartoony, more 1993. And it seems like these come right before the Narcissist segments, which make a lot of sense. They're in the middle of a feud now. And we go back to the ring. It is the Narcissist, Lex Luger, taking on Larry Ludden, however you want to pronounce it. Lex, this is his in-ring debut, Steve. This is his first match we're getting to see here on the WWF television. And he flexes inside the ring in front of a full-length mirror as Macho Man has to shill, I go pro. So we get Lex flexing, and Savage going to sneak that right in there for Vince. I go pro. I caught that. It was just ridiculous. So I did like that they tried to take the mirror away from Lex, but Lex wanted one more flex pose. He wanted to look at himself one more time before the match. So I like that little added thing to it. That might have been actually a shoot. Who knows? Tassels. You love tassels, Steve. You've been a big proponent of tassels in the past year on the show. Well, Lex has tassels everywhere. He has mud flaps with tassels hanging from his ass, hanging from his junk. Tassels everywhere. And Mr. Perfect had a lot of fun with those.
Yeah, that's the rumor. But it makes you pay attention, not to his ass or anything, but, like Texas Tornado and his, which is weird with his foot being the way it was. He had tassels around his boots and things like that. It's just stuff I never really thought about it as a kid. like why they would wear those, but now it's like the Michael Jackson glove or the white socks. If you're wearing all black and you're wearing white socks, people are going to look at the socks. They're not going to look at the black outfit. So he wants you to look at his feet. So that's what you do.
I'm thinking Lex wants you to look at his body, not his tassels.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like that's the other thing too. Like he wants you to look at him. So why does he have tassels?
He just thought they look cool, man. I mean,
well, yeah, I think so too. But it's like counterproductive. Like he's running around and he has a jacked body. Then all you see when he does something is his tassels flapping in the wind. So it's a little counterproductive.
I'll tell you one thing he did here that looked pretty nasty was his forearm. If there was ever a forearm he threw that actually should have knocked someone out, it was probably this debut forearm here. He ran through Larry Ludden with this forearm. Even Vince goes, "Holy Toledo." Do you think if somebody said "Holy Toledo" today, if they'd have a job tomorrow on WWE broadcast, Vince, well, who the hell says that, pal? But Luger picks up the win here in you, Vince. And Luger picks up the win here, 1 minute, 27 seconds, looks into the camera and says, "Truly perfection," as he poses for the camera. And the job guy is laying there. He looks knocked out cold. Maybe legit. Probably not. But man, did he run him over with that elbow, that forearm. He ran right through him. We get our very first WrestleMania report this year, WrestleMania IX. We learned that we already know that Yokozuna will challenge Bret Hart for the WWF title, but 2 more matches added already. It's the Giant Gonzalez taking on The Undertaker and Doink versus Crush. So far, everything makes sense on the card. There's a reason for it. Although they might not be the greatest matches in the world, there's a reason for everything right now.
Yeah, there's a story behind each of these matches, so whether they deliver or not is irrelevant. At least the matches are there for a reason instead of just thrown together.
Show goes on. It's the return of Crush. He's been out for 4 weeks since he was laid out by Doink the Clown. Crush returns with a win over the White Shadow. That's Billy Anderson under a mask with the cranium crunch. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Then we go to a sit-down interview. Vince McMahon sitting with Brutus the Barber Beefcake in that black room that they used at March to WrestleMania 8 for the Vince and Hogan interview. We're there with instead of Hogan pictures, we get Beefcake pictures in the background. They basically reiterate the same story. What's that?
I think they just have one picture, and I think it was his poster.
they had it left over. It's like, we didn't get to sell these because you went and got your face knocked off, pal. So Vince sits down with Brutus.
Like, he had all those iconic moments of Hogan, and Brutus gets the poster.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, it is Brutus after all. I mean, what are you going to fucking put up there? It's basically a repeat, a lot of the stuff that Brutus already said on Monday Night Raw. His mom died of cancer. 6 months later, his father died of a heart attack. Then there was the divorce. And then, boom, his face gets knocked off and off to a medical facility somewhere on the 4th of July, 1990. But there's 2 reasons, Steve. 2 reasons that pulled him through those operations, the reconstruction. Those 2 reasons, those 2 things are God. That makes sense. And Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan and God are Brutus Beefcake's, and I quote, sword and shield. Jesus. Oh my God, I can't believe this is fucking happening. Money Incorporated are evil, Steve. If they have to hurt Brudi, they know how. That's what they've said. And then they went and did it. We'll find that out on Raw. But they said they know how to hurt Brutus. Is Brutus concerned? Not with God and Hulk Hogan lurking around the corners. I can't believe this is this next sentence really, Jesus. I should have grabbed a soundbite of this. I guess I should have. Brutus says, what's that?
No, you shouldn't have.
Brutus exclaims that Hulk Hogan and God are a team that Money Incorporated can't beat. I wrote, are you fucking serious? I don't remember any of this shit. This is absolute, not just blasphemy for those who are like myself, a believer in God, but this is just fucking ludicrous. Hulk Hogan and God, as if they're remotely close to the same. I don't know. Did you pick up on this? Did those things resonate with you? Or were you just kind of like, I'm not really paying attention to this stupid promo?
Oh, I ain't gonna lie. I skimmed through the beginning part because I didn't want to hear the same story twice. No, I picked up on it, and I had the same thought to you. Like, are you serious? And the sad part is, he's the one in the match, but you would have no clue that he's the one coming back from a major injury from 2 years ago.
This is all set up for Hogan to return. Everybody thinks, it's Brutus Beefcake. No, it's not. It's fucking Hulk Hogan.
God and Hogan.
So we weren't writing
Hogan
scripts.
And
Hogan and God, yeah. They're synonymous.
You're not even putting yourself over. Like, come on, dude.
I know. It's great. It's like he's the third man out. Now, back in 1993, we weren't writing scripts yet, right? So, who do you think told Brutus to say these things? Was it Vince McMahon? I don't really believe it. Is Brutus even smart enough to come up with such a promo? Probably not. I've heard a lot of Brutus Beefcake promos. So, who do you think put these lines in Brutus's head before he went in here and cut this promo? Why? It wasn't God. Who's that?
Definitely not the Hulkster brother.
There you go.
Dude, I was doing an autograph signing, or Brutus was online, and I don't know if I know you know, the Survivor Series 89, when everybody's what they're thankful for.
Yeah.
Beefcake says he's thankful for wrestling, cutting, and strutting. So when I had him sign my magazine, I had him put wrestling, cutting, and strutting. And when he's looking at the slip on what to write, he had no clue what the hell I was talking. Wrestling, who says this? I never said this. He had no clue. And then in the comments, his wife was watching, and she says he gets easily confused if it's not strutting and cutting. Anything more than that, he has no clue what's going on.
Wow.
So, absolutely 100%, he did not write this. There's absolutely no way.
No, if you really want to know how bad of a promo Beefcake is, just go back to Rumble 89. And I think he says, I'm going to use these two hands like 40 times in like a 60-second period. It's pretty bad.
My God.
So this episode of Superstars continues, though. It's Giant Gonzalez. Not only is Luger making his debut on this episode, so is the Giant Gonzalez. Same exact episode of Superstars. Boy, aren't we lucky. As he takes on not one, not two, but three men. Of course, Gonzalez accompanied to the ring by Harvey Whippleman in this 3-on-1 handicap match. It's Louis Spicolli, Scott Bazo, and Dan Farron as the opponents here. All three of the job guys leave the ring upon Gonzalez's entrance, and they argue with one another over who's going to start the match on the outside. Well, Jorge Gonzalez decides for him. He reaches out, and who does he grab but Louis Spicolli, and picks him up, drags him in over the top rope into the ring, and after he holds him for like a minute because he's trying to figure out what the fuck he's doing, he finally chokeslams Louis, and then Bazo and Farron bolt. They head to the back, and while Gonzalez is staring at them, Spicolli disappears out of the ring as well. It's basically a count-out victory here for the Giant Gonzalez. The story is nobody wants to get in the ring with him, and his music begins to play before the guys are even counted out. So it is what it is. Giant Gonzalez picks up the count-out victory, 1 minute, 19 seconds.
Smart, very smart booking.
Yeah, if they had just edited the fucking part where he held Spicolli for like 45 seconds before he chokeslammed him, it would have been a little better. So here's
that would have been better, but I just thought it was smart. You don't want to expose this guy in a ring with a jobber where he's supposed to kill him. Like, that's not going to go good. So sell his size. That's all you need.
This was an interesting closing segment of the show here. This was really weird. They're setting up a match for next week on Superstars, Bam Bam Bigelow to take on Earthquake. But instead of getting promos like we typically get from both guys, those 10-second, 20-second promos, we get a clip from an interview that was never aired. It's Raymond Rougeau up on the interview stage with apparently Bam Bam Bigelow and Earthquake were already up there arguing back and forth. I've never seen this anywhere else, so I don't really know how this all transpired. But basically, Bam Bam challenges Earthquake to a match next week, and Earthquake accepts. So I wrote weird. This is really weird. Yeah. Like it was like the end of an interview segment that never aired.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, I started rewinding. Like, did I miss something? Where was the interview segment where this happened? I'm like, oh, maybe it happened on Challenge, and we get the challenge, and nothing happened there. So I was like, huh, that was different. So that's just how it was. I was like, I don't think they ever did that again. It's almost like they just quickly threw it together because they wanted to hype the match for the following week.
I think they were just trying to give Earthquake as little play on TV as they could going into the match because he's only here for this match post Rumble, basically to I guess put Bam Bam over on the way out. we continue on February 13th. Exclusives here for Mania this week. Koko Beware even gets a win over the Repo Man, albeit by disqualification after Repo Man continues to choke Koko on the bottom rope. Match went 5 minutes, but I thought it was kind of interesting. This is how far down the totem pole Repo's gone, Steve. Not only is he typically Mr. Exclusive, but when they threw to the match, and by the way, Hillbilly Jim was Todd Pettengill's co-host this week on Mania. Oh boy. But when they threw to the match, they didn't say, we're going to go to Koko Beware taking on the Repo Man. They just said, let's go to Koko Beware in action. That's how far down the totem pole the Repo Man has fallen at this point.
What a shame.
And, I didn't really put it over earlier in the show when I mentioned on the last week's episode of Mania, Giant Gonzalez was kind of the co-host with Todd Pettengill. I thought that really ruined his character. You bring him in, you have him kill the Undertaker, and then there's comedy bit after comedy bit where he's eating and catering, and like Todd Pettengill comes in there, and there's like a big giant table of food, and Giant Gonzalez stuffing in his mouth like a caveman or Bigfoot or whatever would do, and it was a lot of hokey shit. I don't know what they were going for there, but Hillbilly Jim's here this week, so not much better. And then we move on to Sunday and WWF Wrestling Challenge for February 14th, taped back on January 26th in Fresno. We heard Jerry Lawler mock Jim Duggan. Now it's Bobby Heenan's turn as he's here with Gorilla to kick off the show, mocking Jim Duggan. Calls him a disgrace to America, to his family, to basically everyone. As the show gets going, it's the big match we were waiting for. Razor Ramon taking on Typhoon. Oh, wait, that was Tugboat. Sorry about that. Mr. Perfect comes out. And I'm going to tell you something at the end of this segment. Mr. Perfect comes out during this match between Ramon and Typhoon and watches the match from the interview platform. And I'm questioning, this had to be to drive the house show business, because if you remember in January and February, they were trying to promote Razor versus Hennig on the house shows. I thought it was really interesting, though, because we know that they've been pushing Perfect versus Luger on the TV. And Gorilla even references the Razor versus Mr. Perfect feud. So this was pretty interesting. And the match, a lot of nothing, as you might expect in a Typhoon match. Typhoon does make the quick comeback, nails the avalanche in the corner, but misses the big splash. Razor gets the win after 2 elbow drops. 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, missed the splash and then does 2 elbows for absolutely no reason, just pinning. 2 elbows makes him look terrible, which is fine, I guess. But it was just odd.
So post-match, Ramon has already noticed that Mr. Perfect's been out there. He's been out there watching his match. Razor gets on the microphone and challenges Perfect to come down to ringside. He calls him a Smurf. I don't really understand that reference. It didn't really make much sense to me, but that was enough to send Hennig to ringside. I'll be damned. So if you want to piss Mr. Perfect off, call him a Smurf, I guess. As Hennig gets face to face with Razor at ringside, Ramon lays in a cheap shot with the microphone and then a steel chair, but Perfect able to fight his way back, and the guys go brawling down the aisleway to the backstage area to end the segment. I thought by the time I finished watching this angle, it was pretty hot too with the crowd, but I just love Mr. Perfect and Razor Ramon. So I thought this would have been a much more fun feud going into WrestleMania than Luger and Perfect, and then maybe build Luger up to Mania, let him beat somebody at Mania, and then move on to the Luger-Hennig feud. I don't know what was going on here, why they're feuding in the middle of the Luger-Perfect feud, and I got to be honest with you. I don't go back and watch a lot of 1993 stuff. I don't remember this segment at all, so it was all new to me. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I liked it too. I don't remember this at all. I couldn't tell you. Usually, we'll start 93 and I get through I'll finish Raw, no problem. But that's like a completely different world than syndication. Right. If I start Superstars or Challenge, I get through the first 3 episodes and I'm done. So I usually don't get this far, but yeah, that was very interesting. I'm with you though. I think Razor and Perfect makes more sense because it's a Survivor Series. They had the match and things like that. So the feud's there. Razor's over. He just came off the world title run match. Perfect's super hot right now, so it makes way more sense to put them together. And I would maybe just put Lex Luger in a squash match on the card in the opener or something, or maybe instead of Razor and Backlund, feed Backlund to Luger.
Yeah, that might not have been very pretty, but I agree with you. I would have flipped him.
And then you can do the angle in the back where, Mr. Perfect gets in with Shawn, and maybe just have that be Luger beating the shit out of Mr. Perfect from behind or something.
It might as well have been, based on the match that Hennig and Shawn have.
Yeah, but who knows? Like, that makes way more sense and sounds a lot better. Maybe you would have had at least one good match out of the show, or two maybe.
This being challenged, we can kind of zip through the rest of this episode. It's the Nasty Boys over Dave Starr and Brian West. Sags with the pit stop this time. Usually it's Knobs who uses the underarm. This time it was Sags. I thought that was different. And of course, the 2-part death drop, as they sometimes called it. Sags on top of Starr. Match went 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Gorilla makes fun of Sags coming off because, as I pointed out before, he likes to just fall on the guy and try to break the ribs, I think. Gorilla goes, "Oh, he's like a gazelle." And Bobby Heenan replies, "It's like a moose coming out of the sky," which is it's excellent. Excellent observation by Bobby Heenan there.
He knows what's going on.
Special report. Lord Alfred Hayes talks about the Jim Duggan Yoko thing. It's basically the same thing from Superstars Update. Back to the ring. It's Doink over Bobby Young with the stump puller, now using it as the submission hold. 1 minute and 50 seconds. And Bobby Heenan Bobby sells Doink better than any announcer in the company right now. Vince tries, but he tries so hard that I can't even take it seriously. But Bobby, man, it's like he really enjoyed this character because he would just it's in the eyes. Look at him. Watch him, Matsu. Watch him. And I got to tell you, they do an amazing job every time he comes out during this period of his run anyway, with the camera right in his face. Matt Bourne had such demons in real life that they just transcended through his face through makeup, nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, he was something else. Clearly, these demons were things he was fighting with all the time. And this gimmick, you can kind of hide behind your demons when your face is painted and you're wearing a gimmick like Doink. But to channel those demons and get the best out of it, kind of like what Jake Roberts did. But to me, Doink is completely different than what Jake did. Jake did it with his voice. Matt Bourne does it with his face, his reactions, his motions, and just a laugh, a diabolical laugh. Like, I don't even care if he ever talks. I mean, he's selling everything he needs to sell with his face, like the way he sells everything. So it was, I don't know, man. A lot of people now love and appreciate what Doink was. Obviously, it turns into a kid's gimmick later on when Bourne's no longer there, but Matt Bourne is next level as Doink. I mean, it is awesome. I don't know how far you could take it, but it only has a certain amount of shelf life, but it was something else.
Yeah, he should have been so much more in the business. Obviously, his demons got a hold of him, and it caused him to leave the WWF here at the end of the summer, and again, comes into ECW as Born Again, which was just another creative genius. I don't know if that was his idea, Paulie's idea, both of them. It was going to be something awesome too. And then boom, more demons and no Born Again. But yeah, I mean, as of right now, man, it's hot. Doink is working for me, and I didn't appreciate it as a kid. I was like, oh my God, a fucking clown. And I appreciate it much more now than I did back then, even though I loved the heel Doink way more than the babyface Doink.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So we continue on with this episode of Challenge. Boss Man promo with a headlock on Hunger. We get the WrestleMania IX report. Bam Bam Bigelow over Buddy Wayne after a jackhammer. Goldberg was taking notes. And a diving headbutt in 1 minute and 40 seconds. We get the Vince McMahon Brutus Beefcake sit-down interview from Superstars. We get Giant Gonzalez Undertaker Royal Rumble highlights. Then to the ring, where it's the Undertaker with Paul Bearer in his corner over Brian Boyer with the Tombstone.
What a maneuver!
What a maneuver indeed. 1 minute, 37 seconds, Undertaker over. I don't know. Did they not stop doing the body bag for a while and they brought it back? I don't remember them using the body bag so much before this Giant Gonzalez situation.
I thought they stopped it after he won the belt.
Okay.
It was somewhere around that time. In 91, I thought they did. So it was weird to see him bring it back.
Yeah, my assumption here is they brought it back to give the Undertaker that edge, like, he wants revenge for the Giant Gonzalez situation. I don't really know what the idea was here, but closing comments at the end of this episode. Next week, High Energy finally get their tag team title shot against Money Incorporated.
You see, this is going to be the greatest time of our life to take those belts off of Money Inc. So get ready. Next week, it's going to happen. Whoa, it's going to happen, baby.
Birdman, our dream has finally come true.
Yes!
We got a shot at the World Tag Team Championship.
Yes!
And High Energy has been climbing that ladder day in and day out.
Yes!
Each day, we step one step closer. And now we got you, Money Inc. We're going to be the new Tag Team Champions. You mark my words.
High Energy's got their chance at the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team titles. They've been doing a lot of dancing. Well, right here next week, you're going to find out if you dance, you got to pay the fiddler.
And there's only one thing worse than paying the fiddler. That's paying Money Incorporated.
What an hour that's going to be! For the Weasel, this is the Gorilla saying so long till next week.
And I just had to leave in the end of that wrestling challenge theme because it just brought me back in time. I just really
so good.
Yeah,
I love it.
And then, of course, right after that, we get the stamp of approval of 100% prime beef as Vince is trying to sell. We don't use steroids here. Before we go on with our normal shows, I wanted to touch on, we talk about All-American on here, so I thought maybe we should talk about the sister show, which is WWF on TSN for Canada. All of our Canadian listeners are probably like, why don't you ever bring it up? Well, we don't have every episode of TSN, but I do have quite a few. And they have their own exclusive matches. And I want to go back real quick, talk about February 7th. That was Bam Bam Bigelow over Typhoon. So Typhoon making the rounds, doing the jobs. And clearly they're feeding every big man they can to Bam Bam on their way out. He's being, got the boss man, now Typhoon, Earthquake coming up next week. So it's clearly what they're doing there. And then February 14th was Giant Gonzalez over Jimmy Powers. Basically, it was a quick squash chokeslam match. But here's the one I thought you might get a kick out of, Steve, and I'm gonna throw this one up on YouTube. I want you to check it out when I do. It's Bob Backlund in a squash match against a fellow by the name of Tom Patterson. But on commentary is the odd pairing of Gorilla Monsoon and Lord Alfred Hayes. And I don't know if Alfred Hayes is being serious or if he's just trying to have fun, but he shits and buries Bob Backlund throughout the entire course of the commentary. He's like, oh, I believe he was such the most boring champion of all time. It was like, wow, this is awesome. And he said how he hated Backlund as champion. And then they get into more comedy. Backlund's beating Patterson up, and he's knocking him around like a shuttlecock. And Gorilla Monsoon starts having some fun with that. What is a shuttlecock, Alfred? And a shuttlecock, that's in badminton. It was just a fun, like, you never hear Gorilla with Alfred. Like, you hear Mooney with Alfred, you hear Heenan in there with Alfred. You'd never really hear Gorilla with Alfred, and they were clearly trying to entertain everyone while Bob Backlund was trying to put him to sleep. So I really enjoyed it. It was only a 3-minute match, but it was just a lot of fun.
Sounds like it. I'm about to go out. I'm about to watch this.
Yes, it's
I love
good
Alfred.
stuff.
He's hilarious.
Yeah, he was great in this one. So we talked about TSN. Let's talk real quick about All-American, February 14th. Of course, Okerlund and Bobby Heenan still in Las Vegas promoting Caesar's Palace and WrestleMania IX. The match here, the exclusive match here, is Head Shrinkers over Tito Santana and Virgil. May have been the match from Primetime, the final Primetime episode back on January 4th. I really didn't do any digging to verify that. But we go on Monday Night Raw, February 15th at the Manhattan Center. This was actually taped 2 weeks ago on February 1st. And, of course, last week, Raw gone to the dogs, but it's back. And we get opening promos from Brutus Beefcake, who said he's back tonight. And Ted DiBiase insinuates he's going to destroy Beefcake's face. Jimmy Hart, of course, in the promo with DiBiase, says, there's no need for that, baby. DiBiase tells Jimmy not to worry. So they're already setting the stage for what's to come here later in the episode. As we kick the show off, it's Rob Bartlett standing ringside with Savage and Vince as they run down the big show. They announce there's a battle royal on this show. Rob makes a mocking surprise face, and then they announce Brutus Beefcake's return, to which Bartlett again makes I don't really give a shit, but I'm going to pretend like I care face. So I'm just wondering why is, I don't know. I just wonder every single week. Randy Savage also goes on record. He notes both God and Hulk Hogan are watching the back of Brutus Beefcake as he makes his in-ring turn later in the show tonight. So Hogan's even got Savage promoting the tag team of the Hulkster with the big man upstairs, brother.
He's got everybody buying in. Crazy.
Steiner brothers in the ring taking on Glenn Root, the future headbanger Thrasher, and Bobby Who. And you can tell at this point how much Vince is done with Rob Bartlett on commentary, because Rob tries to start the old "who on third base" joke, and Vince changes the subject. And if you guys out there know anything about Vince, he loves this joke. He tries to do it himself all the time when Bobby Who wrestles, and even goes on to 1996 to create a character, Jim Neidhart under a hood, as Who, again, specifically to use that joke. So for Vince McMahon to shrug it off and just disregard Rob Bartlett's Who, the joking manner here, I could really see that Vince was just done with this guy, but he just keeps him on. I don't get it.
What if he had a guaranteed contract of some sort? We had a certain amount of dates locked in, or expensive buyout since he took him. I don't know. Yeah, there has to be a reason.
Yeah, luckily for us, he's not on this entire episode, and we'll get to that in a little bit. As the match starts, there are commentary audio issues to where the Macho Man's microphone doesn't work throughout the entire opening match. I don't know if Macho can't hear them or they can't hear Macho, but Macho's talking over top of Vince and Rob Bartlett, and it just sounds like a complete mess on commentary throughout this match. I'll tell you one thing, though, that was great about this match. Scott Steiner hooks Glenn Ruth, Thrasher, into a full Nelson and launches him in a dragon suplex.
What a maneuver!
That's probably what Vince called it. And that might have been the first dragon suplex in WWF history here. It was awesome.
Yeah, they still haven't been neutered. There's some stiff moves and suplexes and everything else. So
yeah, Rick Steiner with his own.
Still fun as hell to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Rick Steiner also with a Steiner line on Bobby Who during the match, and then the assisted Bulldog on Who. Yeah, gets the win. Scott covers Who. 3 minutes, 33 seconds. We continue on. Yokozuna over Ross Greenberg. Macho Man still has microphone issues during this match. Vince does a little comedy here, some inside comedy, if you will. He says, "I wouldn't want to be the producer of this show." And Rob Bartlett has to chuckle because he gets it. So Macho Man still having issues. The audio, it's pretty bad considering that this was pre-taped. They could have done something about it and just chose not to. Lots of USA chants during the match because of what Yoko recently did to Duggan. Yoko mauls Greenberg here, even slaps him around. Bartlett has to laugh at the sheer brutality, because this is during that period where Yoko's really trying to get himself over as that monster heel. So he's laying it in snug on these job guys in the recent weeks. And the Banzai drop will finish this in just 2 minutes, 2 seconds, as Yoko, once again, he sneaks us in quite a bit. He hits the Banzai drop, and he talks to the camera, and he ends the sentence with Samoa. So he's always speaking Samoan whenever he's in the ring, portraying a Japanese star. So he's still getting over with his local peeps.
Of course. Bloodline.
So at this point, something really good happens in the show. Randy Savage finally steals Rob Bartlett's microphone, his headset, I should say, to take over commentary for the rest of the show with Vince. So no more Rob Bartlett for the most part for the duration of the show. So that's pretty awesome. And special report is Duggan and Yokozuna, so we go on with the show. Giant Gonzalez, we learn, wanted to enter the upcoming 16-man Battle Royal. So Vince says all 16 wrestlers refused to work the match should he enter. So instead, Gonzalez was removed from the match. So when Vince said all 16, it confused me. I thought he meant 16 guys besides the Giant Gonzalez, but apparently Gonzalez was initially supposed to be part of the 16-man Battle Royal. The other 15 guys refused to work the match if he entered. So look at some of the cowards in this match. Tatanka, Tito Santana. I mean, my God. These guys were going to back down from the Giant Gonzalez. So they're really trying to get over Gonzalez for The Undertaker at WrestleMania.
Yeah, very smart booking. They're trying to get him over without having to work at all until WrestleMania, which is a good thing.
If only they could have gone through WrestleMania without having to work at all.
Absolutely. But somehow they make this work till SummerSlam. Or I don't know if it worked, but
I don't know that they made it work, but they certainly continued it till SummerSlam.
My goodness. But no, this is smart. I didn't mind it.
So we move on with the 16-man or the 15-man Battle Royal, excuse me. And all of the participants coming back from the commercial break are surrounding the outside of the ring. The bell sounds. They all hit the ring. And we're off to the races. No announcements, so you got to kind of look around and see who's involved. Razor Ramon, Owen Hart, Coco Beware, Kamala, Kim Chi, Shawn Michaels, Tatanka, Tito Santana, Iron Mike Sharp, Bob Backlund, Typhoon, Damian Demento, The Berserker, Terry Taylor, and Skinner. Talk about a hodgepodge of names. Everything from Shawn Michaels to Terry Taylor. Even The Berserker makes a one-time return following the Rumble, just for this Battle Royal.
Surprised we didn't get Max Moon back again.
Yeah, he could have snuck in there. So here we go. Order of elimination. Mike Sharp by Bob Backlund. Coco by Michaels. Skinner by Typhoon. Demento by Kamala. Owen out by the Berserker. Berserker out by Kamala. Kamala out by Typhoon and Kim Chi. Kim Chi then, Kamala returns to the ring because he wants revenge. Eliminates Kim Chi, then chases him through the crowd and even up into, up top into the balcony afterwards before we go into a commercial break during the Battle Royal. So, gotta say, first time in my life to that point that I saw a match go through the crowd. Specifically, the balcony.
I thought this was funny. I thought it was great because the Battle Royal was kind of a snooze fest. So seeing Kamala running, pounding on his belly with Slick chasing him down was hilarious.
I don't even know the last time we've seen a Battle Royal on TV here by 1993. I can't even, maybe a Saturday Night's Main Event in 91, but that was a special.
Yeah.
I mean, just regular TV, you didn't get Battle Royals. So this was pretty cool. I'm not going to lie at the time. I mean, looking back at it now, it's not the greatest Battle Royal of all time, but it was definitely different. Match goes into commercial while Kamala's chasing Kim Chi around the universe here. And back from commercial break, Typhoon eliminated by Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels eliminated by Tatanka and Tito Santana. And then it's down to 3. It's Giant Gonzalez, it's down to 3. It's Tatanka and Tito Santana against Razor Ramon, which was odd. Even back then, I thought, this is weird. 2 good guys and 1 bad guy? Literally, bad guy. And this is why we come to find out the Giant Gonzalez is upset that he was pulled from the match. So here he comes down to ringside with Harvey Whippleman. He enters the ring and eliminates Tatanka, eliminates Tito Santana. Razor Ramon wisely rolls out to the floor during this. So that only leaves Razor as the lone man. So once Gonzalez leaves the ring, Razor rolls back inside and is announced as the winner of the match. So match roughly went about 13 minutes, the Battle Royal. Razor Ramon picks up a win. He didn't have to do much at the end to do it, get it done, and Giant Gonzalez again put over without having to do much of anything.
Yeah, it was fine. Like we said, it's just trying to get him over without putting him in the ring with anybody, exposing him, making him look bad. Because I think if you put him in a match and he goes across as bad, people are already going to be like done. Like, there's no way Undertaker needs to continue on with this feud. Fans are just not going to accept it. I don't know if they did in the first place, but going into WrestleMania, you're intrigued because they did a good job of building this up. Like you said at the Rumble Watch Long, Undertaker's never looked like this ever before to this point. So clearly there was something there. I was intrigued to see, like, what the heck's he going to do with Giant Gonzalez? He's huge, but if you put him in the ring with a jobber and it goes south real quick, he's going to be exposed at that moment and nobody's going to care. The feud be useless. So good job by them to recognize that and keep you protected.
Yeah, smoke and mirrors for the Giant Gonzalez all the way up till WrestleMania, and then the shit hits the fan. But we'll wait till then. That's another couple episodes away. Steve, do you remember the 6 scariest words in the English language that you can put together?
No, but I'm sure you're about to tell me.
I'm not going to tell you, but Vince McMahon will.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake is back!
Brutus the Barber Beefcake is back. Dear God, I scared myself. Brutus out to the ring, ready to strut and cut, taking on the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, accompanied by Jimmy Hart. I thought early on Beefcake looked okay. He's clearly off the gas. He's not jacked up like he once was. Still in okay shape. Beefcake teases Ted with some strutting on the lockups. Savage continues to sell Hulk Hogan and God as equals during commentary on this match. So I don't know, it's like you get Rob Bartlett or you get Randy Savage doing this. Take your pick. But we do know that Hulk Hogan and God have Beefcake's back here. Hart noticeably critiquing and advising DiBiase, something he never does, as he seems to worry for Ted on the outside, says, Beefcake's fast, baby. And Yeah, so like Teddy is basically doing all the bumping for Beefcake. Beefcake's doing very little on his end, which I'm not really shocked about as the match gets going. Ted sells the generic offense, mostly punching, and then randomly about 4 minutes into the match, IRS to ringside, and Jimmy Hart is upset that IRS is even out there. When has Jimmy ever been upset that there's his other guys coming out to help? This is, I don't know. IRS pushes Jimmy out of the way. He stands at ringside. He's not leaving. This match never really gets through the feeling out process stage of the match. Beefcake just randomly goes to run off the ropes and gets smashed with the briefcase, or later the beefcase, by IRS right in the Beefcake's back for the disqualification. So Beefcake over DiBiase in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. This just felt like straight to the angle. There's really no match to be had here.
Yeah. And again, I think it's another thing, too. They're just saving Beefcake for, you got to pay to see him. It's kind of what they're telling
No, thank you.
I agree there. I was never like a huge fan of Beefcake. I didn't mind him. I thought at certain points in his career, he was actually really, really over to the point where he probably should have got an IC title run. So I'm not going to sit here and just completely trash the guy. Is he good in the ring? No, not really. Can he cut a promo? No, not really. But he was good for what he did, and the fans loved him. So there's some sort of connection to him here, but I think they're just saving him for, the angle, and then obviously the payoff is the WrestleMania match. So you don't want to give – back then they were very protective of giving away anything remotely close to good for giving it away for free. You got the angles, but you never got the payoff unless you paid for it or went to see it. So that's kind of what we got here.
So IRS nails Beefcake in the back with the briefcase, causing a disqualification, and then both members of Money Incorporated attack Brutus after the match. They put the boots to him. The crowd, actually, at this point, they're trained to do this. They all stand up and start looking towards the dressing room area, the entrance area, for someone to come out and make the save. But no one helps Brutus Beefcake. Where is God? Where is Hulk Hogan? They have his back, I thought. Where are they now, brother? Ted DiBiase then picks Beefcake up. IRS grabs the briefcase and gets ready to smash Brutus. They promised it. They were going to do it. Jimmy Hart, of all people, gets in the way. He repeatedly blocks IRS from hitting Beefcake with the briefcase. He begs him. Finally, IRS has enough of it, throws Jimmy Hart all the way out of the ring. And then it happens, Steve. IRS smashes Brutus Beefcake's face right off with the briefcase or the beefcase. The shitty camera angle doesn't pick it up well from behind, but it was a great sound.
What a maneuver!
What a maneuver by IRS, smashing Beefcake's face off. Or so we thought. DiBiase tries to do it again. Jimmy Hart begs him not to. So DiBiase and IRS simply walk away laughing. Money Inc. leave ringside. Jimmy Hart is the one checking on the Barber. And there's still no other help. There's no Hulk Hogan to be had here. You know why that is, Steve? That's so that they could set up the announcement of the return of Hulk Hogan. That's what all of this is about.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it has nothing to do with Brutus Beefcake. It's all about the big man coming back next week.
That's right, brother. So finally, we get some referees out there, the EMTs, stretcher. They take him to a medical facility, presumably somewhere, probably sitting next to Crush and Hacksaw. Man, there's a lot of injury angles from this last month, now that I think about it. Crush, Hacksaw, now Beefcake. So though we never see a blade job here, the camera then pans to the canvas, which has been stained by, supposedly stained by blood. None of this makes any sense for me in regards to Jimmy Hart. First, Hart got too babyface too fast in the matter of 7 days here. Second, Money Incorporated are giving up everything for this random obsession to deface Beefcake. Basically, they're giving up their manager who helped them win the titles, who's been in their corner all this time. And they're like, no, you know what, Jimmy? We'd rather break this guy's face off than continue using you as a manager. So none of it really makes sense. But again, we've learned nothing has to make sense when Hulk Hogan's involved, just as long as he gets to make the save and be the big man. I guess, let's just rush everything else, brother. It doesn't have to make sense.
Also, too, do you think they just did this because there's really no viable tag teams? I know the Steiners are there, but outside of them, that's it. So if you do the title switch on them, like, where are they going to go? So I kind of get it. Money Inc. was, to me, always elevated a tier above a lot of the tag teams. For whatever reason, I think it was just the Ted DiBiase syndrome. Because to me, Ted DiBiase always looked like carried himself and worked and was at a level of a main eventer or a high mid card, like right on the cusp of main event, like his whole run. So to see him with the tag titles with IRS, I always just thought of him as a little bit bigger than a basic tag wrestler.
Right.
So it feels like, to me, it felt natural. It felt okay because Ted's there. He's at that level. He's feuded with Hogan before. It's not an insult. It's Money Inc. I mean, Irwin maybe, I don't know, but Ted, I didn't have any issues with it, and I just feel like they don't really have anything else just yet for him. So why not do this angle?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one. I don't buy it. It's it just came out of nowhere. It was out of the blue. And Jimmy Hart turning was out of the blue. I'm not questioning the match, although even then I was like, why is IRS in the same match as Hulk Hogan? But other than that, I mean, I'm just saying it just made no sense. Oh, Jimmy Hart's just a good guy now. I mean, in another week he's going to talk about how he always wanted to be a Hulkamaniac. Get the fuck out of here. I haven't been watching wrestling for the past fucking 10 years at this point. Fuck off, right. Jimmy Hart. You're so full of shit. Go eat your beans and taters. Shit. Reference to Legends House.
I never watched it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't eat meat, brother. Just beans and taters. Beans and taters, baby. Anyway.
And that's why he's a $1.10 soaking wet.
So we get the big angle. Jimmy Hart is checking on Beefcake. He's been helped out on a stretcher. We go to commercial. We come back. Vince announces that Beefcake is okay. He may have suffered a possible broken nose, but other than that, he's fine. So what was the point? Money Inc., then they will return next week. So Vince tells us, he sells it. That means there's a possibility of Brutus and even Hulk Hogan returning to the WWF next week. So we'll see what happens here as we move along. Real quick, February 15th and 16th TV tapings. Some matches aired internationally, specifically in Italy, that were really interesting to me. Crush defeated Razor Ramon via submission, the cranium crunch there. So Crush was really getting pushed hard. Coliseum Video and Superstars taping. This was Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels over Owen Hart. After Owen comes off with the crossbody, Shawn rolls over, gets the pin on top. This is the interesting part, Steve. Sherry runs out, steals the Intercontinental title belt, leaves with the Intercontinental title belt. Now, you remember they used to do that to explain away why someone didn't have a belt on for the rest of the TV taping, because they were actually losing it in real life. Or by the time that it airs on TV, or perhaps at a pay-per-view, things of that nature. This obviously was going to air before WrestleMania, so it's very interesting that they have Sherry run out with the belt, but they really don't do anything that would lead up to explaining that. So I thought that was really interesting. Maybe they canceled whatever they had planned there. Challenge taping the next day, February 16th, saw Crush take on Shawn Michaels. Again, Sherry at ringside. Shawn goes after Sherry. Crush makes a save. Crush then wins the match by DQ because Shawn nails him with the Intercontinental title belt. So again, Crush, Shawn Michaels getting involved in these Italy matches. I wish we had gotten to see some of these. And then finally, Tatanka over Razor Ramon. Ramon used a chair after Earl Hebner took a bump. Earl catches Razor with the chair, disqualifies him. Tatanka remains undefeated, thankfully there. So just thought some pretty solid matches. I don't know why we never got any of those kind of matches here in the States, but good stuff.
Yeah, it probably didn't go to Italy, and they'll never see anything else, so might as well give it to them, right?
Yeah, that would certainly boost ratings, I'd imagine.
Oh, yeah.
So we move on to the next week. WWF Superstars, February 20th. Again, tape back January 25th, San Jose. We get an opening 10-second promo from Bam Bam Bigelow and Earthquake. They talk about their upcoming match later today.
In just a few minutes, Earthquake, your barbecue's about to begin. You're gonna feel the heat of my fire! Bam Bam Bigelow, in just a few minutes, your barbecue's gonna be over because I'm gonna smother your flames with an earthquake!
So this was interesting. I don't know that they've done this before at this point. This is the first time I've noticed it or paid attention to it anyway. They're cutting these quick promos with a black background. It's just them and a black background, and they're staring off into space somewhere. They're not looking at the camera cutting these promos. Was this the first time they did this that you remember, or have they been doing it and I just wasn't paying attention?
I don't know if this is the first time, but I do know, like, going forward, you'll see it a lot more.
Right.
'Cause they do this a lot to hype up the Raw, big matches on Raw that they had.
Yeah.
I liked it. It's almost as if it's like a face-to-face, but it's two different shots. Because they're like, one of them staring to the right, like the face is staring to the right and the heel staring to the left. So it's like they're looking at each other, but they're not on the screen at the same time. So very different, very unique.
So we kick off the show. Jerry Lawler says he loved Brutus's face-off, referencing a hockey term there. So again, Lawler couldn't condone what Doink did to Crush, but he loved what Yoko did to Duggan. He loved what DiBiase did to Brutus. So Lawler has a weird sense of humor here. Go to the action in the ring. Razor Ramon over Buddy Wayne with the Razor's Edge, 2 minutes, 16 seconds. We get the update, and that's Brutus Beefcake's Raw injury this week. Mean Gene says there was a dislodging of plates in Brutus's head, but he's coming back. Beefcake will return this week on Raw with Hulk Hogan. So there's the big news, brother. So Vince says he may have suffered a broken nose. Mean Gene says he has dislodging of plates in his head. Two completely different things there. Back to the ring, it's Mr. Perfect taking on Bobby Young. Clearly, free Ico Pro shirts were given away at this event, Steve. All around ringside, all these fans wearing Ico Pro shirts. You've got to not want it. Hennig looked great here, man. Did the running drop kick, the standing drop kick. Nasty, nasty chops here in 93. The old perfect knee lift and the perfect plex gets the win. 2 minutes, 18 seconds over Bobby Young. And Perfect looks into the camera, and instead of addressing Lex Luger, he addresses Razor Ramon. He says, "How about that, Razor Ramon?" And I wrote, were they pivoting? Were they? I don't know that they could with the Perfect and Luger stuff already on TV as well, but it just seems really odd that Hennig keeps addressing Razor as of late when he's already in a feud with Luger. Then the big match on the show, Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Earthquake. And Earthquake gets the better of the match early, knocking Bam Bam down the first few times. Even body slams Bigelow. Nice slam, too. Looked like some dead weight there. So Quake showing his strength. Bam Bam makes the comeback. Nails not one, but two back suplexes, but misses a headbutt. Quake then makes the big comeback, hits two avalanches in the corner, but misses a third and takes the big bump over the top buckle to the floor. Earthquake counted out 4 minutes and 3 seconds. And Vince exclaims after Earthquake takes the bump, "What a maneuver that was!" I don't know what he was watching, but there was no maneuver, Vince. Earthquake takes the bump to the floor, gets counted out. Bam Bam gets the win. Quake now gone. Seriously, I promise he's not coming back till next year. Nothing special, nothing fancy. Still way better than Bam Bam the Boss Man at Rumble, though.
Yeah, Earthquake came to wrestle on his way out, so he gave him some and he took some. So it was a good match compared to Big Boss Man. 100% better.
Kamala down to ring with Slick in his corner taking on Mike Starr. Vince says Kamala likes the people now. Lawler responds, especially if they're cooked. All right. Kim Chi comes out to ringside to try to distract Kamala, which he does. Kamala tries to leave the ring to go after Kim Chi, but Slick's out there to keep Kamala focused on the match. Kamala lands the splash to the back of Mike Starr and eventually rolls him over and gets the pin. 2 minutes, 24 seconds. And now we hear from Deborah Duggan. That's the wife, the pregnant, expecting wife of Hacksaw Jim Duggan. She talks her thoughts on the recent injury to her husband, courtesy of Yokozuna.
In light of what's happened, I'd just like to say that Jim and I have been together for almost 10 years. And in those years, I've nursed him back through many injuries. 4 knee operations, torn Achilles tendon, crushed vertebrae, and many other injuries. But now, everything is different. We've always wanted to have a baby. And now that I'm pregnant, Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna have done this to Jim. This could not have happened at a worse time. All I want is for Jim to be able to play with this baby. I know he's a proud man, and I know he loves his country, and I know millions of people love to watch him wrestle. But I love him, and our baby loves him, and I don't want to see him hurt. Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna have done this to Jim because he is a proud American, but we're not at war with Japan. This is a sport, and I don't want to see him hurt. I don't want Jim to wrestle. I'm sorry, but I don't want Jim to wrestle.
All right, so they played up that his wife is asking Jim not to return to the ring to remain at home with the family. I did like that she says she basically blows off the nonsense, the Japan versus USA stuff. She says, this is a sport. We're not at war with Japan. So Deborah making more sense than the entire wrestling world at this point.
It sounds like she was reading something, but yeah, she did good. Put some more empathy on Duggan. Everybody can relate to being, in a family, mom and dad, and kid on the way, that sort of stuff. So it makes sense, and it makes me wonder if they made her say, "Well, we're not at war with Japan," to kind of soothe over the group that's mad about this angle. So
well, I'll tell you what, all it did for me was make her look 20 times more intelligent than anybody in the wrestling business. We're not at war with Japan. This is a sport. I mean, she's like thinking like a normal human being, which is not allowed in the world of professional wrestling.
She's thinking logically, man.
Absolutely. It's WrestleMania IX report time. More matches added to the show. Mr. Perfect taking on the Narcissist Lex Luger, so that Perfect Razor match is out the window. Also, we learned that Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels will not have to defend his title against Tatanka after losing the non-title match to Tatanka last week on TV. And the sixth match now added to the show. The Steiner brothers take on the Head Shrinkers, and we saw some great matches between the Steiners and the SST in 1989 NWA. I like the match here. I mean, it's the best of two teams beating the living shit out of each other as far as, the best heel team that kills people and the best babyface team that kills people. But when I was booking back then, and I fantasy booked constantly as I was watching TV back then, my matches were, and obviously I was keeping Hogan and Beefcake off the show, where I wanted to see the Steiners beat Money Incorporated for the tag titles, of course, on that show. I wanted the Steiners to get those belts, and the Head Shrinkers and the Nasty Boys. And the reason for that is they wind up actually having a match here on Raw with the Nasty Boys at some point. It's kind of wild. And I think I would have liked to have seen that. Maybe Samu and Fatu could have even accidentally injured Knobs or Sags in the process at Mania, make the double sweep.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better than what we got. I didn't mind the Steiners and Head Shrinkers match, but that sounds a lot more, just more long term,
right?
Instead of just like a single shot like Hogan and Beefcake was. It seemed more long term booking that's going to pay big dividends later on instead of just getting the one shot.
And what made me even more support that even more when I was going through these shows and watching them again, taking these notes. At some point, I think it's Gorilla and Bobby are talking during a Head Shrinkers match, and they mentioned that both teams undefeated, and I didn't even think of it that way. The Head Shrinkers are undefeated on TV. The Steiners are absolutely undefeated. So you go into Mania, now one of these teams, they have to be defeated. And I think we could have prolonged that Steiners and Head Shrinkers match until SummerSlam or until King of the Ring at least, or something like that, and done, done it the way I said. But obviously Hogan had to come in and plans changed, brother. So Steiner's got to wait a while. Back to the ring, it's Undertaker. Paul Bearer in his corner over Raven Clark. With the tombstone, 1 minute and 55 seconds, they continue to use the body bag. Steve, I'm a big fan of event centers and localized promos. And I get those a lot on my old shows, but I also have some New York feed shows here that I watched for these notes. And nothing was more fun in the event centers than when you saw guys teaming up that never really teamed up, didn't really sometimes even belong together. It was those weird Nails and Kamala, Papa Shango type teams and things like that in the past, and those are online already. But this upcoming show at Madison Square Garden for March 21st featured Lex Luger teaming with Razor Ramon to take on Bret Hart and Mr. Perfect. And I couldn't help but just stand there and just in awe watching Mr. Perfect stand side by side with Bret Hart and think, my God, what a team. And then Luger and Razor, I mean, on paper, what a great heel team. So I actually grabbed these promos from these two teams. I wanted everybody to take a listen for the upcoming main event of Madison Square Garden.
Surprise, Mr. Perfect. I've made the challenge. But what opportunity knocks? For me, the narcissist Lex Luger, I get the chance to wrestle both you and Bret the Hitman Hart at the same time, and I just love, next to myself, nothing more than establishing my dominance and superiority over you, Mr. Perfect.
Yo, perfecto. Hitman. You want to fight? You got it. Lex Luger and Razor Ramon, we gonna take you out.
You know, when a person thinks about wrestling ability, technical knowledge in wrestling, the two soundest wrestlers in the World Wrestling Federation, maybe in the history of the World Wrestling Federation, are right here, right now. Mr. Perfect and the excellence of execution, the Hitman. And you know something? We're second-generation wrestlers. We've been learning wrestling since we were this tall. And we're really, really looking forward to stepping in the ring with the Narcissist and Razor Ramon.
The bottom line is, champ, that you are the excellence of execution and that I am perfect. And Razor Ramon and the Narcissist, you are going to find out that we are a perfect combination.
An excellent combination.
Perfect combination.
Excellent, too.
So fun little ending there. They're perfect, excellent, perfect, excellent. So I thought that was fun. That's kind of the reason why I grabbed it too. I thought you might get a laugh out. Everybody might get a laugh out of that. But so just in case anybody was curious, the match does go down March 21st, Madison Square Garden. Bret Hart, Mr. Perfect, defeat Razor Ramon and Lex Luger in 19 minutes when Bret pins Razor with an inside cradle after both Luger and Perfect come in and reverse the cradle back and forth behind the referee's back. After the bout, Luger, Razor, and the Giant Gonzalez beat down Bret Hart, Mr. Perfect, and Randy Savage. So it's an interesting match, and I just thought those were fun promos.
Yeah, I remember I was just scrolling through. Since we don't really talk about the event centers very much, I just kind of skimmed through it, and I saw Bret and Mr. Perfect standing next to each other, and I had to stop it. I was like, oh, man, this was a tag team. I would love to have seen this match. Bret and Perfect together is something else. That's that would have been awesome.
Yeah. Short-term tag team that would have been great. Have Hennig turn on them down the road or something. That would have been fun, too. So we close out this episode of Superstars. Next week, it's the Big Boss Man taking on Doink the Clown. Let's hear from both guys.
Hey, boss man! You're way too serious! You need to loosen up! Laugh a little bit! Because next week, you've got a date with me. It's gonna be no laughing matter. Doink, you think I'm too serious? Well, you ain't seen nothing yet! You're the kind of trash that likes to hurt people, make people sad. Well, next week, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna make you sad, and I'm gonna see how you like it, punk. So get ready to serve nothing but hard time, punk.
Boss Man meaning business called Doink a punk twice in 5 seconds there. So we'll see what happens next week on Superstars and Challenge. The matches on both shows. Real quick, talk about WWF Mania for February 20th. A lot of in-studio stop-bys here. Randy Savage, Gorilla, Jerry Lawler, Vince McMahon all actually stop by and speak with Todd. The gimmick here is everybody's invited to this presidential party except for Todd Pettengill, and he can't figure out who the president is. And when he finds out, what an idiot. I like this. Mania exclusive, Beverly Brothers taking on Tito Santana and Virgil, taped on the 15th of February. And we get Gorilla and Bobby on commentary for the match. What I liked about it was Virgil got beat up the entire match. Tito gets the hot tag and actually pins one of the Beverly Brothers without any help with an inside cradle. So you see where the Beverlys are on the card right now, doing the job to El Matador and Virgil.
See where Virgil's on the card too.
Yeah.
Couldn't even help out his partner.
Let's just put Tito over.
That's right. He's getting ready for that title run.
We get a Crush and Hawaii brother promo. He squashes a pineapple like Doink's head here. Another Mania exclusive. I know you missed out on this one. Typhoon over Ed Moretti. A match so bad, a squash match so bad, it was joined in progress. 90 seconds before Typhoon hits the splash, and it's all she wrote for the Moondog Moretti. Mania closes with Todd. He's talking to a, stereotypical Mexican janitor, Steve. And I couldn't help but think, you know what? I don't know that he's stereotypical. It's Vince McMahon's studio. I believe he hired this guy. Todd has nobody else left to ask, so he asks the Mexican janitor, excuse me, who is the president in this room? To which the janitor calls Todd a gringo, a stupido, and explains that it's Jack Tunney. Well, no shit, Todd. Really? What a shit payoff. And it's on to Wrestling Challenge, February 21st, taped January 26th. Are you laughing at that? It was.
No, I'm laughing at you selling it.
Off to Wrestling Challenge, February 21st, taped January 26th, Fresno. We get the tag team title match. It's Money Incorporated taking on High Energy. No Jimmy Hart ringside for this. We get about 3 minutes, 30 seconds into the match when Coco tries to leapfrog IRS, but comes down bad on his leg, blows out his leg, injured leg. It's a work, people. Owen goes outside of the ring to check on Coco, but gets attacked by IRS. Owen is forced to wrestle the rest of the match by himself. Coco helped backstage by the referees. Unfortunately for Owen, Money Incorporated began double teaming him, making a lot of fast tags and pulling him up from several 2-count covers where they could have had him beat. Finally, the referee has enough, calls for the disqualification on Money Inc. High Energy will actually pick up the win on a DQ here, 6 minutes and 8 seconds, which only upsets the tag team champions as they continue to beat down on Owen until Bret Hart, his brother, makes the save here. It just seems like there's intertwining a lot of things, but fun fact here, this angle makes sense to the crowd there in the arena because this leads to a match later on the TV tapings where Bret and Owen actually team up to take on Money Inc. in a dark match. And the Harts actually won the match. They beat Money Incorporated, but the titles weren't on the line. So that's a fun little backstory there. But yeah, Bret Hart makes the save for his brother Owen. Coco Beware out and gone. Money Inc. continue to beat down people, maim them. Brutus Beefcake, now Coco.
Yeah, they're really building them up, getting them ready. And also, like I mentioned earlier, they're about to be in a tag match on the dark side, or on the dark match with the WWF champion. So clearly they're trying to make you guys think that these guys are ready for a team like Beefcake and Hogan. So smart booking for sure.
Special report again, the Beefcake incident. Again, Hogan's going to be on Raw, blah, blah, blah. Back to the ring. Steiner brothers over Larry Ludden and Gary Key, and poor Ludden and Key here. Rick finally finishes them off with the assisted Bulldog. Scotty covers Ludden for the win. 2 minutes. We get the Deborah Duggan interview replay again from Superstars. The replay of the Giant Gonzalez handicap match from Superstars. Crush over Al Burke with the cranium crunch. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Another WrestleMania report. Then it's the Narcissist taking on Virgil. And I wrote, the mirror is now outside the ring, at least for this match. And that saves a lot of time. They don't have to bother trying to pick the big mirror up, which is not made of actual glass. It's made of some kind of weird, whatever. I don't even know what that is. That stuff they put in the funhouse in some places where it's, there's a reflection there, but it's kind of like plasticky or whatever, which makes sense. It would be a lot more heavy and a lot more dangerous if these mirrors were made out of glass. But nevertheless, the mirror's outside now, saves some time, but they have to go to break because Luger won't stop looking at himself. Again, I thought that was a nice little touch. And I wrote, wouldn't that be cool if they had booked it to where Luger got counted out because he wouldn't stop looking at himself in the mirror outside the ring? That would have been tremendous. No offense here whatsoever from Verge. And another nasty forearm as Luger runs him over.
What a maneuver!
What a maneuver that forearm is. 1 minute and 3 seconds. Virgil making that fuck money, bitch. Real quick here. Does the job in only a minute. And then Lex grabs Virgil in a swinging full Nelson a la Ken Patera to, quote unquote, wake Virgil up. So Virgil relegated to complete jobber status at this point.
Rightfully so. I always loved his running forearm in the WrestleMania, or not WrestleMania, the Royal Rumble SNES game.
Yeah.
I was always Luger to do it. It was so good. And then the flex after it was over. Just excellent.
All-American for February 21st. No real exclusives here. It's just Bobby and Gene Okerlund having some fun in Long Beach, California. So we move on to Monday Night Raw, February 22nd from the Manhattan Center. Rob Bartlett kicks the show off by himself, and that scared the shit out of me, Steve. I was like, you got to be shitting me. This guy's going to host the show all by himself. No, it was just to cut this opening segment.
Rob Bartlett here with you from the Manhattan Center in New York City, where I've learned a valuable lesson. Wrestling fans can spell. Live from New York, it's Monday Night Raw!
Bartlett doing himself no favors there, basically shitting on the entire wrestling fan population. I did notice there's Hulk Hogan signs everywhere. I don't know if all of those are legit or if some of those were handed out, because if you notice, there's really very few signs in the Manhattan Center ever, and then all of a sudden Hulk Hogan's here and everybody brings a sign?
Sounds like they were handed out.
Yeah.
Brother.
It's like those.
Hogan
It's
had
like
all his bases covered.
Yeah, it's like the. Hey, brother, you know what else would be cool? Brutus, Jimmy, go make me some signs, dude. I can see it now, and all the Ico Pro shirts around ringside.
That's funny.
So as we open the show, Rob Bartlett tries to sell an auto body shop on his T-shirt, and then they throw to the ring, and he says he's trying to get over the show, and he goes, "It's uncut," and then there's dead silence. Vince and Savage don't sell it. They don't do the uncooked, uncensored. And she just goes, "It's uncut," and there's no response, and it's fucking hilarious. They are so done with Rob Bartlett by this point.
Yeah, they are. They're ready to be done.
And Rob does himself no favors this week. He's kind of getting back in his groove of shitting on things, and he doesn't understand what you can and can't shit on. And immediately, the opening match, Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Scott Taylor, the future Scotty Too Hottie. Bartlett refers to Scott Taylor as some guy they found off the street, and then Vince and Savage kind of put over Taylor as this up-and-comer of sorts, even though this is like maybe his first appearance. I can't really remember. But it's funny because you don't want to announce these job guys as guys off the street, because then it doesn't make these guys that are beating the shit out of them mean as much as if they're not wrestling at least some guy that was a credible wrestler somewhere. And so Bartlett, they kind of ignore that. "I don't think so, pal." And then Bartlett starts making fun of Bam Bam Bigelow, doing the curly bit because Bam Bam's bald. And Vince asks, "What was that?" instead of selling it whatsoever. So I just thought this was pretty great stuff by Vince and Savage, kind of no-selling all of Bartlett's crap on the mic. Vince and Savage put Scotty Too Hottie over a little bit during the match, but Bartlett just buries him at every chance he gets. Double underhook backbreaker by Bam Bam Bigelow during the match. And then Scotty, 3/4 of the way across the ring, even the announcers reference, "I don't know how Bam Bam's going to reach that far with the diving headbutt. I can't wait to see this." Bam Bam falls short. You can't really tell from the camera angle in which it happens, but he clearly knows that he misses Scotty completely with the diving headbutt, so he immediately gets up, drops another headbutt, then goes back to the top rope in the opposite corner and delivers another diving headbutt. So Bam Bam really looking for that realism anywhere as he gets the win in 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was pretty smart on his part to do it again, just because we may not be able to tell from the angle that they shot it from. But one, he doesn't know that, and two, the people in the building may have seen that he didn't hit anybody. So the fact that he got up, dropped the headbutt, and then went up top and did it again to make sure it was done properly, that's just being a professional.
Here's another real professional. It's Vince McMahon doing a sit-down with Hulk Hogan in that old March to WrestleMania 8 room. You remember the black room with the Hogan posters on the wall? Well, it's back. And Hulk Hogan rocking the Ico Pro shirt too, brother. So, man, Ico Pro is really getting the hard sell here in the early part of 1993. Hulk says he can't wait to talk about the future, but first, let's talk about the past. Hulk exclaims that he is a human being. You wouldn't know it from the last couple of weeks on Raw where they're pushing him equal to God, but Hulk is just a human being. And he's made mistakes in both personal and business level. He's even made mistakes on a peer pressure level. Basically, this is Hogan selling without selling that maybe he had taken steroids, even though he said he hadn't. And other things that might come up here pretty soon in trials and things of that nature. Hogan then references, and I love this one. This is a hell of a term, Steve. Tabloid terrorism, where things may or may not be true, but they post it anyway, brother. So tabloid terrorism. I don't know why that's not a hashtag all over Twitter right now. This is Hulk basically trying to save face before he comes out to the actual ring later in front of the actual crowd. We also learned that there's a new demandment, which is not even a fucking word, Steve. The guy creates his own fucking words. Who does he think he is, Dusty Rhodes? So he invites everyone to train, say your prayers, take your vitamins, believe in yourself, and now believe in Hulk Hogan, brother. He asks you to believe in him before he even tells you to believe in the big man upstairs.
Of course.
But he's only human.
Isn't that what saying prayers is? That's believing in the man upstairs.
Well, that becomes his sixth commandment later on. So you tell me. I guess if you're saying your prayers, you would already believe in the big man upstairs, but it's Hulk Hogan. Does it have to make sense?
No.
And at the end of the promo with Vince backstage or wherever the hell they shot this, he tells them he tells Vince, wait until you hear what he has to say later on in the show in the arena. So we got to stay tuned to hear about the future of Hulkamania. We go back to the ring. It's 6-man tag team action. Shawn Michaels and the Beverly Brothers taking on the Nasty Boys and Tatanka. And it's a pretty lengthy match for television, really. They get the heat. The heels get the heat on Knobs. Hot tag to Tatanka, which leads to Tatanka and Shawn Michaels in the ring during the finish of the match. Again, Tatanka lands the Samoan drop, the same move he used to beat Shawn Michaels on Superstars. Bo Beverly, though, breaks it up. But the Nasty Boys get in the ring and toss the Beverlys to the floor, so it comes right back down to Shawn and Tatanka in the ring again. Shawn once again tries for the teardrop suplex. Tatanka this time turns it into a sunset flip, and for the second time now, the Native American pins the Intercontinental Champion, 14 minutes and 30 seconds, so Tatanka holds 2 pinfalls over the Intercontinental Champion going into WrestleMania.
I like it. So I was... The End of the Trail, is that the name of his move?
I don't believe it had that name yet. Not in 93. No, yeah.
Okay.
End of the Trail, and was that when he turned heel?
Because I don't know. I was just wondering if it was similar to the...
End of the Trail was heel. The Renegade Drop was what they eventually, I think, called it as a baby face. I don't even know. I don't even know if they do that until 94, to be honest with you.
I was just curious if it was something similar to the video game, just naming these moves, like the teardrop suplex.
Right. So, yeah, that's Tatanka, again, pins the Heartbreak Kid. So good storytelling there. And I wanted to point out something, Steve. We didn't get 6-man tag team matches on TV back then. So last week it was a battle royal, and now and they're played to death today. I mean, there was that era in the WWF when the Wyatt family and the Shield and everybody was around where every week the main event was a 6-man tag for months, it seemed like. And here... we never saw 6-man, especially competitive 6-man tags, ever on TV. And we get a 15-minute full-length match with a finish. Again, Tatanka going over Shawn in the process, but it was really cool.
Yeah, it was definitely different, and especially since it's kind of like what they do now, like what you just mentioned, where you just put guys together. And they do a lot more now, not necessarily the Shield and the Wyatt family, but if you have 2 separate feuds kind of going on, one's a singles, one's a tag, you kind of put all 6 of them together in a 6-man. It's played to death, and it's has nothing of value there. But here, this was completely new and different. So nice change of pace, 2 weeks in a row.
We cut to the outside of the Manhattan Center. It's Sean Mooney on the streets of New York with the fans. They can't wait to see Hulk Hogan. But they're outside, Sean, so they're not going to fucking see Hulk Hogan. So Sean Mooney outside with a bunch of fans who are not going to see, I would presume they're not going to see Hulk Hogan, but they're out there to see Hulk Hogan, if that makes any sense.
Makes sense to me. They got there a little late to get the handouts.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. These fans arrived a little too late to get into the Manhattan Center, so they got to get on camera there for about 30 seconds. It's whatever. Back to the ring, it's Crush taking on Job Guy Terry Taylor. Terrific Terry Taylor with that awful black trunks, or awful red trunks with black writing on. I don't know who designed these. It's clearly his old trunks, and he just had Terrific Terry ironed on. I don't know. Anyways, Terry Taylor gets the jobber entrance here. He's already in the ring. No entrance whatsoever. He does get some offense, though, surprisingly, on the guy the size of Crush. It looked a little awkward. It didn't seem like Vince would even allow this, but it's mostly a chin lock, a neck breaker. Crush does manage to throw Terry Taylor up in the air on the cover, what Yokozuna was trying to do to Macho Man at the Rumble, I assume. Savage talks Crush versus Doink at WrestleMania throughout the match, and then at the end of the match, Rob Bartlett asks the question, will Crush be at WrestleMania? And Vince goes,
nah.
Yeah, Randy Savage just talked about it. He's taking on Doink. So Bartlett, just a complete fucking buffoon. Cranium Crunch ends this. Crush over Terry Taylor, 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
Let's get Bartlett on this show.
I don't know if he'd do it. You think he'd do it? Come on the show, Rob.
Oh.
Come on the show, Rob.
Come on, yeah. Defend yourself.
I got to go find him. I know he's done. I think he did a show with Sean Mooney when Sean was doing a podcast. So maybe there's something out there that kind of explains some of this. I don't know. I don't know that Sean's calling him out on anything though.
Probably not. The only question I really want to ask is, how long did it take for you to realize that you didn't want to be doing this?
Somewhere in that first show, or at least immediately after, I'd imagine.
I knew as soon as I showed up to the building that day, this was going to be a terrible idea.
As soon as I saw the big guy in the diaper, that was it. You want me to put this over? I'm a comedian, or I think I'm a comedian. So here it is. The long,
that's the biggest problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it never worked out. The long-awaited return. Here he is. Hulk Hogan returns to the ring to talk with Vince McMahon for the second time on the same show. Hulk says last week he was watching his friend till the end, Brother Brutus, take on DiBiase, and he says that Beefcake will be okay. Hulk thanks God and Jimmy Hart. So now Jimmy Hart's on that level with God. Hulk thanks God and Jimmy Hart that Beefcake wasn't injured any further. He says, the Hulkster is back, brother. And then he calls Brother Brutus out to the ring. Beefcake out there in sunglasses with a taped up nose and bruising around his eyes from the shot from the briefcase last week. Beefcake says he can't wait for he and Hulk to get in the ring with DiBiase and IRS. Hulk then introduces evil Jimmy Hart as his new manager, brother. He's not evil anymore. And this is where the bullshit really starts, as if it didn't start immediately when Hulk Hogan entered the ring. Jimmy Hart says that it was the greatest day of his life. He had long idolized Hulk Hogan, and Hogan and Beefcake would be the greatest tag team of all time. And the crowd is even kind of 50-50 on this quick, immediate, abrupt babyface turn of Jimmy Hart. They're not completely buying it. It was like when Slaughter wanted to turn back face, and I'm sitting there wondering, why the fuck? That doesn't even make sense. I won't get into that different time period or whatever, but I was just sitting there like, I don't accept you as a babyface just because you want your country. Like, fuck this shit. You lost and now you're turning good? Fuck you. I don't buy these things. Like, this appeals to the the shittiest denominator of fan there is that just goes along with whatever the fuck they put on the TV. And I love the fact that at least half this crowd wasn't buying it.
Yeah, there was some pretty loud boos that you could pick up on. So they weren't sold on him being back. I think what a lot of it comes down to is what you said is just too much too fast. Like it would have been better if they didn't tease the Jimmy Hart turn at all. Just make it look like he was completely for it, and then when they see how far he was going to take it and how far they took it, like at the end of the day, he'll face whatever. I know he hasn't shown any in like 10 years, but a human can see something and have compassion. Like, okay, you went a little too far here. But the fact that they teased it and he tried to get him back, I don't know. You knew that was coming a mile away, and it just was too much too fast, I think.
Yeah, and close out this segment, Hulk Hogan dubs the brand new tag team of he and Brother Brutus the Mega Maniacs, brother, and what you gonna do? As Hulk Hogan poses through a commercial break and back, thus giving The Undertaker no time for the last match on this show, which was to be The Undertaker wrestling Skinner. This match, immediately we go to a commercial when the match starts. Then as soon as we come back, we see Skinner hit a clothesline on The Undertaker, sending him out of the ring, and we go straight to a promotional consideration. And once we come back again, Skinner takes over on The Undertaker outside the ring. He tries to jump off the apron onto Undertaker's back, but Taker doesn't know it's coming, and they both fall and look like idiots. Basically, Skinner works over Taker on the floor, chokes him with the gator claw rope, and slams him into the ring steps. And we go off the air with the match still going on. Probably the first time in WWF history I can think of going off the air with the match still going. Second time. Okay, what was the first? I'm drawing a blank.
Main event, Strike Force and Heart Foundation.
Okay. Good call. Although the rest of that is available thanks to satellite footage. They tried to take it home immediately after it went off the air. So the match went like 2 minutes, right? They go to the finish right after it goes off the air, unfortunately.
Yeah, they got that on the network version, which is nice.
Oh, that's good. I didn't know that. I guess I never dove that far into the Saturday Night Spin events. That's pretty cool to know. Anyways, we'll get back to 1993 here. We're out of time. I'm sure The Undertaker pins Skinner here without much issue after the cameras stopped rolling. But Vince promised us we'd see the rest of this match, the conclusion of this match, next week. Lies. All lies. It's never mentioned again. We need this on the hidden gems, damn it.
Yeah, there's so many possibilities for hidden gems. It's just a shame that's never coming back. The media department's like been cut in half and merged, and there's like 30 people doing it. So there's no way we'll ever get anything like that again on the network. But which is a shame. But I'll take what I can get or what I got.
Right. So actually, during that little bit of Taker Skinner we get, which is like a minute and a half or so, Vince spends all of that time using it to promote next week's Raw. He claims Jimmy Hart would appear again next weekend on WWF Mania to continue shilling this new babyface turn. Also, next week, I think for the first time on Raw, Bret Hart's going to wrestle. WWF champion Bret Hart would face one of the head shrinkers, so they don't even know which one yet, Steve. One of the head shrinkers because, they're interchangeable or something. So that's the end of Raw this week. We move on to WWF Superstars, February 27th, taped January 25th. So we're at the end of February and all the tapings still in January. So that's where we are with that. We kick things off, opening up the show. It's Raymond Rougeau backstage with Doink the Clown.
This week, Doink, you will be facing a man that won't have to put up with your silly practical jokes, and I am speaking of the Big Boss Man.
Well, he might not have much choice because I got a big surprise for the Big Boss Man. Oh, no. Let me rephrase that. The Law and Order, the WWF. That is the joke. Let me show you this trick I know. Let me show you this trick. Watch the hanky. Watch the hanky.
And for those curious what was going on there at the end of the promo, Doink takes Raymond Rougeau's handkerchief out of his suit, tells him to watch the hanky, plays a little trick in his hand, and then actually just picks it up and blows his nose in it. Good joke there by the Doinkster.
Good stuff.
To the ring, it's Yokozuna over Brian West. Nails a tackle, just mauls him over, belly to belly. The butt avalanche to the corner, for lack of a better term, butt splash, whatever you want to call it. Bonsai drop gets the win, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. I wrote this, this is a really fun era for Yokozuna. It's a cross between stiff, but somewhat safe. You might want to call it snug. It's awesome. And as Jim Cornette describes this era of Yokozuna, it was Yoko getting himself over. Because he got a lot lighter with the guys later on once he established himself, won the world title from Bret Hart or from Hulk Hogan and things. But at this point, he's heading to WrestleMania. It's his first main event, real main event, like where it's a focus. He's the focus, and he's fighting for the WWF title. So Yoko's really laying it in here in these matches. He looks like the monster that he is.
Yeah, it definitely does. And no thanks on wanting to take one of those bonsais that he would take. On some of those jobbers. He seems to be not doing it as much at this point, but man, some of those in 92, feel bad.
Yeah, it's a wonder how some of those guys, literally didn't die.
Yeah. No thanks. My God.
So last week on Superstars, we heard from Jim Duggan's wife, Deborah. She doesn't want him to get back in the ring. This week, Vince McMahon speaks with retired police chief Duggan. That's Hacksaw's father.
Standing by with us now, ladies and gentlemen, the father of Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, former chief of police of Glens Falls, New York. Chief Duggan, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. McMahon.
Mr. Duggan, could you give us a condition report on your son, Jim?
Well, Jim's ribs are pretty bad right now, and he's pretty distraught. He feels like he let his family and his friends, and especially his country, down.
Well, do you feel like he let anyone down, sir?
Heck no. Jim wouldn't let us down.
Well, indeed, as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure you would concur. He did what he said he wanted to do. He knocked Yokozuna off his feet.
Yes, that's my boy. He sure did.
What about returning to the ring, sir? Would you encourage Jim Duggan to return to the ring?
Without a doubt. The sooner the better.
I see.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. McMahon, nobody carries the banner of the red, white, and blue like my son Jim. I'm damn proud of him.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Chief Duggan from Glens Falls, New York.
So last week, Deborah was against Duggan returning to the ring. This week, Jim's father wants him to return to the ring. So conflicting decisions here. What's Hacksaw going to do? It's going to take a while to figure that out. But I do like that they're playing both sides. What is Hacksaw going to do?
Yeah, it's just building up the anticipation for him coming back. So, not bad. His dad sounds awesome, but yeah, I liked it. I actually had this episode of Superstars recorded when I was a kid. It was on the my Royal Rumble tape. So I'd watch Royal Rumble, and for whatever reason, I had this Superstars. And when I found out that I had this Superstars, it's like, damn, Boss Man's jobbing to Doink like this. So obviously I had no clue that he was on his way out, but you see him get killed by Bam Bam, and then Doink, he's losing to Doink. I'm like, man, what the hell are they doing to Boss Man?
Does he lose to Doink though? Does he lose to Doink? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll find out.
Yeah. We continue on with the show. Raymond Rougeau interviews Harvey Wibbleman and the Giant Gonzalez up on the stage. Taker ruined Harvey's business relationship with Kamala. Kamala was never the same after the casket match at the Survivor Series, but now it's The Undertaker who will never be the same after what Giant Gonzalez did to him at the Royal Rumble. Gonzalez then takes the microphone and says he will be the one that buries The Undertaker. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, that's my best Giant Gonzalez. Nasty Boys over Mark Ming and Jim Gorman. Sags over Gorman with the elbow drop off the top ropes, 2 minutes, 34 seconds. Last week, we heard Bobby Heenan call the elbow drop and a moose out of the sky. This week, Randy Savage says, with reckless abandon. Aha. So it just seems like everybody notices Sags launching his body on top of these guys. I don't know why nobody ever put a stop to it. Continue on with the show. We get the Hulk Hogan return promo from Raw in its entirety, because of course we do, brother. And then it's to the ring for that match you were just talking about, the Big Boss Man taking on Doink, but it's Gorilla and Bobby Heenan on commentary. As Doink comes to the ring with a shitty box, like a box you would mail something in with tape around it. Clearly it was like a last-minute planning idea of a gift. They didn't really have this planned in advance. It's not a present. It's not a gift. It's just a fucking box that you mail something in with some, like, I don't know, duct tape or something around it. And he blasts the Boss Man with the box before the bell to get the match started going. Lots of wrestling holds by Doink. He has Boss Man locked in a chicken wing, a half crab, all kinds of ground and pound type stuff from Doink. Doink then goes to the top rope, but gets thrown off by the Boss Man. Boss Man comes at Doink with a clothesline. I wrote shit clothesline. I don't know what the hell was going on here. Looked like he kind of missed it. Nails the big boot, a nice uppercut. Boss Man goes into the big punching sequence here. Doink then in the corner, crawls over into the corner, goes into his Doink jacket pocket, his clown jacket pocket, and gets something green, some kind of green shit out of it, and puts it in the Boss Man's eyes, makes the pin initially. Doink gets the win, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. That's how I remembered it. But Joey Morella actually sees the green shit all over the Boss Man's face, Steve, and reverses the decision post-match. And I was really about to shit all over this because I was going to say, I wrote in my notes first, like Joey Morella doesn't see the fucking green shit all over the Boss Man's face, but he actually does. They make a referee competent for once. The match is reversed, and the Boss Man picks up the win for some odd reason here by disqualification. So Doink post-match attacks the Boss Man once again, and Heenan continues to sell the change and personality of Doink. So Doink did the job, not the Boss Man here, but it was just a real odd finish altogether.
Yeah, I totally forgot about the switch at the end. But yeah, it just made Boss Man look very weak, like they have been doing. But knowing that he's on his way out, it makes more sense than what I remembered as a kid. So it's not bad. I didn't mind it. It's like Doink is more interested in hurting people or playing jokes on people instead of actually winning matches.
Yeah, he gets off on hurting people. Like
yeah.
That's his demons.
Yeah. So it makes sense in that vein.
So last week, Mr. Perfect threw a pass to himself, Steve. What's he going to do this week? Another Mr. Perfect vignette with Felton Spencer, center of the Minnesota Timberwolves at this time. And what's Mr. Perfect going to do here? He's going to prove he's a perfect basketball player. And he's asked, can you play basketball? And Mr. Perfect says, can I play basketball? Felton Spencer then tosses Perfect the ball, and he damn near drops it. Catches it with his forearm, Steve. And they don't even do a retake. I'm like, oh my God. Anyways, Mr. Perfect continues to make all these crazy shots. And then we see the score at the end. It's Mr. Perfect 100, Felton Spencer 2. And of course, they end it with the no-look shot. Mr. Perfect with his back turned to the hoop as he throws the ball behind him, and swish!
What a maneuver!
What a maneuver by Mr. Perfect. And another silly vignette.
Yeah, you can tell they're just trying to throw things together. They said it took hundreds of takes to get it perfect in those initial ones, and then damn near drops the ball, and they're just rolling with it. So, yeah, completely opposite of what he accomplished before.
And, of course, this was filmed in Minnesota. Part of the Timberwolves was Spencer's. So, Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig from Minnesota. So, I'm sure it was just like he was home, and they kind of just threw this together type thing. Hey, Bruce, come up here and let's film this shit kind of deal or something like that.
Probably.
Back to the ring, it's the Narcissist Lex Luger taking on Jimmy Powers. I still remember this match to this day. This is probably the only squash match of Luger's that sticks out in my head from WWF time. Luger in the ring with the full-length mirror, and off the gas, Jimmy Powers decides to come over and start looking at himself, posing himself in the mirror. And that just pisses Luger off. I loved it, though. I always remember this match from my childhood. Jimmy Powers going over and posing in the mirror. I popped for it because I'd, watched Jimmy Powers for years, so he kind of meant more to me than the average job guy anyway. Luger takes it out on young Powers, though. Nails the forearm, gets the win, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Jimmy Powers, the next victim, EMT out to check on Powers, give him some smelling salts, bring him back around. So once again, the forearm knocks somebody out. What's going on with that forearm? And we close out the show. A final event center, Steve. I thought this was unique, so I grabbed another audio real quick from the event center. It's actually our last audio, or our last soundbite of this episode of The Grenade. Doink is scheduled to take on the Macho Man Randy Savage on March 21st at Madison Square Garden. Let's listen to what Doink has to say to the Macho Man.
Mirror, mirror in my hands, tell me where the Macho Man really stands. Anybody that proclaims to be the man of all men in a voice of something other than his own, oh yeah, is living a lie. Anybody that claims to be macho to everybody is very insecure. Now me, I am no more than an instrument of nature, a product of my environment. I am, like it or not, truth. So, Macho Man, maybe you ought to look at yourself a little closer, because the day of reckoning is coming, and I'm going to expose you for what you really are.
Oh, yeah, looking forward to facing you, the evil clown, yeah. Right from hell, I'm talking about you. You did the thing to my friend Crush. Now you're saying that I'm an insecure type person, that I'm not really the Macho Man, and you're looking into the mirror saying that you are a product of your environment? No, you're a cop-out, yeah. You're the one hiding behind a mask, yeah. I'm gonna tell you something right now. We're gonna test you. We're gonna give you the heck of a test right there when we face each other in the middle of the ring, yeah. Doink the Clown versus the Macho Man Randy Savage. With the momentum of everybody all over, yeah. We're gonna see what you're made of, and I don't think it's too much. Doink!
Doink! Those were some good promos for a localized house show. I feel like I would have enjoyed these two, like, having a little feud here on TV.
Yeah, I'm here for it. That was a great promo by my Bourne there. Really going after Macho Man, like his character and everything. So that was awesome.
Yeah, having been relegated to Big Josh from the North Woods there in WCW, you never really got to hear how good Matt Bourne was on promos, but man, he is next level here so far. I mean, even his stuff with Crush is, I wouldn't even call it hokey, it's just average for the time, but that right there, that was a home run for me. And we close out the show. It's February sweeps are all over, Steve, because this is the end of February. So no more competitive matches, probably till May anyway, here on Superstars and Syndication. WWF Mania this week for February 27th. Sergeant Slaughter makes a cameo there walking through the Mania set. And we see this is kind of important, I say, the new Repo Man, if you know what I'm talking about, Steve, taking on Mike Starr. Repo Man will pick up the win here. For those who don't know, Repo Man's pretty much on his way out the door. I think he appears on TV once or twice more after this, and he's still back in his original garb. And the reason I say that is because here on this episode of Mania, and this Mania exclusive match, Repo Man has brand new attire, completely different gimmick attire. He's wearing a full body singlet with tire treads all over it. It's a white singlet with like black or something like that, tire treads. And then a mask, not a Riddler mask anymore, but an actual wrestling mask of sorts. And during the commentary, Alfred Hayes claims that Repo Man has put up a $10,000 reward for anyone who can unmask him from this new mask. Repo Man picks up the win here with the half crab. What did you make of this new Repo Man?
It was something else. Completely ridiculous. But I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. If I remember right, he's made comments like he was just trying to put a little effort and money into it to see if maybe he can get a little bit more of that out of the run, but this wasn't meant to be.
Also on this episode of Mania, Sean Mooney does that interview with Jimmy Hart we were promised. It's just more Jimmy Hart talking about how he has always wanted to be a Hulkamaniac. Totally contradicts things I've seen in the past, but whatever. We'll just pretend nothing ever happened. Mr. Perfect vignette again. This time it's not basketball, though. It's Wade Boggs. He's the perfect hitter this week. And then we go to a Giant Gonzalez promo and WrestleMania IX report. Crush again in Hawaii, this time in front of waterfalls, cutting a promo. So Crush clearly went home to Hawaii at some point and cut a bunch of promos here. As the Mania exclusive also this week, Yokozuna in a squash over Jesse Storm. Takes us to Wrestling Challenge February 28th. Tape back on January 26th. Kick things off with Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels over Bob Young. Insert promo from Sherry here. Sherry questions Shawn's manhood. Says he doesn't deserve to be the Intercontinental Champion. Young actually leaps over Shawn Michaels, goes to the ropes, and nails a reverse body block. But Shawn catches it and turns it into a belly-to-belly suplex. Looked really nice here. I'm sure Shawn came up with it because it made Shawn look good, but it was still pretty cool to see. Shawn then lays in 2 super kicks. And he teases going for the teardrop suplex and then just throws Bob Young down. Doesn't need to do that. Shawn Michaels picks up the win, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Bushwhackers. Yes, the Bushwhackers are back on TV, unfortunately. And they pick up a win over Casey Cleric and the Intruder. And I LOL'd at the Intruder's mask. It was probably the worst mask I've ever seen, at least on WWF TV.
I don't remember what it looks like.
I'll have to take a screen cap. I'll put it up when I put up Repo Man's new mask as well. So we'll take a look at some of the new masks in the WWF here in 1993. Bushwhackers actually came to the ring in headlock and hunger shirts here. They take them off before the match. They nail the old battering ram as Luke gets the pin on the Intruder, 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Back to the ring again. Mr. Perfect over Gary Key with the Perfect Plex, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Then we get the head shrinkers with Afa over Scott Bazo and Alan Reed. Fatu nails the big splash on Bazo, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. It's the Hogan promo from Raw. It's the Chief Duggan promo from Superstars. Back to the ring again. Kamala with Slick in his corner over Moondog Ed Moretti. Insert promo here from Slick. He says the people have helped Kamala be a man. Kamala once again the win with the splash to the back, 1 minute and 38 seconds. Then All-American for February 28th. It's Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan in San Diego, California. The exclusive this week, a Virgil squash. What an exclusive. Virgil gets the win over Gary Key. Virgil can't even do a squash match right. Tries to come off the middle rope with a clothesline and kind of lands chest to chest with poor Gary Key before Virgil puts him away. Russian leg sweep. It takes Virgil 4.5 minutes to put away the job guy. And next week, All-American is headed to Philadelphia. Brotherly love, baby. But we've been doing All-American, so let's be fair. Let's do another WWF on TSN 2 real quick. Terry Taylor. Terrific Terry Taylor. Now the host of WWF on TSN. He would actually do some All-Americans as well during this period. This is where Terry's still doing jobs on WWF TV, but they're trying to turn him into another announcer. Actually, he replaces Billy Red Lions here as the host. Red Lions now relegated to the event center at this point on the TSN show. The exclusive here, El Matador picking up a win over Tom Patterson. So, arriba, ole, Tito Santana, coming out a winner, baby. And it's on to Monday Night Raw, the final episode of TV here for this episode of The Grenade, Steve. March 1st, live episode of Raw, I should mention, from the Manhattan Center. And it's straight to the ring. WWF champion Bret Hart was promised to take on one of the head shrinkers. That one turns out to be Fatu. They're not interchangeable. I do find Fatu to be the better of the two workers. No offense to Samu. That's just my opinion. Rob Bartlett is doing an awful Elvis impersonation, complete with Elvis costume, I should add, all night long on this episode of Monday Night Raw for some odd reason. The show kicked off, though, Steve. I thought it was pretty cool. Bret Hart's music begins playing. We're going straight into the WWF. I don't know if the title was on the line or not, but we'll call it the title match. There's no real opening entrance, nothing like that. It's just straight to the ring. Bret Hart defending the WWF title. Good way to catch the fans' attention.
Yeah, it was a title match. You could hear Fink announce it, but yeah, I like it when it's just straight to the ring and straight to the action. If people tune in just a little bit late, they'll feel like they missed something. So they'll get in right on time when they need to the following week. So it made sense, and I liked it. I mean, it's definitely different, and they don't do it now.
So naturally, Bret being the champion and Bret being Bret, he actually dominates the first 4 minutes of the match, which doesn't necessarily happen in a lot of other matches with faces versus heels, but he's Bret Hart. So he does dominate Fatu here for a few minutes before taking Fatu by the hair, driving his head into the mat. Doesn't work. Fatu up with a nice super kick on the Hitman to take over. And Samu even comes to ringside, beats on Bret Hart on the outside of the ring as we go into a commercial break. As we come back, Fatu takes over, controls the match for several minutes. Then Bret plays possum as Fatu goes to the top rope, presumably to hit his big splash, but Bret up there meets Fatu on the ropes and nails a superplex, the 5 moves of doom, and then Bret looks for the sharpshooter, locks it in, but Alpha up on the apron to distract the referee, and then Samu attacks the Hitman from behind to cause him to break the sharpshooter. Samu then takes over for Fatu in the ring and makes the cover, but the Hitman kicks out. Fatu switches back in. Samu tries to interfere, but Bret shoves Fatu into Samu, causing Samu to take that bump where he likes to get his head trapped in the top rope and the middle rope. Samu's hanging there with his head trapped. Alpha's up on the apron. Bret Hart drop kicks him off. And then the sharpshooter on Fatu. Bret Hart gets the win. 15.5 minutes with the commercial break. Isn't it funny that the Hitman managed to take out Fatu, Samu, and Alpha all in the same match? It's almost like Bret came up with his finish.
Well, he has to look strong. I mean, Yoko looks tremendous, and that's his opponent, so he needs to look just as good and just as strong before you get there. So I don't have any problems with this. He probably did come up with the idea, but I don't have any issues with it.
I got an idea. What if I beat all 3 of you up? I'm not against it. I agree with you for the reasoning, but I found it funny because it was Bret. So it was more because it was Bret than it was because it didn't make sense. It made sense. Made 100,000 times more sense than Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. And for those in the know, he's beating Samu and Fatu, who are related to Yokozuna. Although Yokozuna's Japanese here in 1993, so they're not really related. Wrestling-wise, anyway.
That's right.
It's off to the WrestleMania IX report. Added to the card, the Mega Maniacs. This was a bummer for me because I was really hoping the Steiners would get this shot and win the belts here, but obviously we know they're working the Head Shrinkers. The Mega Maniacs will be taking on Money Incorporated as part of WrestleMania now. And then we get a promo from Crush, still in Hawaii, brother. As he talks to Vince McMahon, Crush picks up a coconut, which just happened to be laying on a beach, and refers to it as Doink's head. And this is what he's going to do to Doink's head at WrestleMania as he smashes the coconut with the cranium crunch there on the beach of Hawaii. Back to the ring. Doink the Clown in the ring, taking on Koko Beware. This was odd. I was a little shocked by how fast Doink polishes off Koko here. Doink actually jumps the Birdman before the bell, works over the leg for 1 minute and 45 seconds, and locks him into the stump puller. Gets the submission win in less than 2 minutes.
I wonder if they were just continuing that on from the Wrestling Challenge match where Koko hurt his leg. Because he went right for the leg. So it makes you wonder if Koko was legit injured or what the deal was there. But yeah, it didn't take long. But I just assumed it was him working on the bad leg.
Yeah, you would have thought they would have mentioned that in the actual commentary. It's never brought up, though, that Koko's got a bad leg. So maybe Matt Bourne's paying more attention than Vince McMahon. I don't know.
Probably.
Post-match, Elvis, Rob Bartlett, attempts to interview Doink at ringside, so you already know something's going to happen here. Rob Bartlett never interviews anyone. So he calls Doink over. Doink brings the gift box with him. It's actually a real gift box this time. It's not a shitty shipping box. He has a present. And Rob Bartlett asks if there's any food in there. I should have pointed out that Bartlett's been mocking Elvis all night by eating popcorn and hot dogs and just stuffing his face with food. So somehow he knows there's food in this box. And he asks Doink if he can have a bite of it. And Doink brings out a small little banana cream pie or something of that nature. Real small, barely fits in Bartlett's hand. And then as Bartlett's selling this little cream pie, he turns around and gets a real pie in the face. Doink has fun at the expense of Rob Bartlett. Bartlett's covered in pie for the rest of the episode.
They didn't give him a towel to wipe it off.
I don't know. Last week, he got the microphone stolen from him. This week, pie in the face. Rob Bartlett. They're trying to get you to quit, and you just won't quit. You're like Mark Henry. You just won't quit no matter what they do to you.
He's doing the job on the way out.
It's interview time. Vince McMahon talks to the tag team champions, Money Incorporated, in the ring. They talk the match at WrestleMania IX between Money Inc. taking on Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake. They talk about losing Jimmy Hart. Ted DiBiase refers to Jimmy Hart as their gopher. He's simply go for this, go for that. That's what Jimmy Hart was. He wasn't really a manager. They never really needed Jimmy Hart. IRS then talks the steel briefcase that he nailed Brutus Beefcake with last week. He shows off the briefcase. It has Hulk Hogan's face on it now. He says Hulk Hogan is the next victim, not of the briefcase, but of the beefcase. You know, IRS loves to throw around the term tax sheets. Everybody's a tax sheet. The fans are tax sheets. The Undertaker's a tax sheet. All these people are tax sheets. It's silly. I don't even really pay attention to it. But in this one instance, he refers to Hulk Hogan as a tax sheet. I bought it. I believe if there's anyone on this in this damn promotion that's a tax sheet, it's Hulk Hogan. And maybe Vince McMahon.
In what sense?
I don't know what he's doing. It's Hulk Hogan, man. He fucking cheats at everything. It's Hulk Hogan. That's all I got.
They're probably just taking advantage of the loopholes that are provided to them by our government.
Sure. We can look at it like that, I suppose. So we close out the segment. Ted DiBiase asks if they're supposed to be afraid of Hulk Hogan. Are they supposed to be afraid of Brutus Beefcake? Ted says they're not afraid. They'll defend the titles at WrestleMania because Beefcake and Hogan have gone soft. And IRS even says the odds are completely in the favor of Money Incorporated as they head into Vegas. So here we go. The titles now announced as on the line. Money Inc. will put the titles on the line against the Mega Maniacs. And I remember going to that show thinking, oh no, the Steiners are never going to get the belts. Because I never saw Hogan not walk out with a title. Of course, he manages not to win these belts and still walk out of a title. So there you go. And you wonder why I think he cheats on his taxes. Show goes on. It's the Narcissist taking on PJ Walker, the future Aldo Montoya, the future Just Incredible. Rob Bartlett says he likes Lex because he can make his boobies dance. And he says this repeatedly throughout the match. I got nothing there. Bobby Heenan actually calls in during the match to put over Lex Luger and talk trash on Mr. Perfect. Luger pulling back the forearm a little now. He's starting to work the elbow now instead of trying to really knock people's faces off with it. And uses that running forearm and then nice little touch here. Puts the pinky on Walker's chest to pick up the win. 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Post-match, Lex Luger goes out of the ring, grabs PJ Walker, shows him himself in the mirror, but based on the camera angle, you can't see Walker in the mirror, so it's like he's a fucking vampire. It's really creepy. Luger's like standing in front of the mirror with Walker, but based on where the camera is, you can't see anything. So, weird shit. Weird shit I notice.
Yeah, I can see that.
Steiner Brothers finish off this episode of The Grenade as well as Monday Night Raw as they take on Dwayne Gill and Barry Hardy. The Steiners debuted against Gill and Hardy when they were under hoods as the masked executioners. Here this week, they're just Dwayne Gill and Barry Hardy. It's the Frankensteiner.
What a maneuver!
On Dwayne Gill gets the win 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Vince McMahon claims that next week we would see Mr. Perfect take on Rick Martel and Money Incorporated will be back in the ring to take on Virgil and El Matador. So we'll see if those come to fruition or not. So that wraps it up, man. We started with the end of February, or the end of January, and we close out with the beginning of March 1st here.
Lots of TV, lots of news, lots of angles, lots of action. It seems like we just ran through a bunch of stuff, but there's a lot of meat to go with these potatoes. So yeah, lots going on. Quite the month.
And as we conclude this wait, what's that? What do you say, Mike?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that Shawn Michaels has left the building.
What? I got a pop for leaving. You hear the crowd chant like,
yeah.
He's gone, thank God.
And on that note, with Shawn Michaels leaving the building, I guess it's time for us to leave the building too, Steve. We're still a month away from WrestleMania 9. We will be back on the next episode of The Grenade. We're going to tackle all of March of 1993 as we head into WrestleMania. What date is WrestleMania 9, Steve?
April 4.
That's right, April 4. You got to say it like that. So everybody remembers it now. It's April 4, damn it. We'll be back next time. It is going to be WrestleMania build up all of March, and then it will be the WrestleMania 9 watch along. But we're also going to be doing a March to WrestleMania 9. That's the USA special watch along, and that'll only be part of the Patreon. All access here on the patreon.com/WrestleCopia. You guys got to go over to our Patreon account, Sign up for the All Access tier, $5, and you'll get to hear March to WrestleMania 9 against, amongst all the other stuff I've already announced, and more stuff to come. We'll be adding that eventually in the weeks to come. You guys will want to check that out. But yes, next month we're going to talk all about March of 1993 and then the WrestleMania 9 watch-along. Steve, I know you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, I can't wait.
And I do believe most of the angles are over with. February was like angle-heavy month, and March is kind of just coasting into Mania. So it should flow a little faster, but definitely don't want to miss out on all the good stuff going into the pay-per-view.
Absolutely not. Mania build's usually pretty good, and the promos are pretty solid too. So lots to look forward to in our next episode.
All right, Steve, want to thank you for hanging here for this long to cover all of, like 5 weeks worth of TV. And like I said, it was angle heavy because they were back in those days. They actually pushed almost every match on the pay-per-view with an actual storyline.
Yeah, that's just the way the TV was. So it is what it is. I'm sure people love listening to us talk for 4 hours.
4+ hours of good stuff, though. Lots of fun stuff at the time. So again, I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you for being here.
No problem.
And guys, remember, we'll be back. We'll be talking all about March. We're going to kick off with Superstars from, what would that be? The 6th? Superstars from March 6th, and we'll go all the way into the weekend of WrestleMania, April 4. So we'll be back next week. More Wrestling Memory Grenade on the way.
Promotional consideration paid for by the following.
We'd like to thank our loyal fan base of listeners as you guys continue to listen, download, and subscribe to shows. We can't thank you guys enough, and please continue to spread the word and retweet all the posts from our Twitter account to help the brand continue to grow. Of course, all of our shows are available on WrestleCopia.com, but you can also find The Grenade on all of your favorite podcast streaming apps. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google Pod, Stitcher, Overcast, Pocket Cast, Amazon, iHeartRadio, you name it, and we're probably there. And a reminder that you too can win free prizes as listeners of The Grenade as part of our continuous free prize giveaway offers. All you have to do is follow us on Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade. It's that simple. Be a follower of The Grenade and you're automatically entered in each and every free prize giveaway contest. As always, we encourage you to stop on over to our very own Patreon account, which you can find at patreon.com/WrestleCopia, where we offer an insane 14 tiers of goodies with prices available for everyone's price range. Prices start as low as $1, a $1 tier, to simply show your support of the fledgling podcast network. Or you can select our $5 tier, the All Access tier, which is always offering up rare goodies, as well as complete access to our entire watch-along series, featuring prior WWF and WCW pay-per-views and special events that make a great complimentary piece to our Monday Warfare podcast. We're also making our way through the entire WWF Coliseum video series as a watch-along project on Patreon. Other shows in our watch-along series include episodes of WWF Saturday Night's Main Event, the classic Steamboat vs. Ric Flair 1-hour match from Clash of the Champions 6, and so much more. We're always adding new content and shows to the watch-along series as part of the All Access tier over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That's $5 for the All Access tier. And again, we thank all of our loyal listeners for everything you've done. Hey guys, just want to say thank you again for joining Steve and I as we have more watch-alongs on the way as we continue through 1993 here on The Grenade Show, WrestleMania, King of the Ring, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, but we also plan to add multiple watch-along specials to our Patreon account. In the coming weeks, we'll be adding some house shows that maybe we'll be able to tell you how to get your hands on those house shows to watch along with us, as well as some of the USA specials like March to WrestleMania 9, which will be added in just a week or so. So you guys want to keep checking back to our Patreon account for all new watch-along videos and our watch-along series over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. And that $5 tier is what you want to hit. That's the All Access tier. Yes, we do have 14 tiers of goodies, but the $5 tier is my personal favorite to shill because it's all access. You get everything from every tier below the $5 tier, as well as our entire Patreon watch-along series, which covers everything from several Saturday Night's Main Events to Clash of the Champions to tons of WCW and WWF pay-per-views from the Monday Night War era, They make great complementary pieces to our Monday Warfare podcast, by the way, but they're great standalones as well to Coliseum home videos and everything in between. Like I said, we'll be adding things from 1993 here in the WWF as part of that watch-along series, USA Specials, and other things of that nature. And all right, with all of that out of the way, it's time once again, time to say goodbye, but we will return next week. And until that time, this is Ray Russell for my co-host this week, Stephen Eckstadt, saying from pillar to post and coast to coast, you pull the pin and we'll pick up the pieces right here on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. See you next week. Don't miss it. Be there.
You got all kind of new guys coming into the WWF. You got one guy's head look like it's on fire, talking about Bam Bam Bigelow. And you have other guys coming in here too, man, like, my mind, I can't even answer that right now. But who's ever coming? Virgil's gonna be ready, but I need all you good people out there to be behind me because I'm always behind you.